Welcome, everyone. My name's Danny DeHeck. I'm an investigative journalist based in New Zealand, the bottom of the planet. If you've been following my work, you'll know I don't publish investigations lightly. Before I expose a company or an individual, I spend weeks, sometimes months, collecting evidence, verifying documents, speaking with people involved, and giving each at the centre of the investigation every opportunity to respond. And that's exactly what I've done here. Today, we're going to do a deep dive into Global Glamping LLC and its founder, Devon Allan Towle. This investigation has already been published, and it's based on contracts, bank transfers, company records, court documents, emails, text messages, photographs, audio recordings, and first-hand accounts from the investors. Before publication, I sent Devon Allan Towle a formal right of reply with a series of questions and invited him to response. Rather than receiving answers to those questions, I received messages referring to and I can't even read the word, disparagement causes, forced, what's that one? Majeure, cease and desist letters, and allegations of defamation. Despite that, the invitation to respond has never been withdrawn. In fact, we're expecting Devon to join us today in the live stream. If he does, he'll be welcomed into the show and given every opportunity to answer the questions, explain his position, and respond to the evidence. This isn't an ambush. He's not on trial. It is an opportunity for everyone to hear both sides while we examine the evidence together. If you're an investor, a former employer, or a contractor, or anyone first-hand knowledge of global glamping, you're also welcome to join the discussion. The guest link will be in the description, and you can come on stage at any point of this live stream. So let's put the options aside. Let's ignore the rumours and let's look at the evidence. This is the Global Glamping investigation. Let's begin. So I'm just going to put the link to join in the room in there. But first of all, I want to give you a bit of a background of what's going on so you can see. And I can see we've already got, I assume that's Devon in the chat room. Nice to have you here. And we'll pin that message. So I see you're already attempting to get into the chat room, which is great. And I'll give you a little bit of a background. Hopefully we're all good today. Now, there's a bit happening around the internet at the moment. Andrew Tate has actually been arrested, which is actually fantastic. And one of the big investigations that I did recently was Goliath Ventures, who was running a $328 million Ponzi scheme. Well, ironically, I've actually just been grabbing a video, which I'll show you, which is actually quite exciting. For years, well, not for years, but lots of my videos, I've been showing you this video here that's posted on Twitter. And in this video is promoting the War Room. And ironically, we have 3 individuals that were in with Goliath Ventures in this video. And what makes it really exciting is the fact that it's all part of the criminal cartel network that these guys hang out with. So if we get to this point here, you'll see that was Tomo. So Tomo's just been a speaker at some police event just in the last 48 hours, which is ridiculous. And we warned the police event of Tomo's activity with this cartel-style war room network, and they ignored us. But here's Christopher Delgado, Mike Krolinsky, and in the war room, and now this war room is going to be in the spotlight for doing heinous acts to women, which is really hard case. So that's something to watch. But anyway, I was grabbing that video at the time. So if you aren't familiar with what I do, I've got lots of investigations. Obviously, the biggest one I've done lately was been featured on CoffeeZilla that had 4.2 million views in 2 months, which is amazing. CoffeeZilla interviewed me and paid for me to travel within America to visit him and be interviewed, and it was an amazing investigation. But today what we're doing is we've actually produced what I believe is one of the biggest blogs I've ever done. And what was unusual about this investigation versus other investigations I do is victims don't normally want to speak. But in this case, I've got around about 10 victims that have provided me documents, transcripts, screenshots, recordings, bank transfers, claims of what they were going to get, what actually eventuated. Some people have even told me that they have received contracts and received dividends like the place was finished and there was no building even started. So it's a really interesting investigation, but like I said, you can draw your own conclusion. I'm here to present the evidence. We will read through the blog. This is what people sold before they even turn up, what this glamping is all about. But unfortunately, we have had some people here that have had a bad experience and they documented it. So you could say this is a before and after. Now, for whatever reason, this is when the people turned up in their accommodation and what they received. And they did have, in here, they had a video, which was actually quite breathtaking. Now, that is not a real river. That's a painting on the floor. And that's, I don't know what exactly that is. Maybe Devon can tell us that is. But this is the outside of the place that they turned up at. This is ripped, which you can have a closer look. You can sort of see it's got hole. I don't know if it was vandalized. I don't know the story behind it, but now we'll get behind it. But you can read about it on their Facebook page, but they were definitely not happy.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I'm scared. I'm actually terrified.
I am too. Oh.
Yeah.
So nice though.
Look at this.
We probably just take it.
I mean, honestly, at some
You
point,
didn't tell us to?
can we get out?
What is the plastic?
Like at some point,
Someone died in here.
For Airbnb.
Somebody died in here.
Yeah.
Anyway, as I said, we'll have a time. And the other one is I wanted to play was this video here, which I received. Also, we don't know where Devon is at the moment. So if you're in the chat room, why don't you tell us whereabouts you're living at the moment? Because people are trying to find you. We've heard rumors that the FBI is investigating this and all sorts of things. But this is the last video I've actually seen of Devon. And we'll have a listen.
I don't know what else to do to prove to you and everybody else that we have locations. We built this thing from scratch, ground up. We literally are starting a brand new platform. We've had some adversity. The war made costs go up. None of the dealers have sold any domes. I'm trying to sell properties. I don't know what else to prove to you guys that I'm working on and trying to get this resolved. And then you guys are making complaints like that. It's just like, dude, like, I give up. I don't know what else to do. I really don't. Not getting any support from anybody. Everyone's calling me a fraud and a scam artist and all this other stuff when everybody knew in the beginning that no one's ever done this, that it was going to take a team effort. And then here I am left holding the bag with everyone calling me a fraud when we have 15 locations.
So it's a very tall statement. I'd like to know whether you actually do have 15 locations and whether they're operational. We could be more transparent. Potentially would like to see, if you've got the land, what the agreement is, when the domes are going to arrive, what's the hold up? You've claimed in here something about the wars hold you up.
Domes all over the country. We've hosted tens of thousands of guests. No, how about y'all prove to me that you're legit?
Okay, so that's out. So we're really looking forward to hearing more about that. So really the basis is that there's we've even got a song which is pretty fantastic. So will we listen to that?
They showed me pictures of the mountains, morning mist and open skies, luxury beneath the pine trees, a different way to change my life. They spoke about a growing market, families chasing memories.
So like any investigation we get, we hear it from both stories. We haven't heard from Devon. It is kind of ironic that Devon has decided to turn up today. But we want this to be a fruitful conversation. In an ideal world, from my experience, I've been doing this for 5 years. I've investigated $1 billion scams. I've investigated a few $100 scams. when a contract goes pear-shaped and the other party isn't happy, and the simplest thing to do is just to refund everyone's money and everyone's happy and they can go about their business and then you can carry on doing what you do. But anyway, I think before we get going, and Devlin has actually in the back room here, so I'm going to actually put him on stage and see if he wants to explain what's going on. Now, remember, in fairness to myself, we've actually multiple times given Devlin opportunity to respond to us in writing, and he wants to do so. I don't want this to be a court case. We had some simple questions that we did ask him, and I think it would only be fair to actually go through those questions and listen to the writer reply that I actually wrote, because I think that is what we want answered, because I don't want this to turn into what I'm trying to say here, guys, is the correspondence that we've received so far is going to be all over the place. And I don't want it to be. I just want you to answer the questions. So I'm going to put the questions and let's have a listen to what we've got so far.
Devon, my name is Danny DeHeck, an investigative journalist based in New Zealand. I investigate organised fraud, investment scams, Ponzi schemes and deceptive business practices using open source intelligence, OSINT. My investigations have been featured in the New York Times, print edition, by David Segal, a Bloomberg documentary by Alice Cantor, The Guardian Australia and reporting by Sarah Martin, and most recently by CofferZilla during his investigation into the Goliath Ventures $328 million Ponzi scheme. I am currently preparing an investigation into Global Glamping LLC, your associated businesses, and your role in those ventures. Before publication, I am offering you the opportunity to respond to the evidence and questions outlined below. As part of my commitment to accurate and fair reporting, I am offering you the opportunity to respond before publication. I have spent considerable time reviewing publicly available records, archived websites, court documents, marketing material, contracts and statements from multiple individuals who have approached me. This investigation currently includes, among other things, multiple civil lawsuits and court filings involving Global Glamping LLC and or yourself, a federal judgment entered against Global Glamping LLC and yourself, revenue share agreements, dealer agreements, investor contracts, marketing material archived from multiple websites, public statements and promotional videos, interviews with individuals claiming financial losses, corporate filings relating to numerous associated LLCs, property records and other publicly available documents. I would appreciate your response to the following questions. 1.
All right, so that's what we sent, and I'm going to give you the full picture because I see that I've got a very angry individual in the chat room using capital letters and the like. So we sent that letter off, and then we got the reply saying, I would love to have, I tell you what we'll do, guys. Rather than me telling you, let me show you the response, because this is going to be the ultimate, isn't it? So 1 minute, I'll put our Telegram chat messages on here, and I'll show you the response and what we've been dealing with so far. Now, to be honest, even the problem is, what have we got? WhatsApp. So the problem here is the fact that I'm not getting the answers, and I'm just getting, we wrote that response. So this is what we've got so far. I'll just bring this on the screen so you can actually see that there. Let's get that over to the NUF. There we go. All right. So that was sent via email, and also then we started getting messages. So the first time, I should have said, wouldn't mind looking into becoming an AGG affiliate was the first question. And then, so I wanted to see whether he was still in business. I said, we have dealer agreements where you buy 3 domes and you become an affiliate. Could I get a copy of the contract? How do you market the domes to get them rented out? And then what is your best email address? So I got no response from that initial investment. And that was obviously, we started talking back on the 9th of July. So then I wrote the writer reply that you can see here. So we want to know about the corporate structure of the company. There's quite a few different brands and the like, as you can see. And you'll have a chance to answer all these questions. Litigation, we've got 3 lawsuits, and this was at the beginning of the investigation. We've got far more now. We want to know about the revenue share program, how that works. We want to know about current projects that you've got. We want to know about the marketing claims. You said that you're Forbes featured, which we did find something in Forbes, but it wasn't like an exclusive interview about your club. It was a little feature. Okay, fair enough. And all these other claims that we get, like you say that your camping ground is 93% occupancy in your marketing, 40,000 generated from a single GERT. Is that what they're called? You offer financing. Your website promotes financing for up to 50 million and partnership with leaders or something. I don't understand what that was all about. So we're asking, these are the questions that any investigator or any investor should be able to get an answer to. So we wanted to know about the company websites because it was a wee bit unclear. And the final statement, which I will read so we're all on the same page together.
Is there anything you would like readers to know that you believe has been misunderstood regarding global glamping or your business activities? If there are documents you believe provide important context, including financial records, contracts, construction records, photographs, occupancy reports, accounting records, or
so
legal
I think it's pretty clear that people are past having a conversation on a Zoom meeting. And that's what we've seen, that most of the time it's all talk, let me trust, I'll talk my way out of it. But we've got contracts where people have actually been told they will get this if they pay that. And this is where the dispute is. So, it's all very well talking. So after that great big long letter, I would love to have a meeting with you. So then I've responded with,
Thanks, Devon. I appreciate the invitation. At this stage, I'd prefer to keep everything in writing. That helps ensure I accurately understand your position and don't misquote you. If you could please respond to the questions I've sent, I'll include your answers in my investigation where appropriate. Once I've had an opportunity to review your responses alongside the documents, contracts, websites and other material I've gathered, I'd be happy to consider arranging an interview. If I think there are further points that would benefit from discussion, as I mentioned, my intention is to give you a fair opportunity to respond before I publish anything.
right, so, okay. I also have some questions and frankly have not been charged with anything at this point. It's just allegations. I think you may need to speak to my attorneys as well. So this is, I get this all day long, right? So is that your reply to my questions? And remember, this is Tuesday. I just need you to answer some questions as per my email. If you choose not to answer them, that is okay. But I just need to give you the opportunity, which obviously I've done. And then we get, yes, I'm happy to answer. So now we go back and we repaste the questions once again that we would like some answers to. And remember, at this point, we haven't received any answers to anything. We're just being told that I should be speaking to his attorneys. So now we have a screenshot here of where he searches, and already he's finding my content coming up in the search engines. We do have 25,000 to 40,000 views on my website each month. So we have got a big portal, and obviously I've got a lot of publicity going down at the moment for the last scam that we have. So there's no doubt my content's coming up in the search engines even before I published the real investigation.
Sir, I'm happy to answer all of these. I'm not being investigated federally and have made settlements as well and working through issues we had from last year's natural disasters.
Right, so natural disasters, well, we're looking forward to hearing about them. But you still have contracts to fulfill, regardless of natural disasters. And I didn't receive any correspondence from anybody claiming any reason. Maybe you just had a Zoom meeting. That's why we like things in writing. And then we've got...
I just Googled that you said there was a federal judgment and I see your articles.
Right, well, you can't see my articles. They weren't live. But anyway, that's okay. So now we've come back with a response, just so you're fully transparent on the conversation I've had previously.
Thanks, Devon. I appreciate your willingness to answer the questions. Just to clarify, the investigation has not been published yet. Although search engines have already indexed a draft URL, the article itself remains unpublished while I complete my investigation and provide you with a genuine opportunity to respond. My goal is to ensure the final article is accurate, balanced and reflects your responses alongside the concerns that have been raised by investors. I noticed your comment about there not being a federal judgment. If there are any factual inaccuracies, this is exactly why I've offered you a right of reply. Please answer the questions as fully as you can and provide any supporting documents you believe are relevant. If something I've been told is incorrect, I want to know before publication. Given that additional investors continue to contact me and the investigation is ongoing, I'd encourage you to respond sooner rather than later. The sooner I receive your answers, the sooner I can review them, verify any supporting evidence, and incorporate your position into the article before it goes live. Thank you again for engaging with the process. I look forward to receiving your responses.
Yeah, and I do notice something going on in the chat room. We've got a pretty furious chat room here. I'm not asking for God's help with this one. I'm not praying for anybody. I'm actually just submitting the evidence. So, and the religious, I think people use religion to manipulate people who have faith, and that's part of my job as an investigative journalist. I often see people going into communities in the name of religion and manipulating those people, and I think that's the most heinous thing I've actually seen. So if you're going to, we're not going to pray about this. We're going to look at the receipts, and we're going to look at the statements that we've got here. So this is the response I got to that. But I know who is paying you to do this. Now, no one has actually paid me to write this article. I investigate things. People can donate to my work. And if anyone wants to donate to the work they do, you can actually see the link here. That's that thing there. And that's the only money I receive. No one's put me on the bankroll to do any investigation. We do have a thing where people can donate to us, and we do use it for investigations, but we've never actually been bribed, if that's what you're insinuating. You're not just writing an article. Now, it doesn't make any sense that to me, sorry, I'm dyslexic, but it doesn't make any sense to me. These are personal attacks against me and my business, and we have faced several challenges. Now, I've never read anything other than this today about what you're saying. You said you've had a hurricane, a tornado, a flood, a hailstorm, theft, and manager having a heart attack, okay? There's a ton to this that no one is taking into account. And it's even in their contracts under Article 13, if the business faces forced malleture, which is what you're talking about, I'm no good at pronouncing words, and financial hardships, that payouts will be paused, okay? Just my opinion, but that there sounds like well, I won't have an opinion. I'll just keep to the facts. I don't know, zoning, permitting, etc. Yes, I would be happy to go over everything and answer your questions. Is this your formal response? And then we've got no, I have picture, video evidence, contracts, etc. Great, that's what we like. And frankly, your clients are committing slander and defamation, sir. You need to speak with my attorneys. Well, that's something I get every day. I had 7 lawsuits in the last 18 months. The last one was friggin' hilarious. The guy got a district court decision and I got it in my favour, and then he took the district court to the New Zealand High Court, and that was a couple of 3 weeks ago, and I won that case as well. So then we've responded as you do, and here we go.
Thank you, Devon. Nobody is paying me to investigate this. My investigations are evidence-driven, and I follow the evidence wherever it leads. I also don't accept or reject the allegations made by investors without verification. That's precisely why I've offered you a formal right of reply before publication. If you have contracts, photographs, videos, correspondence, permits or any other documents that support your position, I encourage you to provide them. I'll review everything objectively and, where appropriate, include your evidence and explanations in the article. I also note your comments regarding force majeure, natural disasters, permitting and the contractual provisions you referred to. Those are all matters I'd like you to address formally against the specific questions I sent you, together with any supporting documentation. As for your suggestion that investors are committing slander or defamation, I'm not in a position to make that determination. My role is to investigate the evidence and present a fair and accurate account. If there are factual inaccuracies in the information I've received, this is your opportunity to identify them and provide evidence to the contrary. I remain committed to publishing your response alongside the concerns raised by investors, and I appreciate your cooperation.
Yeah, so then I did, as you do, a story search. Federal judgment against Global Glamping indicates the settlement was reached. So there is there was a federal judgment. And I do believe that we actually have some additional information, which I haven't had a chance to put into the story, about a plea deal or something, or what do they call it when you don't turn up and the judge makes a default judgment. I did hear such things, so bear that in mind. So anyway, Wednesday come along. So now we're getting closer to D-Day, and Friday was, it's the 19th. We said that we'd publish it. It's now the 20th.
That was for a development that was held up due to permitting and zoning issues. Also last year we had hurricane, tornado, flood, hail, and manager heart attack forcing us into a force majeure clause section 13 in contract. I'm dealing with a lot right now and am working through product delivery and settlements. I will be working on the questions and getting my info over.
Excellent. So that was good. That's what gave us a ray of hope. Now this is, remember, some of these contracts go back to, I believe, 2023. Now we have been very patient. Now the thing is, the investors have also been very patient, and I'll speak for the investors. They're sick of waiting, and I didn't want to go down the same track, so we gave them enough time, arguably enough time, to respond to the questions, and it just keep going like this. And we're going to have another listen.
Thanks, Devon. I appreciate the update and your willingness to work through the questions. I also appreciate you outlining the circumstances you've described, including the permitting and zoning delays, the force majeure clause, the severe weather events, and the personal challenges your business has faced. Please include all of that in your formal response, together with any supporting documentation you believe is relevant, such as permits, correspondence with authorities, insurance documentation, where appropriate, photographs, timelines, or any other evidence that helps explain what occurred. My aim is to present a fair and accurate investigation. So if these events materially affected your ability to perform under your contracts, I want to understand that and include your explanation alongside the concerns raised by investors. I look forward to receiving your completed responses when you're ready.
I love the comments in the chat room. It's like, I was brought up a Jehovah's Witness, right? And I can tell you now that I weren't aggressive. And the way you're talking to me is very, very aggressive. I can just see it in your tone. So I don't know why you think you can, say that you're a religious person and then be so aggressive with your the way that you speak to people. And in my world, it's actually called gaslighting. And it's a very common practice that I get with individuals that I chase down who are running scams and the like. So if you want to speak to me, you'll have to speak to me nice and politely and methodical. You don't need to gaslight me. I've never invested in your company. So just, if you want to take a breather and get your tone in order before you start, yelling at people and gaslighting people, because I think it's fair to say that people have had enough. And this is why I'm reading your correspondence before I give you an opportunity to speak, because I want to show people what I've been dealing with over the last week. Now, we're just going to go back to the start here. You said you had 3 days. I messaged you on the 13th of July, and that shows you that even that statement there is incorrect, what you're saying. I gave you a writer reply. I think it would have even been on the 12th of July, and you can check your records. I sent it to you via email, and then I reached out to you on WhatsApp. So to say that you only had 3 days to put together the questions, and you offered actually to put together a court defense, and I don't want a court defense. I just wanted answers to the questions. And if you wanted to present a whole lot of documents and the like, you had the opportunity, but I didn't want those. I just wanted answers to those questions, and it wasn't that complicated.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that. I just got a lot of stuff that I'm juggling right now, and this is going to take me a little bit of time to kind of put all this stuff together for you. So if you can give me until next Friday just to get everything in order, I'm going to provide pictures, documentation, video, conversations, Zoom call meetings, like all that stuff. So I am very interested in making sure that I get my side of the story, because, you know, there's three sides of the story. There's mine and the truth. And so, you know, I have evidence of all the stuff that I've been dealing with, but appreciate everything. I just wanted to give you an update. Just give me until next Friday to put all this stuff together. I'm juggling a lot right now. We have multiple locations that we're running with, you know, guests and stuff. So just wanted to let you know, I'm working on it.
Right. So that's not good enough, actually, because I gave you ample time to respond. And just because you asked for me to extend how long before you replied doesn't mean that it was granted. In fact, so that was Thursday, which I don't know the date of Thursday, but anyway, it's so now we've wrote to you and we've actually told you what's going down. So if you have a problem listening to what or reading, I understand. But I did put it in writing and I did respond to that recording. And this is what I said for the
Thanks
record.
for the update, Devon. I appreciate you letting me know where things are at. I understand you're busy. However, I do need to stick with the original deadline outlined in my right of reply. I'm not asking you to prepare a legal brief or send me hours of Zoom recordings and large volumes of material for me to analyze. What I'm looking for is your response to the questions I've already sent you. If there are documents that directly support a particular answer, you're welcome to reference or include those. As stated in my original correspondence, if I do not receive your response by the 19th of July, 2026, I will proceed on the basis of the evidence currently available and note that you were offered an opportunity to comment before publication. I've already scheduled publication of the article and a live stream, and I don't intend to move those dates. If you provide additional information after publication that materially changes the facts, I'll review it objectively and, where appropriate, update the article. However, I won't be delaying publication beyond the deadline that was communicated from the outset. I look forward to receiving your responses.
And Devon, do bear in mind that God might have sent me to help you. So you want to keep mentioning God in the conversation. I'm quite happy to bring God into it, but I might have been sent by God here. So there's your response. Here's my response. And if you go way back to the very start, you can see I sent this to you on the 19th of January, New Zealand time. So now you're trying to control the narrative. We asked you to answer some questions. We didn't want a court hearing, but now we've got this. So now we've got a screenshot coming through after I've published the application, which is on the 19th, as per I outlined way at the beginning.
They're all under a non-disparagement clause, as well as force majeure. This is slander and defamation suit. There will be cease and desist, and you said you will not post anything, and you have already been putting things out there.
I have posted things and I gave you ample time. So these are excuses I get every day, and we're just sick of it, mate. We want to stop people from losing their money. And at the moment, I've only got a whole list of documents from people who have lost their money that you've got your name all over.
Thank you for your message. You have been given multiple opportunities to respond before publication, and that opportunity remains open. If you believe any factual statement in the investigation is inaccurate, please identify the specific statement and provide any supporting documents or evidence. I will review any verifiable information objectively and make corrections where appropriate. The investigation distinguishes between documented facts, public records and allegations, and includes supporting evidence wherever possible. If you instruct a solicitor to contact me, I will review and respond through the appropriate process. My invitation for you to provide your side of the story remains open.
Sir, I told you I was not going to be able to put together a full response until next week. Well, it's not relevant. But anyway, we've given you a response to everything that you've said. We've answered every single one of your questions with a response and told you how it is. And
Devon, as I explained previously, you were given a right of reply before publication, and I also responded when you asked for additional time. At that stage, I made it clear that I wasn't asking for a legal defense or a large volume of material. I was simply asking you to respond to the questions that had already been put to you. The investigation has now been published in accordance with the timeline that was communicated to you in advance. My position hasn't changed. If you'd still like to answer those questions or provide information that materially changes the facts, I'll review it objectively and, where appropriate, update the article. That invitation remains open.
Right. So anyway, so the rest of it is basically saying you're welcome to come on the meeting, which will happen in a few minutes. But let's have a listen to this.
Is supposed to start.
All right, let's see if we can bring that up.
Yeah, so this is supposed to start at 5 p.m. Pacific. They know I'm here, so they're not letting me in or whatever, join.
Right. So that's good. So if you want to also cover that with that, so we've got, I said, not yet, mate. Give me 30 minutes to do an introduction. So it's just over 30 minutes now I've been going. So let's do this. Let's hear your story. Now, I just will say I do want you to have some sort of, I don't know what I'm expected here. If it turns into a yelling match, I'm not into that. And that's why I wanted things in writing. But hey, look, welcome to the stage. There will be a button there. And we've got you on stage here. There you go, mate. Nice to have you on stage. Thank you for coming along.
Yes.
Right.
Oh my God.
My God, did you say?
I said, oh my gosh. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Isn't that
Let me mute this.
right? How can we help you?
Oh, I'm just here for the show, guys. Like everyone out there, look, I understand that you're making all this effort to defame me and, to create slander and defamation when I have a list of everything. We literally had a hurricane in Georgia, down all the trees. We had a flood and a tornado that almost took out Diamond Glamping that literally shut us down for almost 2 months. Had a hailstorm in Glacier National Park that ruined all the domes. That's why you see those domes with the guests.
So have you
And
got
yeah,
insurance?
yeah, but insurance doesn't cover hail and snow in Glacier.
All right.
So
wouldn't a simple solution just be to all the people that have given me all the contracts just to say it didn't work out and refund
yeah,
them?
that would be a simple solution, sir. But at the same time, they signed a 60-month, 5-year RevShare agreement. And when the company went into a force majeure clause, that's pausing the RevShare payout so we can actually maneuver and get all of the things back on track for the company. Like we have like a lot of people are saying that our locations are AI, that I'm not even real, that our locations are not even real. And a lot of these people in the, in the chat, I literally talked to, multiple times and have, worked through solutions. But if like, for example, one of your people that came to you, she literally, we had a 3-month conversation and finally was able to move forward on the deal, exercise the contracts, and the very next day made a wire fraud claim to my bank saying that she didn't mean to sign the contract and make the wire, and then started this huge thing. So like you guys might have some evidence that you have, but I have a whole
You've actually gone down the track of just saying that we are doing this for defamation. You haven't actually answered any of the questions that I've given you. So if you want to do this properly,
time.
can you?
I told you this.
No,
week
no,
was
I gave you
really,
enough
really
time.
busy.
I gave you enough
Well, you
time, and
didn't tell
going
me-
by, excuse me, I'm talking. I gave you enough time, and going by all the correspondence I've received from all your investors, you use stalling tactics all the time. So I weren't going to go down that track. Now, if you had a court date and you had to appear in the court on July the 19th, you'd have to be there. So I gave you 7 days to give a response, and I've got nothing other than you telling me that you're going to engage with lawyers, and
Sir,
I'm causing defamation. Why is this defamation?
Sir, you said July 13th that you're going to be posting an article. Well, first of all, you misrepresented yourself in that you wanted to be an affiliate trying to get information. So that was
So
the first thing.
aren't I, as a reporter, allowed to ask about your affiliate program?
Yeah, but you didn't ask about my affiliate problem. You stated that you wanted to become an affiliate and that you wanted more information. So those
What's
are two
wrong with
different
that?
things. There's nothing wrong with that. But again, you
Did
came
you
at
answer me?
with
Did you answer me?
Yeah, I did. With what I saw, because I knew that was a weird number and I knew something was weird going on. So I knew I wanted to wait to see what you were really wanting. But this is besides the point.
Sounds a
You
bit
let me know
sketchy
on
to
the-
me, mate.
You know what's sketchy is telling me that you're going to do a report, telling me on the 13th, literally letting you know that I have a super busy week. I have a lot of stuff
Mate,
going
I don't
on.
care. I don't care about
And
your
I was
weekend at all.
responding
I
with-
don't care
Sir,
about your hurricanes. I don't care about your tornadoes.
look.
I don't care. I gave you enough time to respond, and you threatened me with legal action.
3 days to respond when I have
7
all this stuff
days.
to put
Don't.
together. Sir,
7
let me ask
days.
you a question. You keep
No,
interrupting me. Let me
it's my
speak.
interview,
You're
mate.
interrupting me.
It's my interview,
You're-
and I gave you 7 days, and I just read through that, showing everyone that I
No,
gave you
did
7
not give me
days.
7 days. You gave me 3. Today's the 19th.
I can show you in an email. I've just shown everybody I gave you 7 days, and you're just using this
Okay.
to.
Well, okay. Let me ask
You are
you
using
something.
this
Let me
as a
ask you
deflection.
something, sir.
Excuse me, sir. I'm going to cut you off. You're using deflection. I'm sick and tired of people like you using deflection. I gave you 7 days to respond, and now we're arguing about the timeline. I'm going to cut you off.
I need to ask you a question, sir.
No, you don't.
How,
You need to.
How many days did
I
how
gave
many
you
days
7
did it
days
take
to respond, and now
how
you're
many days
changing
did
the
it take
narrative.
you
You're
to
not going
put
to
all this
control
together?
the narrative.
How many
You are
days did
not
it take you to
controlling
put
the
all this
narrative.
together?
Goodbye. Alrighty. So the thing is, this guy is a manipulator. He is trying to control the narrative. Now, I'm going to answer every question that he's given me, and I'm going to show you what this discussion has now become. So let me go here. So anybody who uses WhatsApp can see that Monday, the 13th of July, I responded. You can, first of all, we can see, hello, I wouldn't mind looking into becoming a GG affiliate. Now, I do a lot of investigations, and often we start a conversation. We got a reply back. We have a dealer agreement where you buy 3 domes and you become an affiliate. And then I asked other questions, and now he's just admitted, because my phone number looked a bit strange, he wanted to investigate me before he answers. What difference does that make? So now we've got Monday, the 13th of July. Can everybody see that date there? And I've given him the whole 9 yards. So the next response that we got from him was on the same day. And he said, I would love to have a meeting with you on the same day. So 7 days ago, 8 days ago now, that's the response I got from him. So did he not read my message? All right. So he knew who I was, because he's obviously saying he would love to have a meeting with you. I don't think it was about the affiliate. And then I've come back on the same day and said, thanks, Devon, I appreciate the invitation. And then he's come back here. I've also got some questions. Frankly, I haven't been charged. And this point is just allegation. So because he hasn't been charged, he knows exactly who he's talking to. So then Tuesday happens, and I'm asking him to see if he's going to respond. So all that conversation and all that stupid yelling match is just stupid, because we now have the blog and the evidence to go through. Now, if we're going to sit here and have an argument about how he didn't have enough time to respond when he's claiming 3 days, and I've obviously made it very clear, and I've got the receipts to show, we gave him 7 or 8 days to respond. If we're going to have an argument about how long I gave him, how the hell is anybody meant to be in business or do business with an individual who talks like that? It's just absolutely a waste of time. So let's go through and let's look at the evidence that we have got, and you decide for yourself why this guy. Now, Devon, you're more than welcome to come back on stage if you like, but I'm not going to have a yelling match with you about the timeline I gave you to respond when we've got more important issues at hand. All right, so let's get started. The truth doesn't become clearer because someone says it with confidence. It becomes clearer when the evidence begins to tell the story. We don't need to listen to Devon anymore because the evidence speaks for itself. This blog is the longest blog I think I've ever written on an investigation. And we've still got God in here saying, God bless. I'm out of here. Of course you're out of here. We know where you live, mate. We've got your address, and we've got investigators doing other investigations. People are talking to the FBI. Your time is limited. So let's have a look. When I first received an email from Global Glamping, I almost dismissed it. My investigations normally center on cryptocurrency Ponzi scheme, fake AI trading platforms, and multi-level marketing fraud, not luxury glamping resorts in Montana. On the surface, this appears to be a business helping people what are they called?
Geodesic
domes, launch eco-tourism ventures, and create unforgettable outdoor experiences. It certainly did not fit the usual profile the scams I spend most of my day exposing. That changed with a single phone call. The caller told me he had invested $98,000 into Global Glamping, short-term STR revenue share program. He believed he was purchasing a luxury I'm just going to call them domes, that would be professionally managed, rented to holiday makers, and generate passive monthly income. For several months, payments even appeared in his bank account exactly as promised. Then the payments stopped. He says he later discovered the dome he had supposedly invested in had never been built. If that allegation is true, it raises a very obvious question. Where did the earlier payments actually come from? Now, you know that I've been in the New York Times on a 2-page spread, and they wrote an extensive article about me being called the crypto Ponzi scheme avenger. Now, any Ponzi scheme is all about people using the money from new investors to pay old investors. So when I got this phone call, and this individual tells me that he was receiving dividends from his investment and his dome, and then his dome didn't even exist, it certainly got my attention. As I started pulling into that thread, more people came forward. Another investor described wiring $82,000 after being shown what she believed was an existing revenue production dome. Others claim they have paid for dealership opportunities, glamping structures, consulting services, and business packages, and that never materialized as they expected. Their stories were different in the details. But they shared strikingly similar themes. Ambitious, I can't even say it. Ambitious promises, substantial upfront payments, mounting delays, and increased difficult communications. Well, we've just had a prime example here, ladies and gentlemen, of how hard it is to communicate with this individual. So in fairness to him, I'm going to ring him up and see whether he's actually calmed down a little bit, because I think it would be quite interesting to just see whether what's happening here, just with his mindset. Because if he's had a chance to, he reckons he's out of here now. Oh, dear. No, he doesn't want to talk to us now. And every single time I'm doing an investigation, I get the same thing every time. I get these people who gaslight people. They use God, they pray, and they just abuse religion to gaslight people into things. Now, this guy obviously doesn't want to talk to us, but I just want to make sure that we have left it available. So this is going to blow your brains. Over the following weeks, I began piecing the puzzle together. I interviewed investors, examined the contracts, reviewed the wire transfers, analysed archive website dating back to the decade, compared marketing materials, studied promotional videos, obtained court records, and tracked an expanding network of companies linked to Devon Allan Towle. I also found something that made this investigation far more interesting than a simple contractual dispute. Unlike many of the outright scams I investigate, part of the business appears to be entirely genuine. Now, this is really interesting because when I checked out, I'm probably going to repeat myself here, but when I checked out the Triple G Resort, I noticed that their Google reviews are actually very high. They were actually 4.8, and they had, I think, 141. And this is the dome. So I can only imagine that there's somebody who actually runs this complex, who actually may be running it as a proper, genuine business and have good clientele along the way. And I don't want to, hurt that company that may be doing something right. I don't know who runs this complex. I don't know whether Devon runs it himself. I have no idea at all. But I was sitting here thinking, hold on a minute, we actually do have a real business and we do have good reviews from happy customers. And then I'm thinking, well, maybe this is more about the investment side of the business that's all gone pear-shaped. And I'm sorry, I'm not reading the chat room because I'm obviously a bit flustered after talking to him. It was hard work. I pity anyone that has to deal with him. I investigate parts of the business. I investigate parts of the business. They appear to be entirely genuine. I'm no good at reading. I'm just going to actually read this last part of the paragraph till I get my mojo back.
I investigate. Parts of this business appear to have been entirely genuine. Triple G's Resort, one of the properties associated with Global Glamping, has accumulated hundreds of largely positive guest reviews, suggesting that at least some aspects of the hospitality business were operating successfully. That distinction matters.
You know, and to be honest, when I investigate these things, I don't like going after witch hunts. And, you know, like you sit here and you think, okay, there's always two sides of the story. Even as Devon said, there's two sides of the story and the third is the truth. But this got to the level where after getting contract after contract from people, it just took a whole new level of bullshit. It was just too hard to believe. And when I saw that video that we saw just a few minutes ago of him basically telling everyone, you know, that, you know, all the excuses, and also the part where he gets really aggressive.
I mean, it's a fraud. When we have 15 locations, domes all over the country. We've hosted tens of thousands of guests. Like, no, how about y'all prove to me that you're legit?
Now, if somebody's going to talk to me in that tone and that voice and that aggression, when I've invested with them, I would just back out. I would get my lawyers involved. And I would say he's broken the contract terms and I want a full refund and damages for time spent, because it's bullshit. In today's world, we don't need that sort of carry on going on. And if that man claims that he's part of God's anointed, and that's the way some Christian man's going to talk to people, that's not. And it's hard work. Now, I don't have a religious affiliation. I was brought up a Jehovah's Witness in a religious cult, and I don't have a chip on my shoulder, but I don't like people using religion to manipulate people, and it destroys faith. And all these opportunities I see are all about trust. You spend all your time building up trust, and people trust you, they believe you, and then they invest with you. And then all these opportunities often destroy relationships. And people, you know, it's horrible watching it happen. So I'm just going to read the next couple of paragraphs until I get the flow going.
This investigation is not about claiming that every guest had a bad experience or that every part of Global Glamping was fictitious. In fact, the evidence suggests many people genuinely enjoyed their stay at Triple G's Resort. Instead, the questions center on a different side of the business: the sale of glamping structures, revenue share investments, dealership opportunities, and development packages worth tens of thousands of dollars. Those are the transactions now sitting behind multiple lawsuits, investor complaints, and allegations that promised projects, structures, or income were never delivered.
Right. They never delivered, and we'll read this paragraph as well.
Before publishing this investigation, I have provided Devon Allan Towle with a detailed right of reply, giving him the opportunity to respond to the evidence, answer the questions raised by investors, and explain his side of the story. If he responds, his answers will be included fairly and accurately. Until then, what follows is a reconstruction of the evidence currently available, a story that begins with a dream of building luxury glamping resorts, but ultimately leads somewhere far more complicated.
So this is how have you ever heard of the expression talking to deaf ears? So this is the response I've got just now. I answered, look, you guys go ahead. No reason for me to try to defend myself if all these people already have their minds made up. They want to misunderstand me. And strange. You guys have fun. This is an investment, not a holiday camp. I got what I needed. Okay, that sounds like a threat. You have me 3 days to respond to something that took you weeks or months to put together. Well, it didn't actually. I left the research to a lot of other people, And also I've gone through the court documents and the filings, and I've put it all together in the blog that we're about to go through. It's a thorough investigation, and a lot of the research is months old. But hey, I've only been doing this for 10 days. How long do I need to expose this individual and what he's been doing? And now I'm called a hypocrite. So we've got to the stage where we're now name calling an investigative journalist. You can't make this shit up, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, so building the brand. So what was he trying to do, and what did he potentially actually do and then become a wayward child is what I'd be asking. To understand why so many people trusted Global Camping, you first have to understand what this was. This wasn't a company that appeared overnight. By the time investors like Roman and I'm sorry, I'm going to mispronounce your name. Claudia, Carrie, got it right, and Penny encountered the business, they weren't looking at a freshly registered website with no history. They were looking at what appeared to be an established outdoor hospitality company backed by years of branding, multiple business, and a founder who presented himself as an experienced entrepreneur. So, like, to be honest, when I first looked at this, I'm thinking, oh, what am I going up against here? And to be honest, I have to be honest, but when I first looked at his video, this resort here looks like the only one that's really got properly established. And but if you go to Global Glamping, where have I got the link? Here we go. So this is what we see as an investment portfolio. And then this is the video that you see, right?
Hi guys, I'm Devon Allan Towle, founder and CEO of Global Glamping, and I am here at our Stevensville location that was featured in Forbes for winning Best Hip Camp in all of Montana. Now, I started out as an architect for Palm Harbor Homes in San Antonio, Texas, and now with all of our industry experience, we've been able to successfully help and launch glamping businesses literally all around the globe. So what we're gonna go over in our call is some of those best practices where we can help you in multiple different verticals of our business, from the financing to the construction to the site map layouts, the engineering, and everything in between, so we can help you accelerate and incubate your global glamping business startup. So on the call, we're gonna go over some best practices, how we were able to take raw land and successfully expand from one unit to now multiple units. We have 4 yurts, 3 domes, and we were able to even expand into another location in Glacier National Park that has 15 domes, 11 cabins, 4 tree houses, bar, restaurant, and we're gonna be able to help you guys do the exact same thing. We look forward to seeing you on the call. God bless.
Right. So that's the pitch that a lot of people actually invested in. And to be fair, it actually sounds quite exciting. And you've got, I've noticed through my research that a lot of the same imagery is used over and over again. It does look like some of it could be concept. We've got these testimonials. I haven't validated whether these are real. There's no way of actually seeing where these were posted either, in fairness to myself. And you've got all these different packages that you can buy and invest. And we've obviously got his face throughout the whole lot of it. And we've gone through every part of the website, and we've put it into this investigation. So all the claims that he made and all the offerings that he made, if you didn't know any better, this actually looks like quite a fun project to be part of. And this website certainly goes through that. So that's what the opportunity was. So I began tracing that history. I discovered a trail of business stretching back 7 years using archive websites preserved by the Wayback Machine. So if you go to the Wayback Machine, you can basically go through and you can look at the beginning of a website and you can see where the dream began. It became clear that Devon Allan Towle had gradually expanded from digital marketing into construction, glamping, accommodation, hospitality, and eventually investment opportunities. Rather than isolated ventures, many of the businesses appeared connected through shared branding, contract details, telephone numbers, and marketing material. So one of the earliest businesses I located, so hopefully I can click on that and I'll open it up, where that marketing company, archive copies of the website dating back to 2017, and it shows Devon offering website, just checking a few things here, Devon offering website development, branding, search engine marketing, and reputation management, ironically, and lead generation services. Reading through those pages, one of the things became immediately obvious. He understood how to build trust online, and that's what we were talking about with everything that I investigate is about building trust online, and that's what all the scams and Ponzi schemes that I invest, all the investment portfolios, is all about building trust and belief. And often people tell you, a lot of people do things on a handshake, but the receipts are what we need. The contracts are brilliant. They actually state a lot of things that he should have done that he hasn't done. So in my opinion, he's in breach of all the contracts that he's published to people. And a simple solution would have been just to refund people, but he's probably spent the money, I believe. I don't know what he's done with the money. We always follow the money, but who knows? So just have a look at what he's done. So this is going back to his previous thing. So this was actually, this screenshot that we're looking at, I think was 2017. And this is when free reputation reporting and strategy session valued at, often when I go back and I look at these websites and these things where the humble beginnings come from, it's quite interesting. Okay, so let's just read this part.
The website explained how effective landing pages increased conversion rates, why credibility mattered, and how carefully designed sales funnels could turn visitors into customers. Looking back through later Global Glamping material, many of those same marketing principles are unmistakable.
Yeah, so he's used his own expertise. We have heard from a source that he outsources all his website development. And if I was to be a critic, a lot of these websites are built on things like Squarespace, which is always a bit of a concern. And I don't know about this website here, but there's nothing wrong with WordPress. I use it myself. But sometimes a lot of these websites are built on Squarespace, and you can tell that by going to the admin/admin, and often you get the login page. So I don't know who hosts this website or the Global Camping one, but it's not really relevant. In fact, I'm always curious just to see, but when I see a lot of small little websites, yeah, so it's not WordPress, so it's another frame. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so the next stage appears to have been 406 Structures, a Montana business promoting custom sheds, cabins, and profitable buildings. From there became Wellness Camping, Glow Domes, and Triple G Resort. And then this one here, which is, I don't know. Elevate, and eventually Global Camping itself. Each business built upon the previous one, gradually expanding from selling products and accommodation to offering consulting, financing, dealership opportunities, and massive investment programs. All right, by the time Global Glamping emerged as the flagship brand, visitors were presented with a polished professional business proposing to help landowners, entrepreneurs, and investors build profitable glamping businesses. The website describes Global Glamping as a full-stack concept glamping site company, offering everything from site planning, and permitting through a financial. I'm tongue twisted through a financial projections. I see. So basically,
through to financial projections, luxury structures, marketing support, and ongoing business coaching.
Yeah, so I can't bring up all the correspondence we've got. We have got a paper trail that you wouldn't believe. I did receive over 300 screenshots from one of the investors, and I also received multiple Zoom invitations where they'd actually lay out how much profit you were going to make. And it looks pretty normal. The packages, what they were claiming they were going to do, it just never got off the ground. And now he's claiming the reason, obviously, is what they call it, tornadoes and hurricanes and the likes, So I'll just get rid of that. So it's quite cool. And I will actually start putting a few members' messages on the screen so people can see that there are people in the chat room. You can see the chat box behind me. These are investors and people who follow my YouTube channel. What have we got? So he may have a lot of things, but Druggle has never been one of them. I don't know. I can't read that word. Sorry. I'm not good at reading today or yesterday. Let's have a listen.
He may be a lot of things, but a druggie was never one of them. We were never together, by the way, and I'm not an ugly beast.
Yeah, so it's interesting. So I'm not, I don't do drugs at all, and I don't even do marijuana. So I have heard that that people, that he does smoke marijuana and also believe in God. I don't do drugs at all, so I just can't comprehend. And I'm not religious at all, but it's just like, it's a really unusual one that people seem to sort of think it's okay to do marijuana because it might be legal. I don't know. But if anyone's, I don't, I'm not going to accuse anyone of doing drugs, but in my opinion, smoking's a drug. If you have to, anything that you're addicted to, alcohol can be a drug if you can't control yourself. Doesn't mean it's illegal. But anyway, I don't know why I'm going down that track, but I'm just reading some messages in the chat room. Welcome to keep the chat as factual as possible. Would be good to help us in this situation. For those wanting to operate their own resort, the message was straightforward. Global Glamping claimed it could guide clients from raw land through to the fully functional luxury accommodation business. Visitors were encouraged to purchase glamping structures, financial packages, and consulting services, with the company presenting itself as one-stop solution capable of accelerating the entire development process. So I've looked at the contracts, I've looked at the videos, and there's a lot of work gone into it. Delivery seems to be the problem here. The excuses seem to be gaslighting people into the corner who may be intimidated to actually fight up for themselves. But in this investigation, I'm amazed how many people come forward and actually said that we're fine to use their names. And there's some breathtaking examples of investors that are yet to come in this investigation that I'm going to show you. For investors who didn't want to own or manage land themselves, Global Glamping provided something entirely different. A short-term rental, a revenue share model, invited people to purchase glamping structures located on one of the company's own developments. According to the website, Global Glamping would handle the bookings, maintenance, day-to-day operations, while investors received 42.5% of the revenue generated by their units. Now, that is actually a very good return, and I can see why it entices a lot of people. And that's often why these are too good to be true opportunities actually are something to scrutinize a lot more. The concept was marketed as a passive investment where, in the company's own words, we handle the operations, you collect the cash flow. That's pretty much out there, isn't it? Let's go. Assumed he was talking about Jenny. I'm going to bring up some of those messages on the screen so people can see them clearly. The company had worked hard. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'm actually just going to do something that I want to do. I can star things. So I'm going to actually star all of his comments, right? And then we're going to actually have a wee look at it. And I know this is, you can read in the after chat, but what I'm getting at is this guy come in here and just tried, yelling at me. And I think I gave him enough opportunity, and he was just going around and around in circles. But when you look at all the stars, these are the comments that I received. And for my own peace of mind, I actually want to look at the way he's talking, and it absolutely infuriates me. And I don't have to be a passive potato, but when people who are in management or are the CEO of a company and they come in here and they talk to people like they're shit, I just think that this reeks everything. It just shows you. So the comments that we had, and I have not had a chance to read them because I can't multitask as well as I'd like to think I can. But we're going to have all the comments that he posted. And remember, he's now ran away and called me names. He's now insulting me and calling me names. I mean, if you are thinking about getting in business with this guy in the future, please make sure you watch this video. Now, let's just say he's been wronged, but the way he's thrown his toys out of the cot are absolutely breathtaking. And I'm just going through, you'll see what I'm doing. So far, I've got 41 messages, 42 messages from him, 43 messages from him, and there's so many. And he's just yelling at people, using all caps. I mean, what type of animal is this guy? I mean, I'm I'm absolutely. We've had confrontations. I mean, I've been, I remember finding one of my scammers in a what do you call it, in a limousine, and I stormed a Zoom meeting that he was in, and he got charged by America for running a $1.9 billion scam, and he was still curling his toes when I come into a Zoom meeting, Sam Lee. So, but he never retaliated this way. Christopher Delgado, he's a guy that's getting 50 years in prison. If you search for his name and search for Goliath Ventures, the federal government charged him in connection to a $328 million Ponzi scheme just recently. And he's now pleaded guilty and got a plea deal, but they reckon it's a $400 million Ponzi scheme. We blew that one out of the water. We exposed that individual. He's now facing 50 years in prison. And even he has never abused me, even though he's going to spend 50 years of his life in prison. So that's all the messages we got. So, no, we've got them still coming here. So I'm just going through. We've got 78 messages from Devon. We're still going. 60 messages in the chat room from this guy. And I absolutely have never seen anything like this. And if, talk about being... I don't even know how to explain it, but this is to me, I take this as aggression. Now, this guy is claiming that he's biblical, and he's right. So that's all those messages. So we actually got 68 messages from him, and it's just amazing. I wish I could. I can't in this program I'm using. I can't actually select all these because I'd love to actually put them all into AI, and actually sort of try to figure out what he actually said. And, this is amazing. So what I'm actually going to do, I'm actually going to do that. And this will be a bit strange. But I'm going to do it in real time because I'm absolutely blown away with the way this person has talked to people in the chat room for a start. And these are investors that he claims that he can resolve issues with. So let's do this. And let's put it into AI and use AI and to break down what he's actually said. So I'm just going to do that. There is a cunning way of doing it. We will find it. So 1 minute, please, caller. I think this type of, this is where I love using AI to actually help, break down what he's actually saying. Because this is not normal. This is not normal behavior, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, why did we get, so we're getting all, yes, why did we, there we go. We get all these messages and then we will chuck it all into AI and we'll have a look and see where he's gone wrong. He might just be a wayward sheep. He might be having a bad day in the office. Who knows? But certainly not going to be on my watch anyway. I've got pretty thick skin, but I tell you what, I don't like talking to people like that. And yes, God sent you to me. I mean, really, this is brilliant. So this is in my world, this is great content. Literally 4 days. There we go. So now we've got it down to the end. So we have got a staggering 80 something messages, which I'll bring back into the thing. And I've starred all the ones. So hopefully he comes back because now we're going to chuck all those into AI. And we're going to, so put it into comparison. We've had 86 messages from Devon and we've had 320 messages, from him alone. So it's pretty crazy. So give me a second because I'm going to do this in real time and then we'll get back to the blog. We'll timestamp this as we go. But let's just say, let's give this guy every opportunity. Opportunity, is that a word? Let's just go here. So I think we're going to, I don't want to incriminate anybody. So what we're going to do now, we are going to Global Glamping. Right, we are running the live stream. Devon has come in. So Devon has come into the chat room. There is currently 328 messages. He has posted 86 messages in the chat room. I would like a summary of those messages and potentially how should I respond I don't know. No, I don't need to do that. I would like a summary of those messages. All right, so we're going to say we've got 300, and now I'm going to chuck them all in here. Now, you watch. This would be quite funny, actually. I'm just doing this for shits and giggles, to be honest. I don't. I just want to actually see if we can actually. I'll be honest, guys. If I ever studied anything, it would be psychology, and I'd like to know at what point does somebody actually stuff up and get to the point where they talk to people like they're pieces of shit. All right, so this is what we've done. So you can see I've grabbed all these messages and I've explained to AI, and now we're just going to read what we can get out of these messages. I probably won't read the whole lot, but I'm going to get AI to do it because it's got a much nicer voice than me. So let's have a go.
Based on the screenshots you've shared, 86 messages by Global Glamping, here is a neutral summary of the main themes Devon repeatedly raised during the livestream chat. Summary of Devon Towle's chat messages. 1. He claims he was not given enough time to respond. So this was by far his most repeated point. He repeatedly stated that he was only given 3 days to respond. That wasn't enough time to gather documents. He had already told you he needed until the following Friday. Your investigation took weeks or months while he was expected to answer immediately. Examples include, 3 days is not enough time. You gave me 3 days. You expect me to put this all together in 3 days. It took you weeks or months to put this together. 2. He says this is a smear campaign. He repeatedly accused you of attacking him unfairly. Examples, you are doing a smear campaign. With no opportunity to reply, this is slander. Show the rest of our conversation.
I did.
He repeatedly asked for WhatsApp conversations, recordings, the complete conversations to be made public rather than selected extracts. 3. He says the business has genuine problems, not fraud.
Oh.
A major theme throughout. He repeatedly attributed delays to zoning, permitting, weather, hailstorms, force majeure, business delays, real estate development issues. Examples. Real-life business problems happen. We have faced legitimate business issues. War, rumours of wars, weather, zoning and permitting. We had a hailstorm take out all the domes. 4. He claims assets exist. He repeatedly argued investors are not investing into something fictitious. Claims included, there are multiple properties, structures exist, several locations exist.
Prove it.
Investors own real structures. Assets are tied up rather than missing. Examples, there are 5 on one property and 2 on another. We have several locations. People are saying our locations don't even exist. It's tied up in assets. It's not lost.
Okay.
Now 5,
Show us the bank
rejects
balance.
the Ponzi allegations. He repeatedly questioned the accusation. Examples, how is it a Ponzi scheme when you own the structure directly? 6,
There's no structure.
He blames early complaints for creating problems, one of his strongest recurring themes. He repeatedly alleged that Carrie submitted a wire fraud complaint immediately after paying. Federal complaints caused banking problems. His wire account was closed because of those complaints.
Okay.
Examples. You made 2 federal complaints the day after you sent the wire. You got my wire account closed. You called the bank and made a wire fraud claim. He says he has refunded money. He referred several times to repaying investors. Examples, Meg, I have paid you back over 30K. 8, he says he has recordings. He repeatedly stated he possesses phone recordings, meetings, conversations. Examples, I have all the calls and meetings recorded. Play the audio recording I sent. Show the WhatsApp conversation. 9, he argues investors breached agreements. He claimed that some investors breached contracts. Complaints were made before the project could proceed. Example, you are the one that breached the contract. 10, he says he is trying to save the business. He repeatedly portrayed himself as working for investors. Examples, I am fighting for all you guys. I'm trying to keep this alive. This gives me an opportunity to tell my story.
Oh my God.
He repeatedly invoked religion. Religion appeared throughout the discussion. Examples, God uses all things for his glory. We are going to pray. I forgive you. I am a true non-denominational Christian. 7 years sober.
Oh my God.
12, he says he wants to tell his side log. He repeatedly expressed that he wanted his version heard. Examples, guys, if you want to talk, I'm here. This gives me an opportunity to tell my story.
All right. Don't yell at me
13.
then.
He referenced positive reviews. He defended the company's reputation by pointing to online ratings. Examples: thousands of Facebook
Their
reviews,
B&B account got
4.8
hacked.
on Google. 14. He denied abandoning the project. He insisted projects are delayed rather than abandoned. Partnerships are 5-year agreements. The money is tied up in development. Overall impression.
Here we
Across
go.
the 86 messages, Devon's comments were remarkably consistent and focused on a handful of themes rather than introducing substantial new evidence. The main points he returned to were: he says he wasn't given enough time to respond. He denies the allegations amount to fraud or a Ponzi scheme. He attributes delays to legitimate business and construction issues. He says assets and properties exist. He blames early investor complaints for disrupting banking relationships. He claims to have recordings and additional conversations that support his position. He says he is acting in investors' interests and trying to keep the business operating.
Well, let's hope,
He
eh?
frequently invoked his Christian faith and forgiveness. Overall, the messages read less like responses to specific allegations and more like repeated attempts to reinforce these central themes while encouraging viewers to hear his side of the story.
Wow, that was a pretty good summary of 87 messages of yelling at everyone in the chat room. Now, I've just recorded those, and I've also sent this recording to Devon, but we'd still love to hear from you, mate. So interesting. All right, so that was quite amazing. So just a wee bit of a breakdown of what happened a few minutes ago when he come into the chat room. Do bear in mind, I have offering him a chance to talk to us for quite a long time now. 7 days. Since the 13th of July. It is now the 20th of July, and it was all in writing, email, the whole 9 yards, but nothing's happened. So this company worked hard to reinforce its credibility. Throughout the website were references to Forbes, Hip Camp, and Business Elite Awards, financing partnerships, dealer programs, and claims that more than 48 glamping structures have been launched across Montana. Now, I did see some pictures there, and also I don't know if you realize when you search for Global Glamping being Airbnb, for some reason their accounts have been hacked and all their listings have been gone. But I did hear that they had some bad reviews on Airbnb. So I can only imagine that maybe the accounts got hacked, may have been quite convenient for those reviews to also disappear. I don't know. But anyway, that's what we found. So if you search for Global Glamping, you'll actually see. Now I'm just going to see if I can find that that quote there. So which it is relevant because this is what I found on Triple G's Resorts Facebook page. Our Airbnb account was hacked and deactivated. Now, I don't know why that would happen. Please call Devon. So this, I don't know if this is Devon's manager's this reward. Maybe I should read the chat room and find out whether Devon actually runs Triple G Resort, because this looks like a post that could have come from him. So we appreciate Devon being so easy to contact about this. Well, he's a bit of a hard guy to get responses from, but it's good that you found it. I got my cabin for the days I had booked. Oh, well, that's lucky. I did leave you a message. We'll try again later on. So that's what we got. So we don't know exactly, but I think it's quite funny. So anyway, let's carry on. Well, if you can see any sense of humor in this, you got to laugh sometimes, don't you? So 48 glamping structures have been launched across Montana, Utah, I can't read that one, never can. Michigan, and New York. Visitors were told that the founder, Devon, had transformed a single piece of raw Montana land into a thriving glamping business, generating $10,000 in revenue before a single structure was built, before later producing $40,000 in bookings from a single girt with 93% occupancy. Now that's pretty cool. Now I presume these 7% there would probably be because of earthquakes, famines, and pestilences, like they talk about in Matthew 21:3 and 4. Is it the signs of the last days? I don't know. Wonder why the 7% weren't occupied. Who knows? Well, dare we ask and find out the questions to that? So here we go. We've got a message on the chat room here saying that nothing was hacked. Let's. I'll just bring that up so we can read it. Let's see what nothing got hacked. So that's the question.
Nothing got hacked. If he's this developer and businessman and outstanding marketing agent, then he would know better than to have a firewall or security measures in all business endeavors.
Yeah, now that's true. Now I have password over. I use a Mac. Looking at the pictures that we have just received from him, I'm just going to have a look and see what type of computer he's got. He is also using a Mac. So that's interesting. So he's using a Mac and I'm using a Mac. So let's go back to here. So if you, let's go WhatsApp. So this Mac here has a built-in firewall and it's a password tool thing called passwords. And the only way Airbnb will get hacked is by you having a weak password. So when you've got your Mac out next time, I would thoroughly recommend that you use that tool, because that will save you from getting hacked. Just if you want some future, I've got 700 or 800 passwords. I do web hosting myself. I even used to have my own server at one stage. So I'm not absolutely useless when it comes to security. I'm pretty much up there. And obviously in my line of work, I'm always been attacked. In fact, my website that you're looking at with this blog is protected by Google Project Shield, which is a service that Google have for journalists who get denial server attacks. So I'm not against getting attacked, and I do protect myself pretty cool. So if you want some help there, do reach out to me. Those claims, outstanding alone, proving successful. Okay, none of those claims standing alone prove wrongdoing. Okay, successful businesses frequently highlight achievements, customer success stories, and grow statistics. In fact, one of the reasons this investigation immediately stood out to me was because Global Glamping appeared to be attached to a genuine business operating in a real industry. Unlike many cryptocurrency schemes I've investigated over the years, there were physical locations, accommodations, structures, and customers who had genuinely stayed at some of the company's profiles. So, and as he mentioned, even in his yelling response, I've already found that they did have 4.8 reviews on Google, which is absolutely amazing. So that was really interesting. As I continued researching that history, however, I also uncovered evidence showing that the questions about the predated the recent investor complaints amongst with the historical records. On the 30th of March 2021, the County Environmental Health Department, following an inspection of one of Devon Towle's Montana properties, according to the department, officials observed rental tents being advertised through Airbnb and HipCamp were raising concerns about health approvals and water permits. The letter directed the accommodation operator to cease until the required approval had been attained, warned that enforcement action could follow if the issues were not addressed. The matter appeared to have remained active for several years. Minutes in the August the 9th, 2023, a health board recorded the agenda item titled Yurts Update. And then, so they were basically going through, it was an ongoing complaint that they were ordered to cease and desist. And, is that gone already? Where's that gone? I thought I actually linked that through, so maybe I haven't linked that through. There it is. Is that a purchase agreement? Oh, look, I haven't actually linked it through to the right document. My bad. Maybe it was that one there. Oh, and I did. So there it is there. So that's the one that we should have linked that through to. And I'm actually going to fix that if I can. Let's see if we can actually fix that. Edit the post. Now, what have I done wrong here? So this environmental... Oh, no, that's right. Yeah, so I have got it right. Silly me. As I continue researching, basically there's a letter on the 30th of March that started way back in 2021. It was from this organisation here, which you can go click on and find out who they are. Following the inspection, Devon Towle, Montana Properties, according to the department official, were observed. So we went to Airbnb, and as I said, Airbnb and the glamping has all disappeared. They have been hacked. So I'm just wondering if I can actually do that. Airbnb Global... Oh, there it is there. So as you can see here, they're still coming up in the search results, but when you click on them, unfortunately, they have all been hacked. Oops, and oops. So I don't know what's happened there. But when you do go to HipCamp, you can actually go through here. Oh, thank you very much. Bit of food, that will help us out. So you can see that they're still listed on here. And this looks like a real resort and the like. What I did like about this site here is I could click through here and have a look through at some of the photos, and you can see to me, it looks like a camping ground. These are lovely photos. It looks like a place that would be a bit different, a bit quirky, something nice to go and stay. And I was actually quite amazed. I actually did a bit of research on these as well and where the tents come from. And I noticed there's a lot of companies in China actually offering to make them. So I don't know. And these are the structures, the wooden structures, which are a bit different. And it seems like that's the base. I do believe there was a couple of those Trans Am cars out there at one stage, and they've got these unusual domes. So you get the idea. I mean, this looks like a pretty well-ran business. As I said, that looks pretty amazing. I thought that was a swimming pool in there. But at the end of the day, guys, I think this to me looks like log cabins, game of chess. I don't know whether that's real. It looks too good to be true, but it is real, isn't it? It's pretty impressive, isn't it? Just looks too good to be true, that one. But yeah, that's real. That's pretty amazing. Not bad. So a lot of thought that's gone into it. So maybe it's a business that's gone wayward in a real bad way. I don't know. But when I looked through all these photos, it gave me sort of a peace of mind that it is a real established business. Anyway, even though it's now gone off Airbnb. Why raising concerns about health approvals, water, blah, blah, blah. The letter directed that accommodation operators cease, blah, blah, blah. We got that. And then they had, we got more minutes, and we've got all this evidence here, but basically it's going on about what happened. And just for my own sake, let's get it read just to hear while I can have a mouthful of food.
Devon Towle attended that meeting by Zoom, alongside attorney Joan Mell and Jenny Lee. No formal action was taken, but the minutes record that Joan Mell and Devon Towle were to meet with Ravalli County Environmental Health. I have not located records confirming the final outcome or whether the permitting concerns were ultimately resolved, so I make no allegation beyond what the public documents establish. Nevertheless, the records show that regulatory and permitting questions involving the earth remained before county officials from at least 2021 into 2024, well before the investor complaints and civil litigation that later emerged. Standing alone, that letter does not establish that Devon Towle ignored the notice or that any enforcement action ultimately followed. I have not located records confirming the final outcome, and it is entirely possible the issues were resolved. Nevertheless, it forms part of the historical timeline and demonstrates that regulatory questions were being raised several years before the investor complaints and civil litigation that would later emerge.
Right. So in the last paragraph,
that historical context proved invaluable. It showed that global glamping wasn't an isolated idea that appeared overnight. It was the culmination of years spent building brands, websites and businesses around outdoor hospitality. It also explained why so many people felt comfortable placing substantial sums of money into the company. By the time they encountered global glamping, they believed they were dealing with an established and growing enterprise. The question my investigation sought to answer was whether the business consistently delivered what its marketing promised.
And that's why we're here today, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, as I've said, you know, when you look at a business and somebody says to me, look, I've invested in a glamping business, and you check out their website. I mean, I used to, and this is quite right up my alley, people don't realise, I used to run one of the biggest independent tourism websites in New Zealand. It was called New Zealand's Information Network. I ran it since 1998, I think, when I had my first rental car operator and accommodation provider. So this is actually right up my alley, and I did that for 10 years. And we used to get 25,000 individual views to our website every day at one point, not all the time. And you know, it generated me, you know, over $100,000 a year in income just running the website. So I'm all over the concept of, you know, making money from tourism. And also I'm from New Zealand, for God's sake. So it's like we just love travel and tourism. And I've been to over 30 countries. I've forgotten how many countries I've been to now. So what I'm getting at is I'm not against people getting out there and enjoying the outdoors, and I love entrepreneurial people. So I can kind of, when I first looked at this story, I thought, is this an investigation I want to take on board?
New donation from Enjoy Prison Workouts Devon Allan Towle.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you for donating, mate. Appreciate it. That's really cool because that's how we work, isn't it? We do it for clicks. That's what you're going to say next. You're so predictable. But thank you for donating. Appreciate it. I'm curious now to see what type of donation we got. Maybe I can help the victims with it. Let's have a look and see what we've got. Always curious. Let's see what we've got. That's funny. Oh, anonymous. Oh, no, I don't know who gave that donation. It's anonymous. Oh, well, that's okay. Oh, no, it's not. Hold up 1 minute, please. I'm always curious to have a wee look at that one, though. Let's see if we got it. So we are funded by donations. Anonymous. Oh, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you. There's a couple of nice donations in there. Boy, some people are generous. Thank you very much. It's really, really nice. Anyway, let's go. The first complaint that landed in my inbox. The first time I thought I had a phone call. Somebody booked some time with me, and they said, "I think I've got something that may interest you." I'm always skeptical, and I think I have literally spent hours on this. And then I listen to the victims, and I look at their paperwork. You know, one of them had 300 screenshots, and I'm thinking, "Oh my goodness, you've spent months on this. How can I not spend a few hours of my time investigating something, especially when I have so many people that are willing to give me the information, potentially have their name out there in the public arena, provide me everything I ever asked, PDFs, contracts, screenshots, conversations, emails, text messages, you know, it just goes on and on." The first complaint that landed in my inbox, like many of my investigations, this one didn't begin with a court document or a government warning. It started with an email from someone who had been quietly following my work for 7 months. And I'll tell you, this one is absolutely amazing. This $400 million scam that we took down, the same individual had unfortunately invested in that and also invested in these glamping investments. And I'm thinking, wow, who would think we're going from, Christopher Delgado and his liquidity pool trading to a glamping investment, and we had a connection. They had watched me expose cryptocurrency Ponzi scheme, fake investment platforms, and multi-level marketing frauds, and believed the same investment approach might help uncover what they alleged had happened to them through global glamping. The first message was brief, but it immediately caught my attention. "Hi, Danny. That's the website above. The company is called Global Glamping. The CEO is Devon Allan Towle, a scammer using the faith angle." And that really gets me because I was brought up in a religious cult. And when they say they use religion to manipulate, it gets me. So it got my attention. I called the Montana Attorney General office, and they know all about him and are investigating. Looks like another Ponzi scheme. Looks like. Didn't say it was. Recently saw post on Reddit, so people are starting to complain. My husband wired the money for a dome in, what's that word?
Stevensville,
MT. It was never built. Another scammer. Unbelievable. So this is what I'm saying. These people are actually receiving dividends from their investments like they were if they were finished, and they're not. So that got my attention, and then I realized who I was talking to, and I thought, oh my goodness. At that stage, I treated the email exactly as I treat every allegation that arrives in my inbox, with caution. People can misunderstand contracts, businesses can experience genuine delays, and that's what we've heard from Devon. That's what he's claiming. And emotions often run high when large sums of money are involved. One person's account is never enough to reach a conclusion. My job isn't to amplify accusations. It's to test them against the evidence. Then almost immediately, Roman and Claudia, contacted me independently. So that was like really weird. And then I realized there was a weak connection because there's a few people screaming for help. The couple explained they had invested $98,000 into Global Glamping, the STR revenue share program. Unlike someone purchasing a dome for their own property, they believe they were investing in a revenue product glamping unit that would be built, managed, and operated by Global Glamping on their behalf. According to their account, they were told the luxury I'm never going to get that right, we're going to call them domes, have already been constructed and was generating rental income. For several months, payments were deposited into their bank account, apparently reinforcing the belief that everything was operating exactly as promised. It was only later, they say, that they discovered the dome had never been constructed. If that allegation is correct, it raises the obvious questions. What were those monthly payments actually based on? So where did they get the revenue share if the product wasn't finished? This is unheard of. This has really got my attention. Their story didn't end there. Roman explained that they had spent approximately $15,000 pursuing legal advice, only to be warned they could end up throwing good money after bad. They had already contacted the Montana State, what do they call it? I never get those names right. Auditor, submitted information to the FBI and began communicating with several other investors who described remarkably similar experiences. More importantly, for my investigation, they were willing to share contracts, payment records, emails, and introduced me to other investors prepared to do the same. Now, when I do these investigations, I never get anyone willing to do that. So let's just have a quick glance at one of the contracts. These are all signed with DigiSigned, and this isn't actually theirs. This is another lady's contract, but this is the sort of contracts that you would expect to
donation
see.
from Hurricanes, Floods, Flu Excuses, Devon Allan Towle.
Oh, thank you very much for the support. It's really cool. At the moment, I'm trying to save enough money so I can go to America to hear Christopher Delgado get sentenced on the 8th of October. So all that money that you're donating is going towards me going to America. So here's looks like a menu or a smorgasbord of what they get or what he was offering to do. And you can go through this contract and you can actually read it for yourself. But to me, it looks pretty flash. It looks pretty legit. The deposit amounts, we've got full transparency here. Often we do these investigations and we have nothing to go on, no court filings, no nothing. But we have everything here you can think of, and also, I did domes. I wonder if I can actually find domes. Hold it, glamping domes for sale. So what I did is, I don't know if I can find them. Yeah, Alibaba. So this is what I did last night. I'm not saying that these are all from China, but this does look very familiar. And there's all these different, different ones. I don't know if you can see all those, but we did last night. I had a quick look and found all these domes that are available, and they look very much designed similar. So when I saw these sort of domes, I'm sort of wondering, at first glance, I'll be honest, I weren't sure whether the domes were actually completed or whether he was selling something as a concept from these images, because when you looked at these pictures here, I don't know if these pictures are meant to represent the domes that he's going to create in the future, or these are existing businesses already. But when you go and do a quick search, on the internet, you can actually see what I'm trying to say here. I think you know what I'm trying to say, that there's a lot of these pictures on Alibaba of different domes available. I mean, they look quite neat, actually. I'll tell you now, if you had a bit of space in your backyard, they would look very similar. But anyway, I didn't see anything about these images versus the Alibaba images, just saying. These look very similar. but I don't know where these images come from. But anyway, this is his contract. I do notice that some of them have bathrooms inside of them, the flooring and the like. But yeah, it looked like a smorgasbord. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. There's a whole contract that you can go through. And I think we've got in total about 6 or 7 different contracts, which are signed agreements. So we haven't got them all on the blog, but we've got enough to obviously show,
New donation
everything.
from Devon Allan Towle victims file IC3 reports.
Oh, that's a good one. So we want to file these reports. This is actually quite good. I like the messaging system you're using here. It's costing you $5 every time you do it, but I really do appreciate it. But keep it coming. So I'm just going to put that on the screen. So what is an IC3 report? Is that something you would do with the FBI or the like? That is brilliant. So until that point, I had 2 allegations sitting in my inbox. Now I had the original documentation, multiple witnesses, and a growing body of evidence that could be independently examined rather than rushing to publish. So I thought I'd take my time. I began requesting contracts, back records, wire transfer confirmations, text messages, promotional material, and archive web pages. My objective wasn't to prove anyone right or wrong. It was to determine whether the documented evidence supported the stories that I was being told. So, as addition, investors came forward, including Carol Cobb, which he's already abused in the chat room.
Carrie Cobb.
Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. I'm just no good with names. And others. It became increasingly clear that this wasn't simply a dispute between dissatisfied customer and business. The investigation began to reveal recurring themes, similar representations, and common questions that would ultimately shape everything as it unfollows. So when I get asked to do these investigations, I normally do a lot of research, chuck something online as a bait, as a hook, to attract more investors. And so in that case, what I'm saying here, guys, if you have invested or had dealings with Devon Allan Towle, please reach out to me. You can do it anonymously via my website, dehek.com. So it's DEHEK, as in kite.com. And on the contact us page, there's an anonymous form. You can attach documents. You can be anonymous. I respect people's wanting to be anonymous. In this case, with my last big investigation, we had 2,000 investors who lost over $400 million. We only got 2 people, 3 people that wanted to speak on camera. Everyone else wanted to remain anonymous. In this case, I have about 10 contracts. Let's just round it up to 10 or down to 10. And nearly everyone said they would be brave enough to put their name out there because they had been wronged. That does not happen normally. So what I realized is that this didn't start in 2026. One of the advantages of investigating modern businesses is that very little ever truly disappears from the internet. Now, I'm an open source investigator, right? So I use everything I can online to find the evidence. Companies rebrand, websites redesign, domain names expire, social media pages are deleted, just like the B&B ones. But archive copies often remain, except for the Airbnb ones, because I tried to find those last night. Before I looked at a single lawsuit, I wanted to understand how global clamping has evolved over time. What that meant going back to the earliest digital footprint I could find. So using the Wayback Machine, we began tracing Devon Allan, I'm going to say Devon, online business history. What emerged wasn't a business that suddenly appeared. Am I gone back? Hold on a minute. Am I reading the same thing twice? No, we're just reiterating what we've already done. I hate it when it does that. Before I looked at a single lawsuit, let's carry on reading. So it didn't appear out of somewhere in 2024 and 2025. Instead, we revealed an entrepreneur who had spent years building different ventures, each appearing to build upon the last. So it's climbing through that. Some focus on digital marketing, others on custom structures, outdoor hospitality, wellness retreats, and eventually investment opportunities centered around luxury glamping developments. So I'm going to read a paragraph here, and I might just go away and get myself I'm actually going to read this whole section with digital because I'm going to go away and get a drink. I've read this before, but I want this to be read on the screen so you can understand that we can have a historical background. So here we go. So have a listen to this and I'll go get myself a drink. Won't be a second.
A story that didn't start in 2026. One of the advantages of investigating modern businesses is that very little ever truly disappears from the internet. Companies rebrand, websites are redesigned, domains expire and social media pages are deleted, but archived copies often remain. Before I looked at a single lawsuit, I wanted to understand how global glamping had evolved over time. That meant going back to the earliest digital footprints I could find. Using the Internet Archive's Wayback Machine, I began tracing Devon Allan Towle's online business history. What emerged wasn't a business that suddenly appeared out of nowhere in 2024 or 2025. Instead, it revealed an entrepreneur who had spent years building different ventures, each appearing to build upon the last. Some focused on digital marketing, others on custom structures, outdoor hospitality, wellness retreats, and eventually investment opportunities centered around luxury glamping developments. One of the earliest businesses I found was WDMC, where DAT Marketing Company. Archived versions of the website date back to 2017, with Devon identifying himself as the company's founder. WDMC promoted website design, branding, social media management, paid advertising, reputation management, and lead generation. Reading through those pages, it became obvious that Devon understood online marketing exceptionally well. The website wasn't simply selling services, it was teaching businesses how to build trust, generate leads, and increase conversion rates through carefully designed landing pages and sales funnels. Looking back, many of those same marketing techniques would later appear throughout the global glamping websites. As I continued working through historical records, I also uncovered an official document that predates every investor I have spoken to. Dated the 30th of March, 2021, the letter came from the Ravalli County Environmental Health Department following a complaint and subsequent inspection of one of Devon Towle's Montana properties. According to the department, officials observed rental tents being advertised through Airbnb and HipCamp, while raising concerns that the property was operating as public accommodation without the necessary health approvals, and that there was no permitted wastewater treatment system serving the site. The letter instructed that accommodation operations cease until the required licensing and approvals had been obtained, and advised that enforcement action could follow if the issues were not addressed. Standing alone, that letter does not establish that Devon Towle ignored the notice or that enforcement action ultimately followed. I have not located any subsequent records confirming how the matter was resolved, and it is entirely possible the issues were addressed shortly afterwards. Nevertheless, it forms part of the historical record and demonstrates that regulatory authorities were raising compliance questions several years before the investor complaints and civil litigation that would later emerge. It is another piece of the timeline that helps explain how this investigation developed. The next step in that evolution appears to have been 406 Structures, a Montana-based business promoting custom buildings, sheds and cabins. Archived pages describe professionally designed structures, quick delivery, high-quality construction, and free design consultations with 406 Structures CEO Devon. Although the business focused on physical buildings rather than glamping resorts, it represented another step towards what would eventually become Global Glamping's broader business model. Instead of simply marketing websites, the focus had shifted to marketing structures. From there, the trail continued through a growing collection of brands and domains, including Wellness Glamping, ELUV8, Triple G's Resort, Glow Domes, and several others connected directly or indirectly through shared contact details, branding, telephone numbers, email addresses, or overlapping marketing material. None of that is improper in itself. Many entrepreneurs operate multiple businesses. What interested me was how these companies appeared to complement one another. Rather than existing independently, they seemed to form part of a larger commercial ecosystem where accommodation, construction, consulting, marketing, financing, and investment opportunities all intersected. That historical context proved invaluable. It showed that global glamping wasn't an isolated idea that appeared overnight. It was the product of years of development, branding, and business experimentation. Understanding that evolution helped explain why many investors felt confident placing their trust in the company. By the time they encountered global glamping, they weren't looking at a brand that appeared brand new. They were looking at what seemed to be the latest chapter in an established and growing business story. The question I still needed to answer was whether the reality behind that story matched the image being presented to prospective clients.
Yeah, so thanks for letting me get a drink. It's always a bit, we get carried away over time, but I want to make sure we've got everything well documented here, and I don't want to lose any of the evidence. And thank you for the donations that are coming in. I've just fired up my iPad, and I sort of felt like we might have doubled up here with some of the information, but I don't seem like we have. But I think the thing, I just want you to, there's no point doing things by halves. And when people have lost, 25,000 to 100,000, well, I think 330,000, something or other I've seen from one investor, all this money goes to somebody. You can't sit here and think we don't want to, as I gathered this information, I tried to get as much information for as many people as I could to put together the first series about this individual that seems to think it's okay to take money and not deliver the products. Now, any business can have problems and delays, but if he's going to get in here and yell at me or yell at people and post 80 plus messages in a chat room where he's got his clients who are obviously vulnerable, or even try gaslighting me or manipulating me or over-talking me continuously, it's just ridiculous. So this is why these investigations need to be thorough, and we can only go by with the receipts. So the first court case changed everything. Up until this point, I had been piecing together investigations, putting together from interviews, contracts, archive websites. Those sources were invaluable, but they still represented individual experiences and marketing material. What I wanted next was something entirely different. Documents filed under oath in a court of law. Court records don't automatically prove that every allegation made by the parties, but they do establish timeline, identify people involved, and often reveal details that would never appear in a glossy sales presentation. So if you look at the history, read the receipts, it paints a picture. I didn't take long for one of my vendors to uncover the first major lawsuit and share the court filing with me. Thanks, Susie. Allowing the investigation to move in an entirely different direction. Buried within the federal court filing was a case that immediately caught my attention because it predated many of the investors who had recently contacted me. This wasn't a dispute rising in 2025 or 2026. This traced back to 2021, demonstrating that disagreements involving global glamping business model had surfaced years earlier. So we're going 5 years back. According to the complaint, entered into so these people here, TJ Binley, Jake Fifth, and Seal Clover, and I've just probably butchered their names. My apologies.
TJ Brindley, Jake Firth, and Sean Culver
entered into agreement with Global Glamping LLC and Devon Allan Towle after being presented with what was described as a turnkey investment opportunity. Rather than purchasing cryptocurrency or shares in a company, they were buying accommodation units that were to be placed on Global Glamping's property and professionally managed for short-term business. So if you click on that and you're in the blog, and I don't know if I've given you the blog, you can actually see the United States District Court. So here's the first court documents, and you can go through here and you can read the whole 13-page what they were promised and what the exhibits, the whole 9 yards, everything that you would need to see that this has actually been in the courtroom before, and I'm sure there's a story behind it, and I'm sure that you can talk your way around to whatever you want people to believe, Devon, but it's in the court system, and it happened. It's historical, and you can't deny it. After being presented with what was described as a turnkey investment opportunity, rather than purchasing crypto. Oh, I've read that already. I'm going to move to that stage before I get to go away from the screen because I've got no memory. The court documents described a marketing presentation that would sound familiar to anyone who has reviewed Global Glamping's later revenue share material. Investors were told that they could purchase fully managed accommodation units, receive monthly incomes, and rely on Global Glampings to operate the business on their behalf. The complaint further alleges that the units were represented as being owned by Global Glamping and ready to generate income once installed. Those allegations immediately stood out because they echoed many of the themes that I had already heard from recent investors. Different years, different products, different contracts, yet remarkably similar expectations. Investors believed that they were purchasing identical accommodation assets that would be identified. Oh, now I'm sorry, I'm just going to get that right.
Identifiable.
Well, accommodation assets that would be managed for them while generating ongoing rental income. It's important to be precise here. A complaint is not proof. The allegations contained within the court filing represent a one-sided account of what occurred. However, what happened after those allegations were filed is no longer simply a matter of completing versions of events. Completing? Oh boy, I'm going to have to read that. Sorry, guys.
Competing versions of events. As I continued reading through the docket, I discovered that the litigation eventually resulted in a settlement agreement, followed by a federal default judgment when the agreed payments were allegedly not completed. That judgment forms one of the most significant pieces of documentary evidence uncovered during this investigation because it demonstrates that disputes over Global Glamping's investment model were not isolated complaints posted online. They had already progressed through the United States federal court system years before many of the current investors became involved.
Right, so they had a federal court decision. Absolutely awesome. So thank you very much to my Avenger who found that document, and you can see that they won, basically. So let's have a listen to the last paragraph.
At that moment, the investigation changed direction. I was no longer asking whether recent investors had experienced similar problems. I was now asking a much larger question: if comparable allegations had already resulted in federal litigation years earlier, what, if anything, had changed before new investors continued entering revenue share agreements, dealer programs, and structure purchases? That question would become one of the central themes running throughout the rest of this investigation.
Yeah, well, let's hope that we get him doing the right thing. I mean, he'll be on his knees praying at the moment, hoping that God has sent me to help him. He obviously doesn't want to talk on here anymore, even though he's come in here and yelled at everyone in capital letters and then hasn't done anything that we've asked him to do. And he's just, the world owes him everything. The world does not owe you everything, Devon. You owe your investors a refund or, give them money back. If you haven't delivered the product, just give the money back. The federal judgment wasn't the end of the story. One of the assumptions people often make is that once a lawsuit is filed, the underlying problems simply disappear. Sometimes that's true. Businesses settle disputes every day without admitting liability. The commercial disagreements is part of doing business. But what caught my attention here wasn't simply the Global Glamping and Devon Allan Towle had been sued. It was what appeared to happen afterwards. So, wait, there's more. According to the federal court report, the parties eventually entered into a settlement agreement intended to resolve the dispute. On paper, that should have brought the matter to the end. Instead, the court documents show that the settlement itself later became the subject of a further legal action after the plaintiffs alleged that the agreed payment had not been made in full. So he's ordered to pay. They settled. No, they wasn't ordered to pay. They settled, agreed, and then never paid. Unfortunately, the courts entered the default judgment against Global Glamping LLC. Now, that's major in my world. According to more than $205,000 together with a prejudgment interest and legal costs. They had to pay all the interest of the money that was agreed to pay that didn't get paid and all the legal costs along the way. So that is absolutely amazing. The judgment is significant. I'm going to read this paragraph.
That judgment is significant for a number of reasons. First, it establishes that the dispute progressed well beyond an unhappy customer posting complaints online. Secondly, it demonstrates that the allegations were serious enough to result in formal litigation and, ultimately, a judgment entered by a United States federal court. Finally, and perhaps most importantly for this investigation, it raises questions about what happened next.
If you want to join me on stage, everyone's welcome. You don't have to use the link. You can just ring me on WhatsApp. I've got the technology to bring the sound on. You're more than welcome. Just reading the comments in the chat room. So that is pretty friggin' amazing. And then the next part.
As I compared the timeline of the litigation against Global Glamping's marketing, something immediately stood out. The business didn't appear to retreat from promoting investment opportunities. Archived websites, promotional videos, dealer programs and revenue share offerings continued to appear after the earlier litigation had begun. The marketing became more sophisticated, not less. New websites were launched, additional business models were introduced, and prospective clients continued to be invited to book consultations, purchase structures, and invest in managed glamping developments.
I'm just going to distract you guys here for a wee bit. Oh, look, you can buy your own tent. I just want you to realize when we do investigations, we don't do things by halves. If you go to my YouTube channel, you click on playlists. If you go down to Goliath Ventures, right? So this is Goliath Ventures. Now, way back in 2023, Christopher Delgado had been reinvesting investors' money into a white-labeled Ponzi scheme and losing their money. It paid for 3 months, and he was basically getting $100,000 from an investor under his brand, going off to the internet and finding a Ponzi scheme that was paying 8% returns per month. And then when he got the dividends, he would go back and claim that he was generating the incomes. He was interviewed by Channel 9 News, and they dropped 5 videos of him. We reported this back in September. This is the first video. And then the 1st of September, so the guy didn't get charged criminally until 5 months later. The guys offered me $150,000 to take my videos down. They staked out my neighborhood. They found out where I lived, and 2 private investigators wanted to offer me a better deal to stop reporting on him. This investigation finished up with 85 videos, and there's more videos, but these are the ones that are in the playlist. These are all the big videos, and I've just done a 4-hour stream, a 3-hour stream, a 3-hour stream, and this guy is now spending 50 years in prison. He said, I think he said to some, when he was interviewed by Channel 9 News, what if TV, Channel 9 News, that he wished he stopped taking money back in 2023, which is absolutely batshit crazy. So this is the guy here, and these are 5 videos that they've just dumped back on the internet. But that guy there stole $400 million. Now, I'm not saying that you've stole $400 million, mate, but if you went and sit here and watch what happens to a guy that's going to spend 50 years of his life in prison, and you can come down here and you can see other videos that they've done. Here he is, Goliath Ventures Full. So I'm the guy that stopped that guy from promoting a Ponzi scheme and the scam. And here you've just been ordered to pay $205,000 to the person that you defrauded or was unhappy or had a dispute with, whatever you want to label it as, plus court fees and interest, and you've just carried on promoting. And it doesn't sound like you've actually... and also, I asked you in the chat session if you've got any happy customers. When I invited you on today's show, I said, feel free to give out my link to the show to anybody that has invested with you and has got what you said you were going to deliver. So happy customers who have invested, not holidayers, please let them know. And we haven't received any comments from anyone in the chat room telling us that they are happy with their investment. That speaks volumes. The sound of that noise of no happy punter speaking is deafening.
That doesn't automatically mean anything improper occurred. A company involved in litigation is still entitled to trade, and many businesses continue operating while defending legal proceedings. However, from an investigative perspective, the chronology matters. If earlier investors were alleging they had paid substantial sums for accommodation units that never generated the promised returns, it becomes important to understand what information was available to later investors before they committed their own money. Were they aware of the earlier litigation? Were they told about the federal judgment? Or did they believe they were investing in a business with an entirely clean history?
Don't know what they believed. It's hearsay, isn't it? I'll let
Those
you know.
questions became even more pressing as additional victims began sharing their own documents with me, one after another. They described contracts signed years after the original federal case had commenced, different locations, different agreements, different dollar amounts. Yet many of the underlying expectations sounded remarkably familiar. Purchase a structure, allow Global Glamping to manage it, and receive income generated by paying guests. It was becoming increasingly difficult to ignore the similarities, and I realized the only way to properly understand them was to examine each investor's experience individually before stepping back to see the broader pattern.
Yeah, so I did, and I've spent ages doing this. It's actually quite difficult when you've got so many different stories, so many different emotions involved in it. And if you don't know me, the Global Glampers, I don't have a razoo to my. I have lost everything in my financial life. I don't. People think I make my money from doing YouTube clicks. I actually make my money from doing drop shipping, and I teach people how to. I build drop shipping websites, and then I teach people how to run them, maintain
New
them.
donation from Devon Allan Towle has stolen millions.
You're liking those messages, aren't you? He has stolen. But yeah, that's how I make my living. So, but when I hear that people have put I can't imagine putting $98,000 into an investment and then getting nothing, or thinking it's finished and it's complete and you're getting dividends from your investment, thinking I've done the right thing, and then it stops, and then you wonder why it stops, and you realize they haven't even done what they said they were going to do. I mean, that is breathtaking, and I can only imagine what that must feel like. Victims started finding each other. Now, we've got a WhatsApp group, and it is open to investors. I will share the link in the chat room. It's not going to be open to our friend. And everybody that wants to come will have to be approved before they entered, and other investors will actually have to say, yes, they're a friend of mine. So we don't want you guys to think you haven't got a place to share. This won't be, as I showed you with my Goliath Ventures investigation. I'm just making sure that I have to make sure that everyone is approved. Let's see, notify me. How do we do this, Danny? Or maybe I need to do it on my phone. So I'm just going to give you the link where people can join the WhatsApp group, but only if people in the group know you and are familiar with you. But we don't want you to think you're alone. And if you're in the chat room at the moment, you're more than welcome. So let's have a quick look. Group permissions. Members can add new members. We will make it. Members can. Yeah, so everyone in there approve new members. So we're going to make it that everyone needs to be approved, and we're going to also let new, existing members be able to add new members. So what I'm trying to get at here, guys, we actually do have a place where people can actually join, and I'm just seeing if I can get that going properly. Here it is, copy link. So if you are an investor or you do have information about Devlin, you're more than welcome to join or request to join the WhatsApp group. There's a lovely group of people in there that really care about each other. They're lovely people, all different ages. And I was actually surprised at the different age groups that we actually got in this investment. So isolated conversation greatly involved something much. Organized investors had previously spoken. All right, so let's carry on.
As my investigation progressed, those isolated conversations gradually evolved into something much more organized. Investors who had never previously spoken to one another agreed to share contracts, emails, payment records, wire confirmations, audio recordings, and detailed timelines. Some had invested in the STR revenue share program. Others had purchased dealership opportunities. Others believed they were buying completed glamping structures or business development packages.
Yeah. It was actually really, really handy that I got all that information. So it makes it really cool. It gives me the all the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle.
By this stage of the investigation, 3 investors had agreed to be publicly identified and allow their documentation to be referenced.
Yep. And Roman and Claudia. So I'm actually just going to read it because I get those names
Roman
wrong.
and Claudia Stern allege they invested $98,000 into the STR revenue share model, after being led to believe they were purchasing a completed revenue-generating dome. Carrie Kopp provided contracts, payment records, and extensive correspondence relating to her $82,000 investment in Global Glamping's dealership and revenue share opportunities. Most recently, Penny Dorfin, a retired Colorado resident, came forward stating that she and her husband invested $24,722 and 10 cents of their retirement savings into a 3-dome package after signing a purchase agreement with Global Glamping.
Yeah, and I will mention those 3 individuals are very brave. If you get any correspondence, we've already had another individual reach out to me saying that he wants to talk to me. I give instructions on what to say and how to say it. So if you get any threats or if you get any intimidation from him, you can use me and my team of Avengers. We will make it, we'll keep it confidential, but let's not be intimidated by this person because I've seen this before. When we did our Goliath Ventures investigation, we're 2,000 investors. We have 27 people that we call co-conspirators, and they're all interlinked. And then we started dealing with victims. And it's probably the first time in the Avengers, we normally expose people. We don't normally deal with so many victims. Anyway, we had some really sad stories, but don't be a victim by yourself. Use us. We've got experts that are within the, we call ourselves AAA, which is the Avenger Anti-Fraud Alliance. And we have all different types of people. So don't isolate yourself. Don't feel like you're an idiot or you've done something silly. As I said, at first glance, when I looked at this, I thought this looks pretty good to me. I can't see the scam. And then once I started digging deeper, I found out how much of a scam, well, I can't say scam, but how much it looks like. He's taking the money and not doing what he's claiming. He's in breach of contracts, probably use of a better word. So make sure I got that right. So Penny also provided a signed purchase contract, dealer agreement, wire instructions, directed payments with WMC, which is interesting because the money was going to different entities and we don't know why. And an audio recording, which is quite fun. So we will listen to that in a second. Of a conversation of Devon Allan Towle discussing the delays. I've made those documents and the recording available alongside the investigation so readers can examine the evidence for themselves rather than relying on solely my interpretation. As I always say, we've got the receipts. All right, so just while we're there, we're going to go have a wee listen to that and see what we said. Let's see.
Getting my stuff set up. So I'm just waiting on our guy that's kind of paying a lot of this chunk. So just waiting on the wire right now. So it should be hopefully today. I mean, it was supposed to be 2 days ago, but then wrapped up in the other stuff while he's been doing this, so I haven't harassed him as much as I could, but just waiting on him to finish his transfer.
Okay, so what are we doing?
So I'm planning on sending over like a little over 200,000 to get at least everything started and at peace, and then get the other half done here in the next like month or pretty soon before
Within the next
the group in China needs it.
With like in the next 3 to 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're doing the first wire today.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it from him, and then I'll just push it right through and send you confirmation.
Okay. We'll get the paperwork and everything put together, and then do you have my wire information?
No, I need that, and I need the paperwork.
Okay. All right. So that's great. We're gonna get the first payment for the domes, and then what are you guys thinking on the tiny houses?
I want all of 20 if you have them, but we want all of them. So
Yeah, we got the 20.
If the paperwork can include that, or if it needs to be separate or whatever, but yeah, we want those and then the domes.
Okay. And then you really think we'll be able to get something in today?
Again, it should have been 2 days ago, so today I'm just kind of wearing him out to get it sent over. So hopefully today, but I'm working on him in between a couple calls. So
okay, can you please keep me posted?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just let me know when you have an update in the next couple hours, please, because I know the wire cut off at 2 p.m. Pacific time. So just let me know, because I told them we'd get something in by Friday. So I'm just like kind of crunched on time.
Okay. Yeah, I'll keep you posted.
Okay. All right. Well, if there's anything you need from me, let me know. And then I just need your business.
If you can just here, wait. One sec. What do you need from me? And then if you just text me when you send the paperwork, but what do you need from me?
Yeah, I just need the business name, the business address, and where delivery needs to be.
Oh, delivery of the unit. Okay.
Yeah. So business name, business address, and wherever delivery, and then I'll just put your name and email on there.
Okay. Perfect.
All right, I'll put that together right now, and I'm gonna send it through DocuSign.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks.
And I'll do 2 separate agreements, one for the domes and one for the tiny houses.
Okay. Sounds good.
Sound good?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, please let me know if you hear anything, and yeah, if we can get this in today, dude, that would be huge.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, just keep me posted, okay?
Okay. Thanks, Devon.
All right. Awesome, Mark. Thank you, sir.
Bye.
All right. Bye.
Right. Don't exactly know, get mixed up there with the voices, but know that you might as well. But just what we're doing there is basically showing that we have a lot of documentation, you know. Yeah, and I think we already read that, didn't we? Wire instructions, payment. Yeah, so that was him obviously giving instructions on how to make payment. But I don't really follow what that was all about, to be honest. But anyway, we've got a recording.
Despite the differences between each investment, certain themes appeared repeatedly across multiple witness accounts. Investors consistently described significant upfront payments, detailed sales presentations supported by professional marketing material, strong communication during the sales process, changing timelines after funds had been transferred, increasing difficulty obtaining updates or meaningful responses, projects that allegedly stalled or failed to progress as represented. That doesn't mean every investor had an identical experience, nor does it prove every allegation being made. Every contract stands on its own facts, and each person's circumstances deserve to be considered individually. However, from an investigative standpoint, independently identifying similar patterns across multiple witnesses is significant. By this point, I was no longer comparing one unhappy customer against a business. I was comparing independent contracts, payment records, correspondence and audio recordings from multiple investors who had never met one another. yet whose experiences appear to follow remarkably similar patterns. That provides a basis for asking whether these are isolated contractual disputes or whether they form part of a much broader picture.
And that's what I'm trying to put together at this point in time. I'm trying to figure out whether it's just disputes or all the disputes have the same pattern. And obviously you can see that they all have the same pattern. And it's like, get the money up front and then nothing happens. So Carol Cobb's story raises even more questions. And I'm just going to get it read because it's quite a
As
mouthful.
the investigation gathered momentum, another investor contacted me whose experience added an entirely new dimension to the story. Carrie Kopp, from Illinois, didn't simply hand me a few emails or a copy of her contract. She opened her entire file, allowing me to reconstruct almost every stage of her dealings with Global Glamping from the very first consultation through to the eventual breakdown of the relationship.
Yeah, I was overwhelmed with the amount of people that were coming to me with their contracts that had the same story. And when I got Carrie's stuff, it was a mail. I had like 80 messages in my inbox. She forwarded me everything. And I thought, oh my God, I filled up my inbox. My inbox at the moment has 5 emails in it. I try to keep them up to date. So they sat there and looked at me for 3 or 4 days. And I thought, oh, how am I going to, all this stuff. That's why we started up the WhatsApp group. But interesting. But anyway, so this is what we got. And once we started going through the evidence, it's just sad.
Over several days, I reviewed well over 100 screenshots, contracts, Calendly invitations, sales presentations, follow-up emails, marketing brochures, text messages and supporting documentation. Rather than relying on memories months after the events occurred, much of Carrie's experience could be followed almost day by day through contemporaneous records. That chronology would ultimately become one of the cornerstone pieces of evidence in this investigation.
Yeah. Got messages coming in. What have we got? Investigation. What immediately stood out was how professional the sales process appeared. And those DocuSign documents, they really do look very nice. Like you would think, obviously, somebody with the background of IT, what seems to, producing these nice brochures and then giving people material like this, it would give you peace of mind. Well, it would give me peace of mind if I was doing investments.
It wasn't a high-pressure sales pitch or a hastily arranged phone call. Instead, it unfolded over several weeks through scheduled consultations, detailed written correspondence and carefully prepared marketing material. Carrie asked thoughtful questions about insurance, maintenance, expected occupancy, operating costs, dealer opportunities and projected returns. From the documents I reviewed, she appeared to be conducting exactly the sort of due diligence any prudent investor should undertake before committing a substantial amount of money.
Yeah, so I've got some documents here which I don't actually know what they mean, but I'll stick them up on the screen and maybe other people we can actually discover them. I like doing things transparent, I just like people watching these investigations unfold. So the first thing we've got is total assets. So this was funding I can see what it is. So available credit, portfolio value, cash balance. So these, I'll see if we can figure out hopefully we'll get some messages in a minute. So these are financial record screenshots of how the business is going. So let's bring them all up. We'll do them one at a time and then we'll go back. We've got that one. So this was probably some sort of proof on how the business was going. And I presume the investor that gave me these, have we doubled up? Have we? Hold up, 1 minute, please, caller. Have we doubled up? No. Hold up. We'll clean this up in a second. This is what happens if we do things live. We've got that one and that one. All right, here. So that's good. So we're going to have a little look at these. So these are screenshots of finances. Is that what we're reading? I'm just trying to figure that out. Financial record screenshots. So this is meant to be screenshots of Global Glamping. So what have we got here? We're claiming that we've got 1.7 portfolio value, credit available, and cash balance. Does that work? I don't even know what I'm looking at here. I'm not an accountant. But anyway, let's carry on. Let's see if we can figure it out together, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so now we've got total receivables, 2 million. Is that right? 2.8 million? When I see stuff like this, I go into investigator mode. I mean, I look at these here, and I try to look at inconsistencies with these figures. I can't see any here, so I'm not saying there is. But sometimes I have a look and see whether there's been a cut and paste or anything like that. I don't even know what this means, but this may mean something to you guys. I'll get my head out of it a wee bit. Cash flow. And then what have we got here? We've got only pipe financial statements. Is that what we're looking at? Anyway, in the chat room, you can explain what this means. Now here we go. So 2025 is interesting. Reoccurring revenue, 2025. So it's claiming $17,000 worth of reoccurring revenue. Over here, we've got assets. All right. Okay, let's go back here. Portfolio, unlock credits. So over here, we have everything that started in 2025. Reoccurring revenue is $24,000. And I presume the dots is telling you where it's going to go. Interesting. All right. Well, let's see. We've got that there. It wasn't high pressure pitch stalement. All right. Yeah. So now we'll carry on, and I'm going to get these reads just because this is the big part of the investigation, because this one here blew my brains when I heard this and what they presented.
The responses she received were equally detailed. According to the emails I reviewed, discussions covered projected occupancy rates, nightly accommodation prices, expected annual revenue, dealer commissions, marketing support, booking optimization, franchise arrangements, and ongoing coaching. The impression created throughout the correspondence was that Global Glamping possessed an established system, built upon practical experience, rather than theory. Then something happened that would become one of the most important factual questions in the entire investigation. Carrie initially believed she was exploring the development of her own glamping project. As the discussions progressed, however, that proposal appears to have shifted. Instead of developing accommodation on her own land, the opportunity evolved into purchasing an interest in what were represented as 6 existing revenue-producing domes located in Washington state. That transition is documented throughout the correspondence, but one question remains unanswered.
There it is. Why did the proposal change? Oh my goodness.
At this stage of the investigation, I'm not suggesting that changing an investment proposal is, by itself, evidence of wrongdoing. Business opportunities evolve all the time. However, when an investor commits $82,000 based upon one understanding of how the investment will operate, and the structure of that investment later appears to change significantly, it becomes an important issue requiring explanation.
Yeah, so that's what we're missing with all this stuff. I mean, I don't know, it's just, this is as shady as that
New
comes, isn't
donation
it?
from Devon Allan Towle victims email call MTDOJ.
Oh,
That wasn't the only question
Victims
raised
email.
by Carrie's documents. During our discussions, she
Justice.
also pointed me
Brilliant.
towards another detail that I found particularly interesting. The funds she transferred were not, according to the records she provided, paid directly to Global Glamping LLC. Instead, they were wired to WDMC LLC, a separate company that, as I've already discussed, has its own history dating back years before Global Glamping was established. Whether there was a legitimate commercial reason for that arrangement is something I have specifically asked Devon Allan Towle to explain as part of his right of reply. At the very least, it demonstrates how closely intertwined the various businesses appear to have become, and why understanding the relationship between those entities is an important part of this investigation.
Yeah, so what is WDMC? And hopefully we'll have an answer to that soon. We've got a person that's just known him for quite a few years that's going to come on stage, have a talk to us. But yeah, so you're signing up for a contract with one company, but the money's going to another company. In my world, that's normally money laundering, but I'm not saying that's the case here. But that's what we see. We see different entities handling the money, different entities doing the marketing. So it's just, Absolutely crazy, batshit crazy. Okay, the hotspot project becomes familiar. Now, we've got a big section coming up here. This is, I'll tell you, this is a marathon blog, so I'm going to read this whole section, and then we may ask, I'm no good with names, am I? Let's see, we're going to ask Desiree to ring us up, and then we'll read this section first, and we'll have a listen to it, and then we're going to start a whole big section, which is a whole different other situation.
The Hoodsport project becomes the focus by this point in the investigation. One location kept appearing in conversations with different investors, Hoodsport, Washington. What initially appeared to be unrelated complaints gradually started pointing towards the same project. Different investors described different investment opportunities connected to Hoodsport. Some were offered revenue-sharing opportunities. Others purchased dome packages. Others entered into dealership agreements. Then another investor came forward with something entirely different, a proposed 50-50 business partnership through a newly formed company called Washington Glamping LLC. Rather than examining each complaint in isolation, it became clear that understanding the Hoodsport project itself was essential to understanding the broader picture. As more evidence arrived, the same names, locations, companies and promises continued to appear throughout contracts, public records, bank transfers and communications. The documents supplied by Megan Thompson significantly expanded the scope of this investigation. Unlike many investor complaints that rely primarily on recollections, her evidence includes signed agreements, company formation documents, bank wire confirmations, photographs, public property records, text messages and a detailed chronology spanning almost 2 years.
So we're on to our fourth person that's provided me contracts, screenshots, agreements, telephone calls, voice messages, whatever it is I wanted, I got handed on a platter. And, these investigations are hard to do if I'm going to make a disclaimer for myself. But it makes such a huge difference when we get all the documentation. So we've got, this is amazing. So we're just going to have a wee break here before we get into Megan Thompson's contract. This one here is breathtaking. This is what she said she was promised. Sales presentation. We followed the money. So let's get into this. So let's take a phone call and hear from Desiree. How you doing? Thank you for calling in. Now, am I saying your name right, Desiree?
Desiree Evans, yes, sir.
Desiree, so nice to have you here. You've been following along on this, obviously. So,
yeah, sometimes I don't know exactly what to say. It's so scattered, the things that have gone on, and then all these new things that I'm seeing from 21 to 26. It's just blown me away on how, I don't want to put it as a positive way advancement that he's done, because it's absolutely sickening what he's done to these people.
Yeah.
But sadly, I can say that I don't saw it coming because of what he done when we first started the company in 2020.
Right. So your involvement, I've got your, you gave me a bit, you were busy when I messaged you and I didn't give you 7 days. I gave you about 3 hours to put together something for me. But you still managed to put something on and give me something, even though you only had 3 hours before I published the article. So I appreciate that. But you were originally a partner of his, not a business partner, but had in a relationship with him.
No, we were never in a relationship. We were extremely close.
Right.
We were never intimate. I cared about him a lot. I did want a relationship with him, but he did keep that part very professional. And I believe that he used my interest in him and my entrepreneur character against me.
Right.
And so to get what he wanted out of me. I've been an events and funding coordinator for decades, and I was able to raise millions of dollars for nonprofits all over the U.S. And I think he took that as an opportunity to level himself up, or should we say elevate himself up.
Right. Yeah. And you said something to me that you would put together a package where the Hilton was going to potentially could have invested 3.4 million or something like that.
Yes. So I believe it was in July or June of 2020. COVID was still pretty running rapid around here, and people wanted to go out and find destinations. Devon had owned 11 acres of the property and had one yurt set up. There was nothing in it. And I had just moved out of a 3-bedroom house with all my antiques, all the furnishings. And my mom said, if you guys are having a trouble with making the $2,000 payments on the property, then why don't you rent out the year on Airbnb? And I was like, that's a great idea.
Yep.
And him and my mother talked about it for a second. And then the next thing you know, I designed the interior of the yurt and we started making money the next day.
Wow. That's a good story.
It was booked. Yep. And it was booked out. And I stayed on that property with Tyler. And Devon said, let's see if we can get some investors. And I said, why go small? Why go local? Let's go bigger.
Yep.
And Tyler and I sat there and put this whole thing together. Well, we called it Global Glamping. Why just say something here? Why not in 10 years from now, we've got a glamping resort, a destination where families can go to an island or here or there, kind of like Bonvoy Marriott has. Here's your points, here's your cards, here's your discounts. Now you're a member of the Marriott and you can go to any of these resorts around the world.
Right.
And that's where I was going with all this. And Devon was like, yeah, let's do this.
Wow,
so
cool.
we sat there and we designed the logo and wrote the business proposal. We were promised domes. I said, look, I want the 10% of whatever we bring in. I will split it with Tyler. He said, absolutely. I will make sure you guys are taken care of. The business proposal was written, handed over, sent, signed. A few weeks later, there was people on the property. I was told to stay away, do not talk to them. At the time, I did not know that it was these investors from the Catskills in New York and apparently Hilton Hotels. And then mail came in and he was excited and said that we got the proposal.
Wow.
72 hours later, I was kicked off the property. There was no explanation.
Wow. That does not sound good.
No.
Yeah, so it hasn't been a good journey for you. So I thought we might have actually had some people today come on the show and say, I've got one of those yurts and I've got one of those domes and every month I get this much from it. Well, we've had nobody. Do you know of any investors that theoretically might be happy?
In the beginning, there were a lot that were happy because there was money coming into some of them. I had asked him, we need to set this up as a residual income, that we would take our percentage every month and then they would get, the leftovers, unless they wanted one of our people to come in and clean and do the, basically flipping the yurts or the domes for them. There was one lady in Darby and I went out there and saw the property and the yurts and they had mold. I get it. It rains a lot here. It's moisture here, but they were moldy. The flooring was cracking and coming up. Nothing was sealed.
Right.
The canvas wasn't sealed and she didn't get the domes. She got yurts. She had ordered domes and she said she had ordered domes. She saw what happened is I was with another company and she saw the tattoo on my arm with Elevate. And she said, I cannot believe that you are with this person or that you're working with him. He is a scam artist. And this is in 2020.
Yeah,
towards the end.
you just said
early 21.
Hold it. You just said you got a tattoo with the brand on your arm. That's dedication.
I do.
It's like
because I believed that this was going to be a great business opportunity that I can support my son, my grandson, my family, and he was so adamant about if I get up here, I'm reaching my hand down, I'm pulling you up, and I'm like, wait a minute, there's no reason to pull me or Tyler up because we're the ones that's literally dragging you along to get this thing off the ground.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And these pictures I've got, you won't be able to see the pictures I've got, but some of the pictures on the website, are they all established? Like there's one that's quite dominant, it's green. Are they actually up and running? And does he actually build them?
No, Devon does not. Devon is not the type of person to get his hands dirty.
Right.
He'll get it dirty to make it look like he's done something, but then he passes the torch off to other people and makes them do the dirty work.
Right.
He does not go out there and actually build. He did when the platform for the yurt was being built. He was out there doing some help with it. But from my point of view, it was pretty much these people that were less fortunate that he was taking advantage of, paying them peanuts, or sometimes not even paying them at all. There were people complaining that they never got paid.
Right. So he in the video that I played earlier on, the one that he's in his secret location, is he claims that he's got 15 locations around the world, around America. Do you know that's true?
I do know that the last time I had heard anything was a few years ago. He did get he was trying to get in the Catskills in New York. I do not know if it actually went through. He took many trips and used the money from investors to take these trips, lavish trips. And
What do you call a lavish trip? Does he like? He doesn't.
it's
Please tell
always
me he doesn't have a
it was
Lear
always,
jet. But he doesn't,
no,
no. Because we're used to when
no, it
people say
was good, but
lavish,
I
and
don't think he's that good.
the last guy that we busted had 18 Rolex watches and 12 sports cars and 8 houses.
Oh, well, he's got a few luxury cars, definitely. But
Yeah.
I say lavish trips, like it was oh, hey guys, you got to have to take care of the entire camp for me. I've got this many hip campers coming in. I need to check them in. I need you to get wood, get water, get the wash basin ready, do all this. And we were literally left there for days to weeks on end while he was partying it up in New York or in Idaho or in Michigan. Those are the ones that I definitely know about. Where he's from in San Antonio, I know he went down to a glamping conference and made a lot of claims that he had all these places that were just perfect. And the pictures that he had posted or given to the reporter on TV about this, those are very doctored. Those are not the real pictures of what Stevensville glamping headquarters looks like.
Right.
The domes.
You mean the ones inside the bars
Yeah.
that we're looking at?
Yes.
Got them.
And at that time, we did not have domes.
Right.
We had no domes there at that time. Domes were not put up until almost 22.
What about the ones with the painted floor? That's real?
No.
No?
I do not believe that they are real. I had just last year. I will take the hit. If I get in trouble, I get in trouble. But last year, I was curious, so I went out to Stevensville with my actual partner at the time, to go check everything out, and it was an absolute mess. And I know that he was renting out some of the domes, but there was mouse crap everywhere, and there was a brochure, and it was showing that particular dome with all this stuff inside of it, and that's not what it looked like.
Wow. Well, I'm just trying to bring up a picture of the hip camp. Whereabouts was that, Danny? Oh, I've lost my way. Yeah, that's interesting. So, yeah, because that one with the so you're telling me that might not even be a real. There's a possibility that may not be a real picture if I find it. There it is. Contracts, FBI.
If I push play, I might.
Let's have a look. So this one here. So we've got. Oh, that's where have I got hips? Is this taken down? No, it can't be. Hold it. I'm going to find it. Where is it? 1 minute. I'm no good doing things live. What have we got? 5, 5, 5. Hit ham. Oh, this one here. It must be that one there. No, where's it gone? Do I have to search for it? What have we got? Global Glamping. Okay, let's have a look. See if we can find Global Glamping. No, got England. Are you kidding me? Are these taken down? Surely it can't be taken down. No, that's not him.
If I can find a way to share some pictures on here, I actually have pictures.
Yeah, send them. I'll just be curious because that's. I'll just have to make it bigger so I can see what I'm doing when I'm broadcasting. But I'm sure last night I found a link. Oh no, it may be no. I'm sure it was on this hip B&B, and there was what I believed was photos. I'm sure it was that link there. So let's have a look. Yeah, so it was that link because I updated it. Yeah, it is. So, it might have expired. Let's have a wee look. Oh, no, here we go. We're away. Okay, it is me. Ugh. All right, so in here, we've got these pictures that are on, we've got 93 photos that are off the complex, and there's one in here that looks really snazzy, and it's got, I'm going to send it to you. So these little wee huts that we've got, these are just like wooden huts. That's all part of the campground. To me, it looks like one campground used to say that we dominate the world. But let's have a look.
New donation from Desiree. Thank you for speaking up.
Oh, thank you, Desiree. That's really nice. Yeah, that's really nice. So,
oh my God, no. No, absolutely not.
Does that
None
real?
of those. No, that's not there.
No way.
That was never built. No, that is not on the property.
Oh my goodness. All right, so that's a screen.
No, those aren't there. That's all AI generated.
Oh my goodness. I'm just going to do a what do they call a Google Lens search to see where else they actually put this image. That is incredible.
If I send you some pictures of that does not look like that. No.
Oh, that's a shame. Okay, so we're TripAdvisor. Oh, now we're finding some stuff. TripAdvisor, Send to Press, Airbnb, which is taken down, Hip Hop.
I'm going to send you what it actually looks like.
Wow. All right, I'll put
I
that on the
was just
screen.
out there not long ago.
All right, so we've got TripAdvisor, and we've got, oh my goodness.
Sick.
Oh, well, actually, TripAdvisor says that we've got 2.3 rating and 8 reviews, which isn't a lot. But obviously, TripAdvisor, oh my goodness, how do we read of those then? Let's have a look at those reviews. Oh my goodness. So we've got 4 1-star reviews. Let's have a look and see if I can bring those up. Right, review 8 review.
I wish you could see the reviews from when Tyler and I took care of the place when he was not even present mentally, emotionally, physically.
Here,
we had amazing reviews.
Here's one here. Listen to this. Hold it.
Don't stay here. Totally ran down and not at all what IS advertised. Upon arrival, the first thing we noticed was that the restaurant and bar area was closed for the season, despite the advertisement stating they were open. Us and another couple that just arrived were upset because we were all hungry after the long drive. The other couple contacted the owner, who, instead of telling the truth that she closed the restaurant for the season, told them that it was closed due to staffing issues. We first booked a Geodome. It was advertised as pet-friendly. ITIS not. The dome is open almost all the way around the bottom as pets can get out. Domes are sitting on a deck, making it easy for bugs and critter to get in. Plus, you can drop things through the deck boards and it's loud when you walk on it. The heat did not work. The dome we rented has a wall-mounted heater in the living/main bedroom area, which only blew out cold air. The bathroom had some type of heater in it, however. It would not work and the instructions were written in an Asian language. I guess the owners tried to make up for the lack of heat by putting in an outdoor fire table inside the dome. Of course, the fuel to light the table with said danger flammable on it. Those types of tables aren't meant for indoor use. Plus, on the side of the table, it says, see instructions on how to light.
It's comical as you could read it, but the resort is outdated. Oh, look, they've even got photos. Oh, my goodness. Look at this. So these are, the curtains have all fallen down. What else we got? So they've got a fire in the middle of the room. Is that not a fire hazard? I mean, this is like...
It is a fire hazard, even though the domes don't open. If it was a yurt, it'd be a different story because the yurts have the top that you can pop back and let fresh air in and smoke go out. But the domes do not. The domes were created and the material alone, it's not breathable.
What about...
so the plastics...
They've got heat pumps in them as well. They've got heat pumps in them as well. Do they? Yeah. Wow. Look at this. Even the
water heaters.
Even the 3-star reviews is bad. They've just given it 3 stars and still written a bad reviews. Cool concept. Poor customer service.
New donation from Devon. You paid for your Forbes article.
Oh yeah, no, that's. I don't know if you can pay for Forbes. I know you can pay if it's in the printed edition. You can actually, you've been interviewed, but if it's in the PDF version, you can actually pay for a sponsored article. So that's why we often take these, Forbes. We've got a scammer we've taken $1.9 billion from people, and he's paid for his Forbes article. So that's not uncommon. But
he wrote us out of it.
Well, funny enough, he was interviewed, I must say, before I finished that. He was, when I looked at the Forbes article, there was a author behind it. So it wasn't, that would make me think twice about saying it was a sponsored one because the author has written many articles. I'd check that out. Otherwise, I would have put that in the blog.
So he asked them to take me and anybody else out of the article. He removed, I was supposed to have a little excerpt in the Forbes about getting it started. And he asked them, she's no longer part of this. Take her out of there before you publish it.
Right.
Yeah.
That's awful. It's so funny though, looking at these photos, that the one that's given the 5-star reviews has used the same photos that were in another one. I don't know how that works.
Yeah.
So these were the first one that came back was January 2024. We've got a 5-star review. August 2024, we've got a 4-star review. And then September 2024, we've got a 1-star review. And then September 2024, we've got a 3-star review. 24th of October, 1-star review. And then 24th of October, 1-star review. August 2025, so more recent. Stay away, scam. I'm going to read this one. That's all is in this one.
Looks cool, but stay away. Scam. Stay away. Just like many of these other reviews are saying, I should have looked this up before we stayed. When we arrived, there was literally no roof on our geodome. Debris everywhere, and
New
3 of the
donation
4
from Big
beds were
Rig. Let's
soaking
get Danny
wet.
to
It
Orlando.
was frigid
Oh,
cold in
thanks,
there,
Big
and we
Rig.
had to leave in the middle of the night. There is absolutely no one to reach out to during your stay, and I have emailed 3 times and called multiple times and heard back from no one. I can't believe they can get away with this and have scammed multiple people. Stay away from
Unreal.
Triple G's near Glacier. Cool concept, but a total scam. Not safe
Oh,
at
it's
all.
a shame. It's a sad thing, though, isn't it? Because obviously a good concept started off and it's just been blown. Hey, thank you, Big Rig, for your donation to get me to America to watch my 50 million, my $328 million scammers getting sentenced in jail, and I want to be there to be in the courtroom. Meg Thompson.
Danny, come on, come on over. Come over here to Stevensville in Missoula. I got a dome you can come stay in.
I don't trust it now. I'm too scared. I don't trust it. I'm going to stay away from Dome. Now, Meg, it's so nice to have you here. Now, if you don't want your face on camera, that's fine. You can just put something over your camera lens if you want. But if you find, let me know and I'll drag you on screen. But
all right, I'm sending it.
All right, thanks.
I apologize. It's lagging.
Oh, that's
I didn't mean
right.
to cut you off.
No, it's all right. I'm going to just put I'll just put Meg in here. Meg's here. Nice to have you here, Meg.
Hi.
How you doing? What do you think of this sabbatical? Is that the right word?
Yeah, this has been quite something to watch, and I had to unfortunately pop off for a little bit for a meeting, and so I know I missed a big part of the portion where you're going over my story, but just wanted to make myself available for any questions.
No, it's brilliant. And your story is massive. And I don't think we've actually got, I think your story, we got to the introduction of it. And that's the Washington Glamping LLC. That's yours?
Correct.
So when I received that information, I have already just about finished the blog. So I had actually added a whole novel section because it's just wow, and also to get all the documents and all the correspondence that you've had with this individual makes it so much easier for me. To normally we're prying this out of people's out of all sorts of places and going through social media to find stuff, but this is a very sad story. And yours is completely different
it took me
again.
a bit to want to send everything in. Just, I just needed time to kind of feel it out. And I had just connected with Carrie about a week ago. And, I've been kind of feeling like I was all alone in this until I stumbled upon the Reddit post and connected with Carrie via her phone number and found out about this investigation with you. And
yeah,
I'm very glad to be a part of it now.
Oh, that's good. So I thank you for being brave. Thank you for telling your story. And hopefully, I mean, I don't know if you were here earlier on when he was yelling in the chat room, but we got over 80 messages and they're all in capitals.
I was
and
here
it was
for the
all
beginning.
unreal. And it's just sitting here listening to this and you're thinking, is this the way you talk to somebody who, asks questions? Then it become a debate about the time frame of asking them the questions rather than answering the frigging questions, which, and he's got time to set up his computer and record it all for his lawyers. I've seen this. We've done this for years. This is just another day in the office for us. But yeah. So what
In
what
my
would be
experience, that is how he tends to talk when he's confronted with the truth. And especially when it comes to, confronting him about parts of the contracts that haven't been fulfilled and anything that as this started to unravel, that tone of voice became much more familiar to me in pretty much every text message from him and phone call.
Yeah, because you were actually theoretically business partners with him with your contract, which is different again. And you're going to start up a whole company.
Yeah. Initially, I approached him about structures. I had been looking at private properties, and just to give some context, like I'm a disabled single mom. I am not a wealthy person. This was a personal injury settlement that I had. This was a one-time amount of money that I was trying to invest and do something that would provide some stability for my family for the future. And so I'd been
Wow.
looking into like finding a rural piece of land and operating a glamping business on my own. And so I approached him initially from a structure standpoint, and then in our second phone call, he pitched to me the Hoodsport property, and in his words, that he had just acquired it, and certainly positioned it as something that he owned outright, which his name still to this day is not on that property.
Wow.
Um, and was completely
Yeah.
misrepresented. He told me it was a 20-acre turnkey property with 7 domes. It was actually a 10-acre property with 5 domes. But he also didn't disclose the dispute that the former owners were having that created access issues. So it became 5 acres with 2 domes because of an access road issue that was never resolved by the previous owners. And then one of them built a fence that divided the parcel and cut off access to the remaining 3. But all of the domes were not built by Devon. They were all there when he acquired the property as Olympic Wilderness Base Camp. And then
Wow.
he changed the name of the business on the Google reviews. So if you look up Washington Glamping LLC, all of the positive reviews on there are from its previous owners, Mark and Justin, as Olympic Wilderness Base Camp. And you can
It's
see pretty
awful.
quickly as the reviews started to turn the corner once he acquired the property around the beginning of 2024.
Right. So it's just all lies and also deception, because there's no you've got what I'm trying to say is you've got a whole history that you weren't aware of.
Yeah.
So
Full history,
yes.
misrepresentation about who owned it, structures that never were provided. My deal was supposed to include not only 3 additional wall tents to be added as short-term rental units, but also a 2-story 16 by 16 cabin for me that he sent me pictures of. Was supposed to be delivered to the Hoodsport property fully finished.
Yep.
Never happened. Still to this day has never been delivered. And so I ended up, when the reviews started to tank, had him block out one of the 2 domes we had access to just try to stay there short term and try to get things. He kept promising the cabin was going to be delivered. The cabin was going to be delivered.
Right.
And I, had uprooted my life, put in notice at my job, notice at my housing. And so we had to go. The move date kept getting pushed out and pushed out. And so eventually I ended up staying with my then 6-year-old son in one of the domes with no electricity, no running water, and a porta potty.
Oh my God.
Just trying to get things off the ground and not be a train wreck. And after
Wow.
it became clear that he wasn't going to fulfill his end of the bargain, I called him out on not fulfilling contract obligations, and he offered me an exit, and I took the exit, and he made payments for a bit on repaying back my investment, and then those started to taper off until communication started to taper off, and then payments stopped entirely.
Wow. I just don't know how to process that. I feel for you. I do. That's awful. I'm looking at the photos of this place that is established, but these photos could either be before you got involved.
Yeah,
Uh,
the bell tents were not there. That was one of the domes, but they were, the ones that were there. I know I've talked to Carrie, and she also was connected to the Hoodsport property, but his pitch to her was essentially selling her domes that he had already he had acquired these. These were the same ones that were built at least 15 years prior by Mark and Justin when they first established the property as Olympic Wilderness Base Camp. That green dome right there is
yeah.
the same green dome still sitting overgrown on that property right now.
Wow. Yeah. So, how have you managed to get past this then? So, what's the detrimental effects that this guy's had on your life?
I mean, the instability that I have dealt with in the last 2 years is really incredible. Part of, when it became clear that the cabin just didn't exist, I don't know, if he sent me videos and pictures of a cabin that I have to assume in hindsight now were just taken on a lot or prior to him actually purchasing and acquiring it, because I never saw the cabin that I was sent photos and videos of. It was certainly never delivered, fully finished and ready to move in as was promised in our contract. And so at a certain point, like, you know, I made it clear to him I can't stay in a dome with no utilities with a 6-year-old, and ended up going to stay on a property where my mom was just trying to figure things out short term, and in desperation took a trade for the cabin for an RV that he said was brand new, great condition, and then it arrived with a leaky roof, like active pouring water through the ceilings when it would rain. The wall behind the bedroom was so deteriorated that like it was crumbling beneath the wallpaper right behind where my bed was. And you know, this was I was all in on this deal with everything I had. I gave up my job, I gave up my previous housing, so it's created 2 years of housing instability and just trying to get caught up from that.
Wow. I don't even know how to how to console you in a way, use of a better word, but I just think it's horrible. I just part of my job that
Justice
I
will console me, honestly. That's, you know, I think at a certain point I gave up hope of ever seeing the money again and started hoping for justice, and in whatever form that takes. You know, certainly I would love to see the remainder of my money back, but I mostly at this point want to see him face some kind of justice for what he's done to all of us, and to never be able to harm another person again the way he has. Because it seems like there's also a history and a pattern here of taking advantage of vulnerable people. Like certainly the wealthy people that approached him, he would take their money as well. But I think the faith angle, and also, you know, the pattern of people that are retired, people that are getting a one-time settlement for personal injury, people that are getting an inheritance. You know, it's this kind of pattern of people that are not wealthy people that don't have the money to necessarily litigate this, but have the money to invest on a one-time basis. And to me, that's a really predatory pattern that I think has been pretty established as we've all connected with each other.
we often find they go after veterans who have a payout, or you know, some sort of, some of our scammers go after 401k money. They, you know, and the religious side of it, they go into those communities where you trust each other and everyone's used for a better word, but they're always happy and sincere, and they've got relationships and they trust each other. And then you get a wolf coming in sheep's clothing, and they literally go after that demographics of people. And yeah, I see it time and time again. And also they get you when you're at a time of needing hope, or you need something to focus on, and that hurts. And it's the same cycle over and over again. They're literally like predators, these type of people that go after individuals. Now, I knew as soon as I got my first message from this guy, basically saying that he talked to attorneys, like that's going to deter me. But you know, that's what they do. They use intimidation techniques. They gaslight people. They just keep gaslighting people. They just, you know, the way he talked to me, and you know, there's no reason for him really. I mean, theoretically, if he's got a few problems, you would want to talk to an investigative journalist to tell your story, you know, and explain the evidence, how you got yourself into the shit. But you know, at the end of the day, what we try to do is, my team of Avengers, is stop these guys from taking anyone else's money, and then you literally cut the hand off that he's been fed by, and that's the first step. You know, you guys, we've got a fantastic little community building where anyone that's been victimized by this guy can get together, and potentially, if I know the FBI has been interviewing some people. So, you know, as for justice, which we all like to see, but it's the hardest one to get over the line. You know, if you guys are transparent and you have been with me, then I'm looking forward to seeing what happens to this fella.
Same here. Yep.
Yeah.
I appreciate all the work you've done, Danny. Thank you for helping organize all of this and all the investigative work you've done, connecting the dots here.
Well, I think you guys have
I
done
hope
the
that
work, to be honest.
the other victims have also felt just less alone in all of this. I feel like it's been very isolating to be feeling like I was dealing with this in a vacuum, and that often made it feel hopeless. And this is the first time in 2 years that I've had hope that there's some positive path forward with this.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, all the paperwork and all the, what he said, she said, doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you're the one that's left with all the mess, and it's affected your life. It doesn't seem like it's affected his life at all, other than this is just another day in the office for him. I mean, it doesn't make sense. He's not in the bones of his ass by the look of it either. You know what I mean? Like,
New donation from Devon Stoll from a mother and child.
I mean, he was very clear to me, especially as, his payments started to kind of taper off. And then, around 2025, I started kind of, threatening to have to escalate this through the legal system. And that would get his attention occasionally. When court was brought up or a police report was brought up, all of a sudden I'd get a text and he'd want to make a quote unquote good faith payment. But the last time I received a good faith payment from him was he told me outright in text messages that he had no access to any of his previous payment accounts, including Zelle, Cash App, Venmo. So to me, that tells me that they've caught on to some kind of fraudulent payment pattern. Yeah. And the last payment that I got was from somebody that I didn't even recognize from their Cash App, but he had to give them money to send me a payment. So
unreal.
I hope that there's at least a record with the financial institutions of why those got shut down, and that's going to help our case in the long run.
Well, that would be brilliant. And that's what we go after. I mean, and also what I'm noticing here with this one, he was promoting, obviously, Global Glamping LLC, but receiving payments under a different
Do you mind if I
name.
say something real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
So, Megan, what you just described, when you got a different message or a payment from somebody else. So back in 2020, we had a couple of hip campers that were not satisfied. They were very upset and they wanted their money back. He gave that exact same excuse. He had sent money to me from his Zelle, and I had to put it in my Cash App and give those people back the money through my own Cash App. I'll give you the money back, Des. I'll send it through Zelle. I'll give you the money back. Just give them their money. We'll figure it out later. That man literally did that a few times when we would have a negative review. And then he'd tell them, no, we'll go ahead and take care of it. Desiree, just send it to him. I'll give you some cash later.
Wow. Yeah.
That's the kind of stuff that he would do. Exactly what you described.
It's always the same pattern.
So part of a longer pattern there. Yeah. And I mean, the other thing with him too is that it was like, whenever I would question,
from don't waste your money on civil suits.
Where's the money?
IC3.
Like, where did the money go, right? Like, theoretically, when you're dealing with like a business partnership or a real estate deal, like money's supposed to go into a trust account. And I believe the contract even called it a trust account, which seemed extra shady that it wasn't held in trust, if that's what he called it. But he would send me like meeting recordings of, I'm just waiting for this deal to close right here. And I would hear kind of the same pattern of this predatory, in particular, it was this elderly man that he was just waiting for this $1.2 million deal to close. And that was to me when the Ponzi red flag started going off of, okay, I'm waiting to rob Peter to pay Paul, essentially, is what it started to feel like.
You don't know where he lives? Like we think we think we know where he lives. But yeah, we've got a little bit of intel on that. But it'd be quite neat.
I've never met Devon in person. And as of when I exited the Hoodsport property, and we were still actively in communication about the day-to-day operations, he still, as of that, that time, had not ever even set foot on the Hoodsport property.
Wow. Well, it'd be quite good if other people, I mean, there could be other people like you that haven't found out about this yet, investigation. So it'd be quite neat to see what happens and how many people come forward. As I said, anyone, we've got a WhatsApp group there. We'll validate you before we let you in there. But we could actually find, and I've done this before, and we find there's tens of people, and there's other people who were too kind and didn't speak up. We didn't think there was any point going after civil. Like, we just had a message come up in the chat room basically saying civil cases are a waste of time. File a IC3, which I'm not familiar with. Yeah. So I've got that page on the screen.
I've filed a complaint with the Montana state auditors. I've filed an FBI IC3 complaint. I will probably do Better Business Bureau, even though I know it's not, a lot of people have the impression that the Better Business Bureau is, because they use the word bureau, it makes it sound a lot more official than it is, when really it's just kind of a review place. And I know that they are on the scam alerts for Better Business Bureau, and they have an F rating now. And so it is helpful, at least for other investors that are looking to establish, is this a legitimate business or not? That to me, I think is, the stopgap between right now and hopefully getting some action from the state auditor's office or other government entities that can actually persecute him. Prosecute, wrong word. We've been persecuted. He needs to be prosecuted.
Well, we can persecute him. Can we persecute him? Can we flog him?
Well, maybe. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to pitchforks and torches at this point. But yeah, so I think that in the meantime, like, the more that we have a record of places like Better Business Bureau and where when people search Global Glamping or Devon's name, that they're not seeing, like, even when I checked the other day, when you search just his name without the word scam attached, the first things that pop up are Global Glamping and Forbes article and his 40 under 40 award.
Yep.
And I think that having results about the scams be the first things would be my immediate goal right now, is so more people are aware of that and come forward if they're searching for information like I did when I stumbled upon the Reddit.
Yep.
Just hoping that maybe somebody else was out there and found the Reddit post.
Yeah, no, it's the vein of my life has come up in the search results. I do have quite what people don't realize is that I publish my blogs on 6 different platforms, and right now we're streaming on 6 different platforms, ironically, as well. So we're going on 10 different platforms live streaming, and we're also on LinkedIn, Reddit, Twitch, Kick, and X. We're broadcasting live as well. So once they start marinating in the search engine, it gives my website, my article, more clout, and then it will start coming up in the search engines when people search for Global Glamping without anything else. But the search engines always let the business come up first, thank goodness, unfortunately, which is a bit frustrating. But like, we just did a search now for Global Glamping, and not many people would probably search LLC at the end of it. But yeah, so he could resolve the situation by doing the right thing and literally just continue with your agreement for you, and then you wouldn't be on here upset. It would make sense,
Yeah. And I mean, I gave over 2 years from, at this point, it's been over 2 years since I exited the Hoodsport property, and that our agreement was that I was supposed to be repaid by August 2025 at the latest. So I certainly gave him plenty of time to remedy, and followed up repeatedly and told him that if he didn't remedy the situation, that it was going to escalate, whether through the legal system or media or otherwise. So.
And you can't go back on your deal now. Can you go back and you'd have to do another civil case and pay another $5,000 or $10,000 to a lawyer to get him to pay the remainder? And then, so it's just
And I mean, even then, he has a default judgment for $200,000 from the 2021 case that he's never actually paid on.
Right.
So, yeah.
So I wonder what he's doing with his money. He's just living life. That's how he earns his wages, probably.
Well, I mean, it sounds like potentially buying his mom a house, multiple cars.
Yeah.
I told you.
Yeah, he did. She mentioned that he's got cars.
I did. Yeah. The Corvettes, the Hummers, all the trips that, like I said, when I was around there, and then since then, when he got Triple G, my son's birthday, he had a bunch of his friends come from Washington for his 21st birthday. We were taking him up there, and Devon said, "Come on up." We were about halfway there, and Devon called and said, "You got to leave. You can't go. You can't come up here. All the pipes bursted." This was in March, about March 22nd, a couple of years ago. Pipes are busted, and there's nobody here. Everybody's gone. You can't be here.
Mm.
And here I had a van full of kids between the ages of 19 and 21, about 10 kids that were ready to go on this adventure because he promised all these things. We decided to keep driving up, and it was dilapidated. There were no domes.
New
there were no
donation from
yurts.
Devil Devon is done.
There was nothing.
Prison time, baby.
The lodge itself was so rotted and falling apart. I don't even know why people stayed there or what they thought they were getting into. There was nothing luxurious about it.
The mold would be a big thing concern, because you'd have to keep the heat pretty good and keep everything dry and camping and anyone knows that would be a major concern. But hindsight's a wonderful thing, but you'd also expect these to be highly maintained.
Yeah. Right. Well, when there's a fungus among us, mold will grow, right?
Fungus among us.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, I think I know a
Yeah,
new.
mold was a big issue in the hood port domes, and Devon also opened those up for rentals without having
Yep.
prior to having the porta potties delivered. So he
Wow.
provided no sanitation for people that had rentals for a quote unquote glamping unit that had no running water, no solar batteries, and didn't even have a porta potty. Literally, not even a pot to
Yeah, he
piss in.
made
They're struggling to get the money.
nothing. He made me pay for the porta potties in Stevensville. So I had to pay out of my own pocket from the $20 he would nickel and dime me with, save up and pay for the porta potties for the glampers to come in and have somewhere to go.
Oh my God. This is true camping.
So Megan is absolutely right. Like I'm not sure where you're at, Megan, but everything that you've described is almost to the T of what he did here in Stevensville to us.
Yeah, same pattern every single time, isn't it? It really is. That's the horrible part of it all.
It worked. Apparently it worked. So he continued to do it again.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, I've got a big blog to carry on reading. I want to make sure I get this one through. So I'm going to read your story. And thank you so much for being brave, Megan, coming on here. I know it's out to the world, but you are a victim, and we're here to help victims, and we'll tell your story. And hopefully we'll get some justice. In the very least, we'll stop him in his tracks. Yeah, that's all we can really do, unfortunately. But until the FBI finishes their investigation, it seems like there's one underway. That's the exciting part. Wait for the government to step in and do something.
Well, thank you, Danny.
Well, thank you very much, Danny.
Yeah. All right, guys, girls, I should say, ladies. All right, I'm going to read the sad story now. Now I've got a different meaning when I'm reading this story. I'm going to be thinking of you. I'm thinking of a real person behind this story. I read them all the time, and it's like, I just hate, the detrimental effects these opportunities have, investment opportunities. It's not like, a lot of these investors that we deal with, sometimes in my head, I think, they've got like, $500,000, $1 million in the bank, and they just have a little go at investing to see whether it's a good place to put their money. But when I hear that people put everything into it, that just makes me feel, empty, really, and sad. It's just sad. It's unfair, and it's not the way that's it's meant to work, especially with a person that played on people's religion and beliefs and used every sly tactic to build that trust, and then just takes advantage of people. They really are bottom feeders. They're horrible people, and that's why I could tell straight away the first messages come back when he started communicating with me. Not a nice fella.
Yep.
Not at all.
Out for himself. How do they sleep at night? I often say that to people I'm interviewing. How do they sleep at night? What are they like? They go to bed at night, put their head on their pillow, and they just fall to sleep like a baby. They must have something else going on. I mean, it's got issues. I mean, they get.
He's got his money under his pillows.
Well,
he's thinking about the money, and
there's something else going on, eh? It just doesn't make sense. I mean, really?
I mean, you can see from his text messages and from the brief time that he was live with you that he genuinely doesn't seem to think that he's in the wrong, and him like using faith in a manipulative way. Like, I'm going to pray for you guys. Like, that kind of stuff. I was like, really? Come on, guy. Like,
wow. And that's a real insult. To me, that's a super insult. I was brought up in a religious cult, I call it. And I've had two people in my immediate family who aren't here with us anymore because of the detrimental effects that religion put on them. And I respect people's religion. I wouldn't use your religion to manipulate something I want from you. But these people that claim that, I said to him today, I said, I think God sent me to help you, mate. And he goes, yeah, God sent you. I think God's not involved in this contract. You don't go to the court system, stand in front of the judge, and the judge doesn't say, what denomination are you? Let's open up the Bible and let's go through a scripture and discuss this before we get started. Well, I've seen scams where they've opened up in prayer before they scam. And I'm going, well, this isn't about God. This isn't about, faith. It's nothing to do with it. This is about a business contract where two people have negotiated an arrangement, and people are meant to honor, what was said in the contract. And to rub the faith throughout it. It's not right. And I don't know what he does in his head. I don't know what drives this guy. Is it he's obviously depressed? He must be depressed. He must be mentally unstable. And he turns his back. He was turning my stuff I was talking to him about back on me, like it was my problem. And I'm going, this is your time to shine, young man.
Yeah, you think with the amount of narcissism that I've seen from him, that I would have thought that he would have at least taken the stage as long as you would let him, but not when he's being confronted with the truth. That's
he would have been on the stage, and if I let him, I could tell straight away he was trying to control and be in
control the
charge.
narrative.
Yep. And I'm going, we don't do that here. I'm happy to let people speak. We're having a conversation. I mean, that's what we do. I listen, you talk, you talk, I listen. But it was all about him telling me how it was, and how everyone else's everything else was everyone else's problem. I mean, he's just not a nice fellow. That video that I've got that on another screen over here looking at me at the moment. And when he gets into that rant part, you listen to what he says.
That it was going to take a team effort. And then here I am left holding the bag with everyone calling me a fraud. When we have 15 locations, domes all over the country. We've hosted tens of thousands of guests. No, how about y'all prove to me that you're legit?
Yeah, that part there where he just said, how about you will prove to me I'm legit? That there would intimidate anybody on the planet if you were standing in front of him. And that shows, so much aggression, and it's completely off the track. That's how he rolls. And that's the part where I'm sitting here thinking, well, I mean, how can you can't reason with somebody like that. That's it. You're stuck with him. You can't.
That kind of tone was very much what led to me taking the exit from the Hood Sport property. I tried to make it work despite, all the issues, the fence being built that blocked off access, being there with no utilities. Like, I was really trying to make it work because I was all in. And, I was all in from a place of, to be honest, just desperation for me, for a place of healing. Like, I think that was part of what he preyed on with me specifically. Like, I was very upfront with him that part of why I was personally looking to go to somewhere more remote and rural and have a business like this was because I had just left an abusive relationship. So for me, it was part of my own personal healing journey to take this bit of money that I had and heal in the woods.
I get it. I do. And I just feel for you. I do. I know, I just don't even know, like when you first go, reading your story, I just don't even know how to say much, really. That's the horrible part of it.
I don't know what else to do.
That tone right there, that exactly right there is the tone that I heard, that I was like, this is not a person I can do business with. I'm out.
One of my mates, one of my Avengers in the chat room, said he didn't seen that video so far, and he was all rolled up. Richard's a truck driver, drives an 18-wheeler truck. And when I went to America, first time in 20 years, he picked me up in the truck. He's a mean bugger. He could run over Devon as we Trans Am. But it'd be like a speed bump. But he just watched that video and he said that's that infuriates people like us, those type of that attitude. And also to have I'm not religious, so I shouldn't say it, but he's got a cross around his neck. And so it's actually, to me, it's actually slapping the face of anyone that's got a belief. It's just not what religion's all about. You don't use it and abuse
it. It's weaponized faith, and that's not what it should be used for.
That's you need to be a podcast. That's exactly what he's doing. He's weaponizing faith to his advantage. He's a selfish individual, and he's a coward as well, because he won't come back on here now. He's basically saying he's not watching, but we know he is. But he's yeah. All right. Well, that's very sad. So anyway, lovely for you. We'll chat to you in the chat room. If you've got any questions, I'll fire it your way. But we're going to hear about your story now.
Sounds good. Thanks, Danny.
All right. You take care of yourself. You're a strong woman. That's awesome, man. Oh, that's what I love about what I do, when victims are actually brave enough to actually come on here. So Washington Glamping LLC is what we're talking about. The $80,000 And now it's a life savings of $80,000 Hoodspot partnership. Unlike previous investors who purchased dream packages or dealer opportunities, Megan, the lovely lady that was just on the screen, says she was offered something entirely different, 50-50 ownership interest in a proposal glamping business centered around a property in Hoodsport, Washington. You know, and she said something very, very true when talking to her. She said that he targeted her current condition. You know, she's vulnerable. He probably already was fully aware of her circumstances. A single mum with a 6-year-old child doesn't need this shit in her life. According to the documents supplied to this investigation, Megan invested $80,000 during April 2024. So we're starting to talk a little bit historical here now, aren't we? It's 2 years ago. After being present with that, being presented with what appeared to be an established and expanding glamping operation, the proposal included ownership in a newly formed company called Washington Glamping LLC, which was incorporated in Montana on April 2024, with Devon acting as organizer, company, state, business, I'm not saying this right, proposed as ecotourism glamping. Unlike simple investment package, this arrangement was documented through a formal operating agreement, company registration, bank transfers, contracts, text messages, photos, and exclusive correspondence spanning almost 2 years. So what was really interesting about this for me is we've got the 50-50 ownership thing, which I think is the document, but the biggest one for me was actually the official company document. And here is a company certificate letter and all the people in the entries. So here you can see, you read through it, there's basically the, for the use of the word, business plan of the whole agreement. So that was the company that they formed and all the agreements. And you can see here, you know, down payment of $80,000, blah, blah, blah. So you can go read that to your heart's content. So what Megan says she was promised, according to the documents and communications she supplied, which was a lot, the proposal included 50% ownership of this company, an 80% capital contribution, a complex with 16 times 16 two-story cabins. That's a substantial, cabins. 16, that's crazy. 7 existing dome accommodations, 3 additional wall tents, existing rental income, expansion opportunities, marketing and booking support through Global Glamping, shared profits from the development. The operating agreement specifies references. I'm going to just read this because I'm getting a bit tongue twisted.
The operating agreement specifically references Megan's $80,000 contribution and states that it included the purchase of a 16x16 two-story cabin that would be placed on the property, with development costs benefiting the company shared equally between both members.
Right. So basically a way to make it a small business that would merge into something greater when time permitted. The sales presentation, the documented evidence suggests the investment was promoted as an operational business rather than a speculative development. So what I'm getting at there is she gave me a summary of everything that went down, all the timelines. This is the perfect victim. So everything that happened all the way through. I mean, you can't dispute this, right down to the deposit receipts. She's also linked through to Google Drive, where you can actually see all the contracts. And this is the original. I say this document, but this was actually on a Google Drive. This was a living document, which I've just killed its life because I've downloaded it and saved it to my hard drive. But if you wanted to go and have a look and read the sad story and the historical stuff, it is absolutely breathtaking. I mean, it goes on and on and on. And this guy, does he not realize the detrimental effects his business deals have? I just can't, to me, sorry guys, I'm going on about it, but it's like the documented evidence speaks for itself. We have the receipts. Anyway, so it was a going concern business and it was going to be expanded. According to the preserved text messages, Megan says she was told the property was already legit cash flow assets, already a legit cash flow asset, operating at approximately 80% occupancy, generating around 275 annual revenue, with expansion to 10 accommodation units expected to produce approximately 127,000 in annual income from each partner. So she was obviously a partner. So she's going to put in a deposit of $80,000 for a $300,000 investment, and that was going to generate potentially 127,187 in annual income for each partner. Now that's telling somebody that this is a way that you can live on site, I presume, and you can be part of the business and help it grow, and then basically get yourself an income. She also says she was told the cabin would be completely finished out and move-in ready before wiring the balance of her investment. So there you go. It's just a win-win all round. These reputations form part of the documented evidence she supplied. Follow the money. Unlike many investment disputes where little documentary evidence survives, Megan retained records of both wire transfers. So as I just showed you, the payment trail includes a $20,000 deposit and a $60,000 deposit. And this was April 2024. Together, these payments go up to $80,000, mention the amount referenced throughout the operation agreement. So she's done everything in her power to basically keep in the contract agreement that they had between them. Public records began raising questions. One of the strongest aspects of Megan's evidence is that she did not simply rely on memory. The problem began emerging. She started researching public records relating to Hood's Sports property itself. According to her evidence package, she discovered information that caused her to question who actually controlled the property, how much land was involved, and whether all parcels were owned. Sorry, parcels? Is that what they call them?
Parcels.
Were owned or controlled, as represented the access rights affecting the development and the nature of financing arrangements connected to the project. Those concerns became significant enough that she says she confronted Devon during a Zoom meeting while stating the public record she had sharing the public records that she had located. So she confronted him with what she actually found. And obviously, as you just mentioned live on the air, that there was a whole history behind this. And he didn't have everything, all the T's crossed and all the I's dotted before he brought in a business partner. Moving to Hoodspot. Now, I'm going to read this because I need a bit of a break. And let's have a listen to this.
Perhaps the most compelling aspect of Megan's account is that it extended far beyond a financial investment. According to her evidence, she relocated with her son to Hoodsport expecting to move into the completed cabin described in the operating agreement. Instead, she says she encountered a very different situation, describing the absence of a completed cabin, limited utilities, deteriorating accommodation and, later, wildfire-related safety concerns that ultimately forced her to leave the property.
Wildfire-related safety concerns. Yes, I think that would be something in the forest with a tent. It could be a dwelling. There would be so many. In my understanding, if that was done in New Zealand, there would be so many regulations that you'd need to get crossed off by DOC before you could actually set up a dwelling. So anyway, all right, let's go.
The RV replacement. Rather than receiving the completed cabin described in the operating agreement, Megan says she was later provided with an older recreational vehicle as a temporary solution. According to her documentation, the RV suffered from numerous problems, including water leaks, roof damage, deteriorating interior walls and the absence of a title. She says it bore little resemblance to the accommodation she believed had formed part of her original investment.
I'm just going to ask her. No, this might not be funny, but for shits and giggles, you haven't got a photo of the RV, have you? Okay, just send her a message. That'd be quite neat to see. Removed from the company records. Yes, so that there will show you that she was removed from the company records, and that's obviously once she come up with an exit strategy that he was going to pay.
Removed from the company records. The breakdown of the partnership was later reflected in Washington Glamping LLC's public filings. PDF-A 2025 annual report filed with the Montana Secretary of State on the 9th of January, 2025, continued to list Global Glamping LLC as the company's manager. However, Megan Thompson's name and contact details had been struck through in the management section of the filing. Devon Allan Towle signed the report as manager member, while Washington Glamping LLC remained registered for the stated business purpose of ecotourism short-term rentals. The report also listed no physical address for the company's principal office.
Yes, so she's been taken off, but she hasn't received the money for the agreement.
The filing appears to document that Megan was no longer recorded as part of the company's management structure. However, it does not explain the circumstances surrounding that change, whether her ownership interest was formally transferred or extinguished, or how the financial dispute between the parties was ultimately resolved.
Yeah, okay, so partial repayments. So here we go. So remember, she's put $80,000 down. He's decided to, after negotiate exit strategy, let's say that.
Partial repayments. The evidence also documents a lengthy repayment history. According to Megan's records, Devon acknowledged the dispute and made a series of partial repayments over many months. Those repayments totaled approximately $24,550 based on Megan's calculations, and outstanding.
Outstanding. I'm also going to actually show you a screenshot there. Outstanding. Hold up.
Based on Megan's calculations, an outstanding balance of approximately $55,450 remained owing by late 2025, excluding any consequential losses she says she incurred.
Yeah, hold up. I'm just going to see if I can actually bring that up. So, yeah, so just for the here, you can see the actual, so you can actually see what she's done here. She's done a bloody good job. Excuse my French, bit of a potty mouth sometimes. Oh, what have I done now? Hold up, 1 minute, please, caller. I did have it all sorted. 1 second. Megan, I just wanted to bring that up because it showed that she kept really good records, and that's the problem. So let's see if I can get that open. Oh my goodness, computers sometimes. Are we going to open up? There we go. Finally opened up. But over here, you can see what I'm looking at here is I'm seeing a document where he's made payments, and then it's sporadic. So November, December, oh, we missed January, February, 500. You know, it's gutting, you know. So she's kept very good records and done everything she's meant to do. I mean, it's just I'm trying to get rid of the button here. You know, additional experiments. Yeah, so I feel for her. But look, I tell you what, if we're ever going to do an investigation and I need a perfect victim, I'm going to get Megan along, because she's just the best. She just gave us everything, and that's how we do investigations. Based on Megan's calculations, she has $55,000 outstanding, a familiar pattern. Although every investor's circumstances is different, Megan's documented appears that to follow a pattern already observed elsewhere in this investigation. I'm going to read these 2 paragraphs.
The sequence she describes includes optimistic financial projections, formal contracts and company documents, substantial upfront payments, repeated delays, changing explanations, partial repayments, and continuing assurances that future projects would enable outstanding obligations to be settled. Her evidence spans from the initial investment in April 2024 through communications, continuing into 2026, and provides one of the most comprehensive documentary records received during this investigation.
Yeah, it definitely was. The other one is there's a graph where he shows people how much money they're going to make with him helping them rent out their domes which I do have, but I don't have handy. But that would be a good graph to actually show. I should actually make sure I get one of those. I might see if I can. Actually, I'll find it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a bit of. I'm going to actually read this whole paragraph of this summary of following the money, because it's really, really interesting. And then while I'm doing that, I'm going to go find that graph that I was talking about, because that's what he keeps presenting people. So I believe. Let's go. Oops, hold up. Done the wrong one. What am I doing? That one.
Following the money. One of the advantages of having multiple victims come forward at the same time is that you begin seeing details that might otherwise be overlooked. As I compared contracts, bank records and wire confirmations from different investors, I wasn't just looking at how much money had been invested. I was looking at where that money actually went. That exercise quickly became more complicated than I expected. PDF investors had been dealing with what they believed was Global Glamping LLC, yet the documents revealed payments flowing through a variety of different entities. Some funds were paid to Global Glamping LLC, others to WDMC LLC, while my own research identified numerous LLCs associated with Devon Allan Towle operating over several years. On its own, operating multiple LLCs is not unusual. Many business owners separate different parts of their operations into individual legal entities for taxation, liability, or operational reasons. The existence of multiple companies is not, by itself, evidence of wrongdoing. The difficulty arises when investors are left uncertain about which company they were actually contracting with, which entity received their money, and which business ultimately carried the obligation to perform under the agreement. That distinction becomes particularly important if disputes later arise, because legal responsibility may depend on which entity signed the contract and accepted the funds. As more documentation arrived, another pattern began to emerge. Several investors told me they had attempted to trace where their money had gone after projects stalled or communication deteriorated. In doing so, they discovered what they believed to be a web of interconnected companies that appeared to overlap through shared management, addresses, websites, or banking arrangements. Some had already spent considerable sums instructing lawyers to investigate those relationships, only to discover that following the money through multiple entities could become an expensive exercise in its own right. During my investigation, I identified businesses and brands connected to Devon Allan Towle that included Global Glamping, WDMC, 406 Structures, Wellness Glamping, Glow Domes, ELUV8, Triple G's Resort, and several other companies and domains operating under different names over the years. Again, I want to emphasize that entrepreneurs frequently own multiple businesses, and there may be entirely legitimate commercial reasons for doing so. However, because several investors have specifically questioned how funds moved between these entities, understanding those relationships forms an important part of this investigation. For that reason, one of the questions I have put directly to Devon Allan Towle, in my right of reply, is straightforward. Can he explain the role each company played, why different entities received investor funds in different circumstances, and how those businesses interacted with one another? If there is a legitimate commercial explanation, this is precisely the sort of information that deserves to be placed on the public record alongside the allegations made by investors.
Yeah, and while I'm listening to that, because I've been doing this for so long now, over 5 years, 2021 I actually started, April. One of our scammers received $250,000 from a victim. After we publicized Goliath Ventures, he put $250,000 into a Bank of America bank account. And we went through our LinkedIn contacts and we found as many people as we could in the Bank of America and asked them to track the payment and check that it was legitimate. The guy came back to us and went, whoa, that account's had $100 million worth of transactions. And at the time, they actually froze the bank account. And just the other day, we found out that at the time they froze that bank account, it had $18 million in it. And they were using that to pay investors. And if they kept paying the investors their commissions while they were generating new income, the scam could have carried on going. So the bank looked at it and saw the transactions. Now, I would be interested to know the banks that were receiving the money. So if there's 10 investors out there it would be worthwhile knowing where you sent the money. Because I always say in any investigations, follow the money. We can go, well, I can't do this full time, but some of my Avengers go where I don't go, but they go to the banks and we ask them to check for, make sure they've done it correctly. Because a lot of the times the monies that they take, especially in crypto scams, they're over the threshold that the banks are allowed to accept without doing some due diligence. So when I saw in the $60,000 deposit, pretty sure the bank would stop most people and ask them where that money's come from because of anti-money laundering. So the fact that he's got all these different entities alarms me. But it would be worthwhile, everybody, especially in the WhatsApp chat room, is giving us the name of the bank and the date that you put your deposit in there. Because we may find that he's getting stopped by the banks, but he's opening up new bank accounts. Or he may get to the stage where he asks people to pay with Cash App or Cash Out, whatever it is. It'd be interesting to follow the money and see what happens. Now, the other reason I said that, the guy that we managed to freeze the bank account with that couldn't pay, had $18 million in it, we eventually found out that he had 30 bank accounts. And he was just opening up bank account after bank account, going to new banks, and it was absolutely incredible. So imagine if that's the case here, which would be really interesting. Now, we did bring up this graphic here, and the reason why I wanted to bring up this graphic here is because this was splashed around quite a few times. So basically, rate your share annual return on investments 5 years total. So this is what he's been presenting to people, and this is what to me looks like pyramid, blah, blah, blah. But I was a bit incorrect before because we have received quite a bit of correspondence, but it was actually Carly. you were the lady, you've sent me, what have I got here highlighted? I can't even see now. 52 emails I received from Carly, and this is the one that stood out to me the most. And this was predicting how much money you were going to make. Now, this to me, just first glance, too good to be true, but that's a lot of money to make from a glamping website, just saying. But, it's what they use in their marketing. And if their marketing's presenting this to you as, and you look at the companies and how it looks like it's established, and you can see what they're doing, and then they say that we're now doing this, I can see why people actually buy into this. But at the end of the day, this guy here holding up his award, as you can see, is literally using that to say, look at me, trust me, and you build trust with these individuals, So, yeah, just be cautious on that. Hindsight's a wonderful thing. Anyway, the Better Business Bureau, we talked about that, complaints that tell a consistent story. And we've just obviously found the trust advisor stories, haven't we? They were absolutely batshit crazy. But you've got a very poor review. Now, that's why I'm surprised that this other crowd has actually press release. So this is a press release. Source, Sky Scales Resorts. Now, where's this? 2021 news. So remember we looked at that photo? And what is this?
Clear Sky Resorts launches unique luxury sky domes at 2 national parks in western US in 2021.
So these photos appear. Now, am I right? The domes, is this not even associated to him at all? This is no association. So it can't be because it goes back to 2021. But these photos appear on their not Airbnb because that's been taken off. So where's this? This is somewhere else. So are these photos not associated to him whatsoever? Is that what is that what I've just stumbled across here? So this Devon's own camp. It kind of looks like it. And is this the one that's called Hotel Clear Sky Resorts Glacier? I'm not familiar. So I might be wrong here. I don't quite know. But what I'm looking at here, I'm going to ask, is this, where is she, Desiree? Hey, you wouldn't be able to look at this and tell me whether this is Devon's. Okay, so she's probably listening, so I'm just going to go there. So that's one interesting one. but I'm actually just blown away by Dome on Range, unique resort experience coming to Grand Canyon. And these also have these photos in here. So let's see if it's not actually working. Let's forget that one then. But I'm absolutely amazed. So Hip Camp, and in Hip Camp, that one there, we destroyed the voice recordings, documents. We can shut down a bit of this stuff, might not confuse me so much. There's our video. The financial. So if that photo is not related to him whatsoever, when you go to Hip Camp, then it's absolutely amazing that they've actually seems to have got that. So this is all photos, and this is the Triple G Resort, right? And you've got amenities. And when you go to amenities, there's 3 photos. And this photo here, is that actually, are these actually real photos of the complexes? That might be one of those wooden cabins, but I would like to know. So that doesn't exist. But if that, I did a reverse Google Lens image search on that image. And as far as I'm concerned, when you look at this here, this is the Triple G Resort. It's got 12 reviews, which I don't know how good they are, but we just clicked on them. He's got 88% ratings. I don't know whether they can control them. I don't know. But what I'm trying to get at is if that is the case, if this is meant to represent Triple G Resort and you go through their photos and you see amenities that look like that and they're not on the premises, that to me is just absolutely made batshit crazy. So what have we got exactly? But he had Out of Fear of Me. What have we got there? Hello, Queen of Karma. Nice to see you there. Didn't see you sneak into the room. Queen of Karma's in the building. Another YouTuber friend of mine who goes after cults and multi-level marketing companies and anyone that's not doing what they say they are. Okay, Better Business Bureau complaints tells a different story, and we're going to have a quick look at that.
By this stage of the investigation, I had spoken with multiple investors, reviewed contracts, examined bank records, and worked through a growing collection of court documents. I then turned my attention to another source of information that often proves valuable in investigations like this, the Better Business Bureau, BBB, scam tracker.
Yeah, so that was quite interesting. So I know that's big in America. It's not so big here in New
The BBB
Zealand.
scam tracker should never be treated as proof that misconduct has occurred. Anyone can submit a complaint, and the allegations are not independently verified by the BBB before publication. However, when multiple complaints emerge from different parts of the country describing remarkably similar experiences, they become another piece of evidence that deserves careful consideration alongside everything else.
Yeah, I'm going to show you a personal story here. If you go to my website, I've got this. I've got my fair share of what do they call the haters, and I've got. If you go to my website and you hold your mouse over Contact Us, you can actually go to smear campaigns, and in here you can read about people that just love trying to defame me, and all the attacks that I've got, all the websites people have set up. And it's ironic, but one of the ones that make me laugh at the moment, I did a review on Write Me a Review, and I don't get many reviews. I'm not asking for a review, but you can come here and you can go to heck.com. Now, I used to have about 40 different reviews in Trustpilot, which is really nice. And then I had this individual that keeps coming in here and posting 1-star reviews, and he's just mental. So all my reviews get removed now, and I lost about 35 reviews, and they left my own reviews. So now today I've got 3.5 reviews. So you look at that and go, oh God, then he's got 10 reviews and he's got 3.5 stars. So you click on the reviews, and then all of a sudden we've got these 2 down the bottom here, which are new reviews, and we've got from Ray Moore. He's got a 1-star review, and then we've got and these aren't real people. These are all the same individuals. I have literally spent 300 hours writing back to Trustpilot explaining that this person, which is actually John Citizen, and we all know who John Citizen is, has wrote me another 1-star review, and here another 1-star review. And it's all about my investigations. But the honest truth of it is, it's one of the scammers that I've taken down, and he just can't help himself. So he's wrote me 1-star reviews. I've spent so much time just for fun trying to get these reviews removed to understand how Trustpilot works. And how it does work, Trustpilot doesn't publish one-star reviews without scrutinizing them. So now I can come along to my one-star reviews and I can flag it, and then it says it's I'm not from here, and then I can go harmful, illegal, promotional advertising, not based on genuine experience, go next, and then go next, and then I have to go a reviewer was paid to write a review, I don't know, and next, and then go next. And then I put my email address in here, and I've got better things to do with my time. So I don't actually go after my one-star reviews comments anymore because it's just time consuming. Thank you. Then I come down to here, and then I've got to flag this one here first. And then it's got not from the, and it just goes around and around in circles. So it's quite funny. But anyway, so what did I do with it? Well, I wrote a whole review about Trustpilot and saying how their reviews don't work. I don't even read what I just did then, but I presume I've got to go back here. I've got to actually hate speech, defamation, and then I go here. And I still, so first thing I've got to do now is I've got to actually go through here and somehow challenge the review, I think. I don't know how to do it. But anyway, I've got to challenge the fact that, and you spend all your life doing it, but just wanted to share that there. But the Better Business Bureau is a place where real people put their real names behind things and can write reviews about companies and have a voice, which is really, really cool. So one complaint, let's have a listen to this.
One complaint described an investor who said they had invested $98,000 into Global Glamping's revenue share program after being told their dome had been built and was generating rental income. According to the complaint, payments were made for several months before the investor allegedly discovered the structure had never been constructed.
Well, we know who that one is, don't we? It's
Another
above.
complaint came from an investor who said they had invested $80,000, alleging that Global Glamping failed to build the promised dome before communication ceased.
Not sure if we know who that one is. I don't think it's Megan. It could be somebody else.
A third complaint involved the purchase of 3 Geodesic domes for approximately $25,000. According to that report, delivery dates were repeatedly delayed, communication became increasingly difficult, and the buyers eventually discovered other complaints relating to the business while trying to understand what had happened.
So Desiree's come back and said those images are not real. She's a wee bit lag. She's on probably
A fourth
dial-up.
complaint described an alleged $60,000 dealership investment, with claims that promised domes, websites and dealership services were never delivered as expected.
How does this company sound to you so far? Do you think their CEO is a good job? We might give him a ring
What
again.
struck me wasn't the dollar amounts, although together they represented hundreds of thousands of dollars. It was the recurring themes.
Let's just see if he wants to talk to us. I'll just tell him that we're still doing the blog, but it's not looking too good for him. Okay, across the complaints, investors repeatedly refer to that one there.
Substantial upfront payments, geodesic domes or dealership opportunities, promised business or investment returns, delays or projects that allegedly never materialized, increasing difficulty contacting Global Glamping, and significant financial losses.
Wow. I just had an idea. You'll love my idea. Wait 1 second there, please, caller. Right, we'll keep reading this. I've got a wee surprise for you. All those people that have been watching us, watch this. We're waiting to see what I do.
None of these complaints,
if I can do it,
standing alone, establish liability. They represent the experiences reported by the individuals who submitted them. However, they become considerably more significant when viewed alongside the contracts, emails, lawsuits and witness interviews already forming part of this investigation. Perhaps the most important observation is this. The BBB complaints were not what started my investigation. They simply echoed patterns I had already identified independently. By the time I discovered them, I had already interviewed investors, reviewed contracts and traced the history of Global Glamping's marketing. Rather than changing the direction of the investigation, the BBB reports appeared to reinforce questions that were already emerging from the documentary evidence. As I continued assembling the chronology, another source of information would prove equally revealing, not from investors, but from ordinary travelers who believed they had simply booked a weekend glamping getaway. Their experience would add an entirely different perspective to the story.
Wow. So I'm just reading these, looking at these here. I mean, sure. I mean, he's like, ain't got a shit show in hell, has he, really, defending these? Anyway, I'm going to try something here. Watch this, guys. Have a listen. See where we go on. Failed. I can't use I've banned my phone number again. But anyway, I'm going to ring him up on a normal phone and just see if he answers, because he doesn't want to answer me on WhatsApp anymore. But let's have a go. Let's see if we can ring him. I want to see what he says about these reviews, because he's here he is. He's the man about town. So this guy is getting worse and worse. Even myself, the more I get into my blog, it's just shocking. It's shocking. So let's have a listen and see if he wants to answer me on this. Okay. So he's even tried writing back to them. Initial complaint. I mean, how many complaints do you need about the company? I mean, it just goes on. It's pretty amazing, isn't it? I mean, this guy's, the business is disasterized. It's just.
Hello, this is Devon Allan Towle. Unfortunately, I was unable to receive your call. Your call is very important to me.
Is it really?
So please leave a detailed message, and I will return your call promptly. Thank you. Have a blessed day.
G'day, Devon. Look, we've just been going through, we're still doing this live. We're 4 hours in at the moment. We are now going through your Better Bureau business complaints, and they just, I'm scrolling, but there's no end of it. It just carries on. Why don't you give us a ring back, and maybe you can explain to us why all these what do I call them? Misguided people are picking on you. Love to know more. All right. And hopefully this has actually stopped you from generating any more income. And if we're just going to keep, we're like a dog on the bone, mate. We're not going to give up on this one. You come back with, your company's just finished, mate. It's just, you can't carry on like this. So we're going to stop you. And we've got a team of Avengers that will do it. So just stop it, right? Stop scamming people, please. You put a lot of people you're hurting people. You're actually not a kind individual. And if I was a religious man, I'd probably think you're one of the ones that could be potentially going to that hot place where in Gehenna, you might be going to Gehenna. Just saying, all right? But give me a ring back like a real man. Stop lifting those weights and start talking to me for a change. Why don't you, come on, why don't you've fessed up here, you tried to control the situation, and now you are cowering in the corner. Wake up. It's time to wake up. It's time to fess up. We don't want you going to jail like the last guy we busted for 50 years. So come on, let's do something about this, and let's get these people their money back. Oh, yeah. So that's pretty wicked, really. So he's just a coward, really, isn't he? Well, when guests started asking questions, this is the funny part. We're going to have a bit of a funny part. But anyway, this is going to go on for ages. Until this point, nearly every person I had spoken to had one thing in common. They had invested money into Global Glamping in some form. And then I came across something completely different. It wasn't an investor. It wasn't a lawsuit. It wasn't even someone who was looking at buying a dome. It was a family who had simply booked a glamping holiday through Airbnb. Now, as we said, from their own admission, the Airbnb's listings are all now offline. And we've got a Facebook post basically claiming, we'll leave that one online because that's what you guys need to do, basically claiming that they have been hacked. Oh, I don't mean to laugh, but it is actually shocking. So have they been hacked? That is the problem. No, ladies and gentlemen, is the answer to that question in case you're struggling. They hadn't been hacked. It was absolutely loads of poos and wheeze. Let's have a look. I'm just trying to find. Oh, look, I'm wasting time. Sorry. But hey, look, you've got to go submit this crime complaint center and go there and keep complaining, get this guy off the street. So anyway, so we've got Angie, whatever her name is, no offense, shared photos and a video on Facebook after arriving at what she believed would be a luxury, how disappointing though, really?
Geodesic
dome experience in Montana. She published the post quickly attracted significant attention because the reality she encountered appeared dramatically different from the images used to market the accommodation. Now we're talking about the, even in the background here, what's happening in the background there? What the heck's that in the background? It looks like a demolished something or other. I don't know what that is, but anyway. So this is what she turned up to. So we've got rips, holes, and something ripped off down the bottom here, and a floor that creaks. and a fireplace in the room. I mean, come on, guys. You can't make this shit up. I mean, just saying that's not normal. According to her account, she and her family had booked and stayed months, booked the stay months in advance after impressed by the listing's photographs. She described her being excited to finish her Montana holiday with what she expected would be a memorable glamping experience. Instead, she said she arrived late in the evening. Something immediately felt wrong. The access road to the domes was blocked. Oh my God. As they made their way towards the accommodation, she says the property appeared abandoned, unfinished. The photos she published showed damaged structures, so not one. What's that word?
Debris,
overgrowth vegetation, and appeared to be completely neglected. A ghost town for facilities. She wrote, when she first pulled in, something definitely felt off about everything. The situation became even more concerning when, according to her account, a man unexpectedly approached them on a bicycle and offered them a cabin instead. Feeling uncomfortable, she declined, left the property, and contacted Airbnb. Now, you reckon that your Airbnb account's been hacked? Well, I don't think so. Which she says refunded the booking. So Airbnb refunded the booking. After returning home, what's her name? Angie says she began researching global glamping online. Isn't that good? Because, so look at this. Her Facebook post concluded, Google, she searched global clamping scam for yourself. Oh, I'm not saying this right. What am I doing?
Google global glamping scam for yourself and see what we found. FBI investigations, many scandals, fraud, misrepresentation, etc. We are convinced this is going to end in a Netflix documentary.
Oh, well, I've got those brewing already on other matters. But anyway, let's go there. We're going to search Google. What happens now? Look at this. We've got, that's me. That's me. And that's Reddit posts. So we're coming up twice in the top 10 straight away. Isn't that cool? And look, I think 13 hours ago. So if you click on that there.
I don't know what else to do to prove to you and everybody else.
So this guy's business is over. You can stop it now, mate. You can actually probably have some closure. And I'll tell you another sad story. We've got one of our big scammers he's going to jail for 50 years. And he was in Dubai, and then he realized that he was going to be arrested. So he decided to do a plea deal with the government. And everyone's looking at him in these videos that I've done, and he's not really remorseful. But I reckon that sometimes we give these scammers closure. And I'm going to call you a scammer, mate. I'm sick of being pussyfooting around. I don't care about your legal thing. I would quite happily stand up in the courtroom and say that this guy is a scammer. Angie's experience is not evidence that fraud occurred. It represents the observations of a guest who believed the property did not match the expectations and who chose not to stay. However, her photos are relevant because they provide a visual snapshot of one of the locations associated with global clamping at a time when investors were simultaneously alleging that promised developments had stated or failed to materialize. Am I saying that right? I hope so. I'm sorry I'm not the best reader in the world. I don't know why I'm a journalist.
Developments had stalled or failed to materialize.
I wasn't far off. What makes her post particularly interesting is that it came from someone with no apparent financial interest. She wasn't an investor. In the broader dispute, she was trying to recover an investment. She wasn't trying to recover an investment or enforce a contract. She was simply documenting what she says was what she encountered after arriving on holiday. That distinction matters. So what we did, we don't normally do it, but it was so good that she's posted something on, and everyone that speaks out, congratulations. So if we come here, we're going to now leave my blog and we're off to her actual post. And what she's wrote is pretty amazing.
One of our what the ad and $ moments. We booked this glamping geodome months before our trip. Thought
Look
it
at
would
that.
be an awesome experience and one of those when in Montana type of experiences. The reviews were good when we booked, and we were actually really excited about ending our trip with 2 nights here. The first pictures are from the Airbnb listing. When we first pulled in, something definitely felt off about everything. We, and by we, I mean I, tried to stay positive when we saw the road to the domes were blocked, thinking maybe they just tried to be extra safe after hours. It was around 8:30 when we got there. We found a back way to the dome, and the closer we got, the more it became clear that something was entirely wrong with this place. See the pictures and videos.
Oh, I feel for
We
it.
were greeted out of nowhere by a man on a bike who said he could offer a cabin. We absolutely did not feel safe and declined. We reported this to Airbnb,
Look at it.
and while they did give us a refund, we just couldn't let it go. After much of our true crime mentality
God, look at
kicked
it.
in, we did a little digging online. Google global glamping scam for yourself and see what
Oh,
we
look at
found.
that. Look at it.
FBI investigations,
Look at
many
this.
scandals, fraud, misrepresentation, etc. We are convinced this is going to end in a Netflix documentary.
Wow, look at it. So here's the hot water.
I'm scared. I'm actually terrified. I am too.
Oh, she's scared.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Really, but we probably just take it.
I mean, honestly, at some
You
point.
didn't tell us to?
Oh my goodness.
What is the plastic?
Like, at some point,
Someone
And so when you wet the bed.
yeah.
Oh my goodness, what a cracker. Well done, ladies. That's so awesome. And you can see lots of love these memes, don't you? He's one of my cool guys. Yeah, he's going, no way. No, don't like that. Yeah, so there's lots of comments on there. So you can find that there, participate in there. But that is just absolutely horrible. So thank you so much to that lady who stayed there and went to the extra effort rather than just getting the money back and not doing anything. But I just think that was incredible. So let's go through it. So there's a bit of funny stuff for you. This is going to be a lot.
Throughout this investigation, I found myself separating 2 very different sides of Global Glamping's business.
Yep.
On one hand, there are guests who appear to have enjoyed their stays, reflected in the strong Google reviews for Triple G's resort. On the other, there are investors, dealership purchasers, and now at least one disappointed guest whose experiences raise questions about whether every property and every opportunity was being presented as it actually existed. As
Yeah.
more evidence continued
we'll go.
arriving from victims, one thing became increasingly apparent. This wasn't a story that could be understood by looking at a single website or a single lawsuit. It required examining the entire business ecosystem and, perhaps most importantly, comparing what people were told with what they later discovered for themselves.
Yeah, so really, in short, guys, I mean, I used to always rely on Google reviews to some extent, but now we want to read the 1-star reviews. Whenever I'm reading a 1-star review, I can tell whether it's been done either by a disgruntled friend or somebody who's really had a genuine experience. Even with AI, you can't use AI to write a 1-star review very well. But you can always tell somebody who's got there in bed, the keyboard warrior, like my 1-star reviews on Trustpilot. We know who you are. But anyway, what I'm getting at here, guys, is this is the first time ever where I look at 140 reviews for triple star and see that they've got a 4.8 score, which is unheard of, which is good for them, but not good for the punters that turn up, obviously, and find this. Looking beyond the marketing, I still want him to, why doesn't he ring us? Why doesn't he, come on, mate, are you calling me? Is he, oh no, here we go. I said, why are you calling me right now? You want to connect? Please schedule an appointment. Oh my God. So this is it. So do that one Saturday night. No, notice. Was it? You can explain. Oh my God. So this is what he's writing to us now. So he's all grumpy, but he won't talk to us.
I'll do a one-on-one with you. Not on Sunday night at 9:20 with no notice. You can't explain 17 years of building
It's a Sunday.
basically an entire industry in 3 to 5 hours. I gave you an opportunity to speak with me. You kept cutting me off. I was going to ask you how long it took you to prepare, but you booted me off the call. You gave me 3 days. Now you're going through a live call. You guys do your thing and I can have a private session and we can agree on terms.
Nah, rubbish, mate. I'm not going to talk to you. You're not going to talk to me ever, mate. I'm ringing you again. So now he's telling me he's still going on about the 3-day stuff. and he wants me to book an appointment. And obviously the Sunday night wasn't convenient for him. What a load of rubbish. Go on, talk to us, Devon. You're a friggin' scammer. We've done this for so long. We don't even need to. We're giving you the respect of going through your company. You're just a scammer, mate. Bring him up. Come on. Let's have a carry
Looking
on.
beyond the marketing by this point in the investigation, I had spoken with investors, reviewed contracts, analysed court records
What a
and traced the
coward.
history of
What a
Global
coward.
Glamping's various businesses. The next step was to compare what prospective customers were being told with how the business presented itself across its websites over time.
Yeah, so as quickly became apparent, then Global Camping wasn't promoted through a single website, and this is a big deal because why does a company, like you go to Apple, okay, and you want to buy an iPhone, I mean, it's not rocket science, is it? I mean, okay, let's just any other camping ground, let's go camping, I don't know. Hey, the other one he doesn't realize I actually own an outdoor camping store website. So this is my website. It's called NZ Outdoors, right? And this is me in the river camping. Suppose you didn't know that. And I sell outdoor camping equipment. And that's what I do. That's how I generate supplement some of my income from doing, oh, look, I've got a product missing. But yeah, that's my shop. I've got 2 products missing. What's going on here? And tents. I need to give this some love. But I sell I don't know, from $15,000 to $30,000 worth of camping gear a year online, and I do drop shipping. And that's one of my shops. And I love it. That's quite good, and that's how we roll. So, and I've also had a travel and tourism business. So if I went to archive.org, and I went to newzealandnz.co.nz, you can see I actually used to own that domain name. Was it New Zealand NZ? Have I spelled that wrong? Yep, that's right. Let's go back. I don't know where that will go back to. Let's see if I can. Why isn't it not working? It's not working. But anyway, I owned an outdoor a travel and information website promoting New Zealand travel and tourism for 15 years or so. Let's see if we can do this proper. There you go. So in 2004 was probably 2005 was my best year ever. So we'll bring up the best of the best. And as you can see, I used to have, it's all based on text, but I used to have a travel portal where people could go there, even write reviews. It's called New Zealand's Information Network. That day so far, I was a visitor of nearly 5,000. But in here, you can see all aspects. So if anyone wanted to go and get some accommodation, they could click on the accommodation. They could pick what type of accommodation they wanted. And then we used to do a lot of the websites, and a lot of the advertisers used to advertise with me. So I know quite a bit about travel and tourism, which is quite cool. But even my own website, and even when I was at my peak, I didn't have multiple domain names. I didn't have multiple websites. I didn't take money from multiple payment gateways like Cash
New
App, or anything
donation
like
from
that.
Dirty Devon from £315 to £195 to prison.
Oh, that's quite cool. And if you don't know, he actually has done well losing his weight. I don't even know if I've got pictures of that. I think I have actually. I'll see if I've actually got. He used to be quite a big boy. But let's make it a mission, you see, and let's get this guy off the streets. I mean, if I went to my database, which I'll just bring down for a second, I'll just see if I make sure I've got this. Yeah, there we go. So this is what we do. People don't realize what we do, but we help investigators. So we've actually helped investigations with Homeland Security, the CFTC, IRS. We instigated the investigation for Goliath Ventures, which was a $328 million scam. We actually have databases of everybody. So this is the database that I've got on Devlin at the moment. And I've got enough information. Hey, honey, you won't be able to take this phone call. Well, you just need to come here quick. This is more important. It's ringing. It's the Valentine's. Oh, too late. It's all right. Okay, I was just trying to get my shirt fixed. Too late now. Anyway, so we've got a profile on everyone that we investigate, and as you can see down here, I've actually gone through all the websites that I've seen that's associated to him. And then I've gone to his Facebook page, which I'll probably be blocked from, and you can see this is what his story. So he's gone from big boy to gym bunny, and that there in the feet. Now, I used to be 100 kgs. I'm actually about 90 at the moment, which is quite alarming, but I've got to lose some weight as well. And to lose that much weight is a big feat. And I can, the drive that somebody must have to do that is a feat. Now, that was if I didn't know the guy's history. But what have we got here? We've got 6 hours ago. We've got a guy that says he's too busy to talk to me to go on this because it's Sunday. So what is he doing here? I mean, what is this about? Let's have a wee listen.
Lifestyle changes, baby.
So what? I mean, really? So this is lifestyle changes. I mean, and he's now eating the fruits, and he's got that on his fridge. So this is how your CEO is conducting himself, right? And you can see here, all these links are on his website, on his Facebook page. And he's the founder of this company here since 2017, where he's still taking payments from it, even though he's got multiple different brands. He's single, no surprise there. But what is he doing here? I mean, what is this all about?
Be the mighty lion amongst wild beasts.
I mean, I can't play that music, but I mean, what the heck is this? What is this numpy doing? Really? I mean, what is this all about? Have we got to the stage where and where is he living? Because we reckon we know the address. But what is this guy actually doing? I mean, this guy's taken people's money and now he's spending all his time at the gym. This one here was funny. So what is this meant to be? I mean, this guy's got psychiatric problems. I mean, I can't even read all this, but this is all fear-mongering from God. Corinthians 2, verse 15. What the hell is this bullshit?
Colossians 2:15, and having disarmed the powers and authorities, he made a public spectacle of them, triumphing over them by the cross. Hell celebrated too soon. The enemy believed the cross was the end of Jesus, but it became the beginning of his own defeat. What looked like history's darkest moment became heaven's greatest victory. Jesus did not merely survive the battle, he conquered it forever.
Do you think Devon's going to survive the battle with Danny DeHeck and the Avengers if we take this guy off the planet? I mean, I've had enough of being PC, guys, but this is the bottom feeder of the planet. I can't even load up his images here. What's he done? Has he disabled his Facebook page or something? I don't know. But, what the heck is this guy on? Who is this guy? Who is this guy here? And who are these people that are endorsing bad behavior? I mean, what the heck is this guy on? I still want to have a look. But, yeah, so we've got Mr. got overweight, lost a lot of weight. Good on you, mate. Turn into somebody that is now... What's this happening here? So we're now in the supermarket, too busy to talk to you on a Sunday night, gone to the supermarket with your American t-shirt on and bought yourself a whole lot of bananas. Well, you know what you can do with your bananas, mate. You think you're a Superman. Looks like you're living in a nice place there. It doesn't look like you're living in a dome. Oh, where are we going? Red Raptor's on here. Now we're in trouble. Do you want to go find where he is, mate?
He's in the chat.
Is he? Oh, I didn't see. Oh, is he? That's him? He's not in the chat. He is in the chat. Read the content. So this guy's mental. I mean, what the hell?
I challenged earlier for anybody that has any knowledge or involvement with this operation to come on the stage. I missed the call earlier. I don't know if he came on stage or if you just called him.
Oh, he just got
right now.
He started yelling at us.
Now your extended invitation is to hire you on to refute the evidence that's on this show tonight, sir. If you cannot stand on your own 2 feet wherever you're at in this country or wherever you're at spending other people's money.
He's turned his Facebook page off. Remember when we were doing that girl, we were going through Chris's girlfriend and we were going through his Facebook page? Look at this. Account temporarily unavailable. Account is... Oh, my God, what a wizard. Oh, he doesn't want to show his bodybuilding stuff.
He's trying to blame this person, Des.
Yeah.
Who's Des?
I don't know. It does well? Des is there's this guy. I mean, we've got.
He's saying does for Desiree, short for Desiree.
Oh, right. He's blaming everybody. He's got to face up to his own responsibilities. This guy.
So if you're not going to show your face, then you're going to have a smear campaign. Are you ready for that?
Well, smear campaign. We don't need to. We just need to practice. There's not. We don't need anything. We've just got. I mean, look at this guy doing his weights. I mean, well, so what? What are you, mate? I mean, this is crazy. And come on stage. You're telling me, why don't you get those bananas that you've got and come on stage and talk to us? Let's take your bananas. Oh, your page is not available. You take your web page off. Woo! Global Glamping. You're literally a scammer. And he won't even.
If you don't come on stage with Danny right now, then we're exposing you live for what you are.
Yeah.
We'll put this replay until you come clean or you're arrested.
Yeah, he's going to be arrested, this guy. He's already got the FBI after him. So it's like a scammer on steroids, this one. Oh, you're there now. You're going to talk to me, are you?
Yeah, no, I'm here. I'm actually watching this. It's just like, wow. Some of the people I thought that I could trust the most, like Desiree, that I let live on my property for.
Oh, you're just all
and
good,
I don't
mate.
know,
Yeah, I'm not even going to let you say it, mate. You're just a scammer.
I don't know what's
You're a
going
dirty,
on with my
disgusting
Facebook
scammer.
page.
Oh, whatever. You turned your Facebook page off. Didn't you want us to see your bananas?
No, I honestly had nothing to do with that. Like I don't know what's going on
Well,
with that.
is that like your Airbnb listings
that
that have been, your Airbnb's been hacked as well? Is that nothing to do with you as well?
No, it does not. I actually have the email wondering what's going on because oh my gosh, dude, this is insane. What the hell is going on right now? What the hell?
Well, is everyone after you, are they? Have you stopped to think for a while why they might be after you? Do you think that taking money from people is a good way to live life? And then just coming up with excuses that no one can actually, like it's hard for people to actually get their money back off you.
Well, no, you're telling me that I had 3 days that you've been working on months.
No, we've already been down that road. We
and-
gave you 7 days and we've got it in writing and we've got the stamps and the receipts to prove it. So I don't know where you get the 3-day thing from. You can ask for an extension, Your Honour, but he didn't give it to you. You had 7 days and you had ample time. And is that what we're going to dispute? Why didn't you answer the questions? Why didn't you tell me how far you got through the questions first? You can't out-talk me, mate. I do this for a living.
No, I'm.
What? Have you not watched Judge Judy?
Come on, man. One step at a time. Just take a breath and realize that you're live on the whole stage. The whole world is watching.
Danny, this guy's
I
a
would
really
love
bad
to be able
actor.
to share my stuff and go through everything. I have the emails of my Airbnb being completely deactivated, canceling
That's
over.
not the point. If you want to take that, we'll take that to trial.
No,
We have a stage
I
for
would
that
love
as well.
to be able to go step by step with everything and have an actual opportunity to.
That's not what we asked you to do, though, mate. That's the problem. That's not what we asked you to do. We asked you to answer the questions, and you've gone off and started preparing yourself for a court trial. We didn't ask you to do that. We asked you to answer the questions. So you've got to get your facts right.
Well, yeah, I have too much going on right now to handle with this.
Well, I think you're at the supermarket buying bananas and fruit for your
I
smoothies.
did go to the grocery. That was multiple hours ago.
Okay. Well, we had 7 days here, mate. I gave you 8 days to come back. I gave you 10 days, actually, if you work it out. So can you not answer one question?
No, I'm getting Airbnb.
Oh, my Lord.
Right now.
Mate, what are you on drugs? Do you do drugs?
No, I don't do drugs.
You do any depression medication?
Pardon me?
Do you do any antidepressant medication?
Hey, you're putting my telephone live online right now. Like that's definitely got to be.
Okay.
And then also,
are you pointing the finger? No, we're actually making you accountable, mate. We've given you enough grace. We've given you enough rope to answer, and you've failed.
Wait, did he say he let this Desiree person live at his house?
Oh, you're very quiet there.
No, well, again, I'm actually wanting to go through
Something's
all
wrong.
this, and you're
Can
not
you
letting
give
me
us another
share my
ring?
screen or. Pardon me?
Sorry, I've got somebody trying to talk. You said that you let Desiree live at your house. All right.
Yeah, she lived on my property.
Okay. Did she give you any money?
No, I actually had her evicted because I was doing everything
Did she
and paying
ever
for
give
all of
you
her
any
stuff.
money? Did she pay any of your, like you had a couple of campers come and stay there and they weren't
I
happy?
paid her. Desiree has nothing to do with this.
Oh, she did a
But
minute
No,
ago.
you brought her up.
yeah,
Is
because
that
the
better,
other
Danny?
day she called me and then I literally had a conversation with her. She told me how much she missed me. And then she goes on my Global
Oh,
Glamping Facebook group and makes a comment and says,
mate, you sound like
and
a
goes
kid.
under
You don't
a
sound like a
hidden,
CEO of a company. I've got
and
a
goes under a
recording.
hidden,
I've got a
what?
recording of you
I just
trying to
think
get
it's
inside
really
her camper.
gross to hold that over her head.
Can't hear
Like
you,
if you
Queen
helped
Gamma.
someone and you had them live
No.
with you and then they were working for
Oh
your
my
business, that puts
gosh.
you in a
Like
position of power. It's
this
very
is completely
predatory to now
getting
come on Danny's show
diluted in a
and
Well,
way
people have
that
had
say,
is
enough,
just
oh,
mate.
well, I let
People have
you
had
live
enough.
at my house. You're not allowed
We'll
to speak out
simplify it.
about me.
What you were just saying about your phone number being on the internet, is that inappropriate for you?
Well, where's that on the internet? It's all over.
yeah, of course.
It's already all over the internet. What you mean
Do
now?
you want to proceed with charges or a claim against the Avengers going after this as a scam? Or do you want to seek, officials, your local officials? Because we can go, reach out right away. I call 911 all the time. But in the scam world, we don't have ways to reach out to the proper authorities until the scammer gets exposed. So, are you interested in coming clean or
No,
possibly taking this to the next
I'm
level?
interested in I'm interested in showing everything that I've built over the past 7 years.
But that's not
And
what
we
we
have
asked you for, mate. That's the problem.
well, yeah, because you're calling my business a
Look,
scam
God
when
sent me
I
to you today,
legitimately
mate.
built this
No,
thing
no,
from
look, no,
ground scratch.
no, that's not right. I didn't actually call you a scam. I asked you to provide the evidence, and you've twisted that into me calling you a scam. I'm calling you a
No, you
scammer now
calling
because
me
you're
on a
acting like
Sunday
one.
night. You're
Mate,
calling me on a Sunday night
I
when
gave you
I'm with
okay.
my
I gave you Friday night. I gave you Thursday night. I gave you Wednesday night. I gave you Tuesday night. I gave you Monday night. That's just an excuse. And you're sitting here debating how long I gave you to answer the questions when that's not the question. You're just using that as a deflection, mate. So I asked you to answer those questions, and now you're preparing documents. I didn't ask you for
No,
documents,
you gave me 3 days when I was literally in the middle of a ton of stuff
mate.
this week.
You've been using stalling tactics ever since you've started your business back in
I started this.
2017.
Okay, well, what is your question?
All right, here's the first question.
1. Current projects. Your websites refer to
Okay.
developments in Montana, Utah, Michigan.
So current projects that you've got, my sound's not working because I've rung you on a different phone, but you're saying to me that you've got current projects that are happening at the moment. What current projects are in development at the moment?
I mean, my attorneys would probably not tell me to disclose that information
Oh
to you
my
right now.
God, you're just all the same, you fucking scammers. You're all the fucking same.
No, I mean, like,
You
legit
just
have properties, and
steal
now you're
money
trying
from
to.
people, don't you? You use every deflection technique known to man. You just
can
don't
go.
answer the
You can
fucking
go on
questions, do
my.
you?
You
Take
can
that to
go
your
on my
God.
Facebook page. You
And
can
he's
go to
not
my
even a good
Facebook page
actor.
and look at the different locations that we
You
have.
need to ring back, Queen Akama. Sorry, say that again, mate.
I mean, you were just looking at one.
Mate, your Facebook page has been taken off and on like a yo-yo, and you're denying that it's actually happening.
I'm not touching it. I really have not.
Mate, I don't believe you. Your Airbnb's got hacked, and now you're telling me right now
Yeah,
you're
and I lost
emailing Airbnb.
$400,000 of bookings.
Oh, mate, we've just heard it all before. Answer the questions that we gave you. That would be easy. What developments are taking place at the moment that you're working on? What, Montana, Utah?
I have multiple locations, sir. If you did your research, you would actually
I
know
have done
that.
my research,
So,
and that's how we've got to this track. But you still haven't answered my question.
you're still asking me if I have locations.
No. What developments in Montana, Utah, New York, or Washington are in effect?
I have Washington glamping. The ones in Montana I'm no longer working on. I have multiple locations though. So, and I've been working on the ecotourism and tiny home and glamping industry now for several years.
You said that you had 15 locations on your video that I played.
Yes, as of recent, I do not have all 15.
Well, why did you say that video is only weeks old? So why did you say you had 15 locations?
Yeah, we have Texas. I mean, what?
You
So
said in
what?
your video you had
Go to my
15
YouTube
locations.
channel. You can go to my YouTube channel and check out a few of them now if you want. I
No,
mean, geez
you said
Louise.
you don't get this, mate.
That you have
Mate,
used
if
AI
I had
captions,
15 cars, I'd be able to tell you all the makes and the models of the cars I have. You said that you have 15 locations.
Yes, I have properties all over the country. Yes.
Well, 15 of them? Can you name them, please?
Tennessee, California, Utah, Texas,
4,
Arkansas,
5,
Georgia. Well, I mean, California.
6, 7,
I have multiple
7,
locations
7.
in
You got up
Arkansas.
to 7
Arkansas,
locations.
we have 5 locations alone.
All right, so
Go to my
that's
YouTube channel.
we're still up
Go
to
to my
12.
YouTube channel.
I've been all over your social media, mate. I've researched it all. I mean, I
Yeah, well,
don't.
there's hot springs. I mean, yeah, there's all kinds of locations.
All right, so in your
There's
marketing
super.
claims, can you provide supporting documentation for the following statements appearing in your marketing material? We know that you are Forbes featured. We've seen that. Top Montana hip camp host. We've seen that you.
Oh, dude, I'm not gonna go through this live and answer all these questions right now. I'll send you the answers in an email form, and we can have another meeting. But it's late. I literally told you I'm happy to like continue this with you, but not right now. I was already nice enough to
Your
hop on the
time's
call
up.
earlier.
Your time's up. You're not getting another opportunity. You can write me a formal writer reply, and I'll put it on the bottom of the web, on the
That's
bottom of the
fine.
thing.
Yeah, but I'm not doing this. I'm not doing
Well, but
this
you're
right
not
now.
doing anything, mate. That's the problem. That's why I don't like you. I don't type. He's ended. So Queen of Karma, come back now because I had to Richard on the phone. I couldn't use my phone, and that means that it's stopped. You're right. Stop the audio. So ring back now. But obviously he's gone. Go to. Oh yeah. Thanks, Avengers. Stealth, Red Raptor, Devil and Gambling. So if you have got a problem, his phone number's all over the internet, and you can ring him. Ready to be transformed, limited client availability. Let's start today. So he's actually promoting another opportunity. This is really weird. So what he's doing, this is actually just disgusting. And these, this isn't my first rodeo. Okay, guys, these scammers always do the same thing. And this is why we get hard on them. Sometimes I get people, I don't think I will in this case. This guy doesn't seem to have any friends or family members. But for a guy that is claiming that he's building a glamping developments, why would he be putting, these sort of one-on-one
AI stuff?
No, he's promoting himself as a personal trainer.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. We found the web, the Facebook before it went down, and it's AI all day long.
Yeah. So he's claiming he's going to teach you how to lose weight, one-on-one personal trainer. So he's actually promoting himself as a personal trainer. I mean, this is just a hustler. This is what Judge Judy would say. You're just a hustler. I mean, what is this bullshit about, really? I just don't get it. It's just dumb. And all very well losing weight and doing all that sort of stuff, but it's just stupid. So I wonder if he's got a business doing this sort of stuff. Anyway, it's a bit tricky, man. It's a bit tricky. It's just sort of amazing when we do this. I've no qualm. Years ago, I used to just call everyone a dirty, disgusting scammer, and I've tried to be more PC these days, and I've tried to let them. I gave this guy 7 days before I published this article. We asked him all the questions. We gave him enough time, and now the dispute becomes I didn't give him enough time because he wanted to extend it, like everything else he's doing in life. He's got multiple names.
He was also besmirching his own character by, trying to desecrate his relationship with Desiree, which Desiree was on earlier. He could have been watching the entire show. He could have been acting like he's not here when he's right there on the stage. So you're just as much of a coward to not contact Danny to begin with. And then just the same person when you talked to Danny earlier that I missed. And currently we have knowledge that you're in California. So it is not late where you're at. 9:30 at night, dude. What do you got to go to take the kids to preschool in the morning? What are you talking about? 9:30 at night?
I know, it's just disgusting. I mean, I just feel for the lady Megan who's just come online. And
Yeah.
it's just like these people, they're predators, and they go after these people.
He's in denial. You're delusioned by wealth, dude. You're living in a scam economy. We've seen your type 1,000 times over. You don't sound any more credulous than somebody that just punched your whole business concept into AI. You have no balls to stand on the stage, and you really should be ashamed of yourself until you come back and render your situation right with the people that came on the call tonight. You cannot tell us that they're in the wrong for exposing you, dude.
Yeah.
So you're going to be in the scumbag category. We're going to continue to expose you until you get it right or you get arrested.
Well, the good thing about this, there is talks with Transform Your Life. Was it? Hold it. Transform Your Life with Devon. I'm just looking at this picture here that annoys me, which I actually want to include in the blog because it, like, why would, I mean, everything doesn't make sense. I'm actually a bit speechless, I'll be honest, because what I'm looking at here is a guy that's, who's now providing, what do you call it? He's providing training. He's a personal trainer. This guy's a hustler. I mean, what the heck is he doing personal training sessions for when he's meant to be running a business that's got 15 developments in play? I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean,
Danny, Desiree says in the chat to play the video of him breaking into the camper, making threats.
Oh, yeah, I've got to find that again. But yeah, I can see if I find it. I probably have got it. Okay, I might be able to find it in a hurry. But I don't know. It doesn't sound good when somebody's trying to break into the camper. But it's I'll see if I've actually got it handy.
She wants to expose them.
Yeah.
She wants to expose.
Yeah, let's have a wee look here and see if I can bring that up. I'll see if I can.
That's what it's all about, Desiree.
Yeah. And what
Become an avenger. Expose these rat bastards for what they are.
Yeah, and I think the problem, I actually
New
think,
donation from Dirty Devon is going to prison.
stop it. It's funny, isn't it? Oh, this is something new that we've got now. We've got these messages that pop up, but it's what I'm doing beyond the marketing at this point. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the picture that we just received into the website because I think, I mean, we've exposed this guy. I mean, this is the good part about what we do is, this guy is, he's a disgusting individual. So this thing here, which we're putting in here, this is going to be part of his downfall. Last time we had Goliath. So here we go. So I just wanted to put that 120 pounds because that to me shows that this guy's not interested in doing what he's done. I mean, he's lost his way. And yeah. So let's see what I've got here. I'm just trying to think what I did with that video. 1 second, I'll have a wee look for it. But the video doesn't say much. You don't see much. It's just videos. Evidence, victims. No, we're going to go to persons of interest. And let's see if I've got I have got the 2 videos. Oh, have I got 2 videos? Oh, it says I've got 2 videos when I've got 1. Where is the video gone? 1 minute, I'll find it. Dear me. Oh, there it is. Right, let's go here. And we'll go save to downloads. Save to downloads. That's what we need. Save to downloads. And doing things in real time is never much fun, kids. Downloads. So he's been watching. So here he is. He's too busy to talk, but he's been watching this unfold, which is a bit of a crap up, really.
Danny,
yes, Rich.
Catch me up real quick. Was Desiree exposing all that she's talking about in the chat? Was she saying that earlier when she was on?
Yeah, that's been. We've been here
locked
for
my
4
door
hours.
for a reason, and he's trying to break into my house.
So this is him trying to get into the camper
I
van.
locked my door for a reason, and he's trying to break into my house. Leave me alone.
Oh, yeah. You can hear him just outside, just. What sort of dog you got? What is it?
Stop and leave me alone!
Smokey's not
Just
good for you.
leave me alone because I'm scared of you and I don't want you anywhere near me.
Yeah. Anyway, not that it was doing anything, but obviously she's barricaded herself inside a camper. And in case you're wondering, Devon, this is what we do: is we've got all the victims that we've got that have given us evidence. We report that. We've even got your Google Teams meeting links. So let's see if you can join your own meeting, because this is where you hang out and you do all your criminal stuff. So now your computer will be ringing, and we're quite happy. So by all means, but it's a shame. But anyway, we'll just keep building the database. Which you probably didn't realize, persons of interest. We've got over 1,000 persons of interest in our database, and they're from all different countries all around the world. We have you in there. We also have another database of Ponzi schemes and scams that we investigate. And over the last 5 years, we've investigated probably 250 that we've documented. And we've now got you in our lists and our sites. So whether you start and with whatever you do in the future, we'll document, we'll publicize, and we'll make sure everyone knows who you are. And you can do and jump up and down as much as you like, and you will not be able to stop what we do, because we are the Avengers. And that's what we do.
That's right.
We go after people, and there's a team of people behind me that help me research stuff and go into it. But at the moment, it's just disgusting. We've got a video. Oh, yeah, you've got the video. Thanks, Susie. You're awesome. So this guy needs to be stopped now. I don't want this to go on all night, but Queen of Karma, you can come back if you want. It's just that the audio was ducking and it wouldn't let me play both. And thanks to everybody that supported us along this journey as well. I feel like I love these guys. I love to meet these guys face to face and shake their hand, look them in the eye, because of the psychology behind what he's actually doing does fascinate me, because I don't know how these people actually, sleep at night and take money from people. They're just hustlers. And they, unfortunately, he's had a good run there at the start. He's taken 80 grand here, 50 grand here, $25,000 here, $98,000 here. And now what is he doing? Well, he's now a personal trainer, telling people that if you are overweight, I should go see him, that you can hire him per session, and he's going to help you.
Man, he freaking got on the call and said, "Look at my Facebook." Man, nobody wants to see this freaking Instagram lifestyle marketing. You're a freaking scammer, dude.
Yeah, and he's the man.
Prove me wrong.
He thinks he's the man. And everyone that's associated with him has got a problem. And that's the part that makes me laugh. Everyone at the moment. I'm going to court on Friday with somebody who thinks that they are the man. And through my investigation, I have instigated an investigation into somebody who thinks they're the man. And now we're turning up with 5 people and 5 affidavits. And honestly, I don't even need to speak in this court case I'm going to, because this individual has been exposed. And the court system takes over at a point. But as long as you've got good affidavits, good research, and you keep your documentation in order, and you're truthful, and you tell the truth, what reason would Danny DeHeck from New Zealand go after this guy? What's my point? I've got no reason to pick on this guy. And at the end of the day,
now I do. Now I do, because he said my lawyer won't let me talk. Well, why don't you lay that out there for the whole world to know what the heck you're talking about? Do you have an NDA signed with your lawyer about some sort of business arrangement?
His comeback on that one?
I want to know.
He will say that in the contracts that he's given people, they're not allowed to talk. It's like people who sign NDAs and they think they're not allowed to talk. Well, if criminal stuff has happened, then the NDA don't apply anymore. And it's the same with a contract. The reason you have a contract is for disputes. And if you don't meet the contractual, you don't meet the contractual requirements that you were meant to, then that contract becomes something you can use in a courtroom. And that's what all the victims are saying.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
And the overall theme here is, scammer, that if fraud is implicated, that supersedes everything. That throws away all your NDA. So get the freaking heck out of here with that crap, dude. You would have your lawyer in your back pocket. You would have contacted your lawyer before jumping on the stage, dude. We know that you're lying.
Yeah.
Give us an address other than Kelseyville, California, where you work out, where you promote your freaking lifestyle marketing through AI. We know you're a scammer, dude. Come back on the stage, you coward.
Yeah, definitely a coward.
Prove to us that you're not scamming people. Prove it.
Well, the funny thing is,
can answer the question one by one. Prove to us that you're not a scammer. I'm not telling you to talk to Danny. I'm telling you to talk to me. I came from the audience. I challenge the whereabouts of the knowledge that you are leading a scam, or anybody involved is leading a scam. You came on the call when I wasn't here. I came after the fact, found out that you're a scammer. Now you have to prove it otherwise. You don't have to prove it to Danny. Prove it to me. Because everybody can see what you're doing here, dude. You're lying. You're not leading a circus. I own the narrative.
We own the narrative.
We own the narrative.
Yeah. Oh, it's just sad. I don't know. You know, like where does what's the ultimate? Like, what would we like to? Well, first of all, I want to make sure that this guy doesn't get a cent from anyone else. Okay. The next thing is, like with Christopher Delgado, he never showed any remorse. You know, if this guy's lost his way, you know, then wouldn't we listen to that? Like I've made, you know, like if he broke down and said, look, I've just been an idiot. You know, it's got away on me. I got too much money coming in. I couldn't deliver the products. I feel like I'm a broken man, but he's not. He's at the supermarket buying himself bananas, you know,
Exactly.
You know, and he's publishing all this charismatic stuff on the internet, claiming that he's got some sort of happy jujus with God, and God's going to save him and protect him. I mean, this is ridiculous. Oh, his website's up again. So, I mean, really, look at this.
Lifestyle changes, baby.
I mean, are you on Ritalin or something? That's why I was asking. I mean, lifestyle changes. You don't look like you're a busy man, you know. And well, here we go again. Fuel your body. Fuel your purpose. The gym is only half the battle. You're
sick, man.
Well, what is this telling us? Let's go. One day choice. Discipline today, freedom tomorrow. I mean, absolutely brilliant, mate. It's just, you know, and if we had a look at these photos, we'll see if these load now, if he doesn't cut them off again. You know, like, I mean...
Susie's put in the chat for you, Danny, in the Avengers chat.
Oh, sorry. What is it?
The Facebook that you dropped out of, that you can't see no more, she's putting it in the Avengers chat for you.
Right. Okay. That's a lot of stuff to...
yeah.
Oh, so we found the gym you go to, mate. So we know where you live. Kingsville, was it Kingsville? CA? Kelseyville. Yeah, so we can see where you're at the gym, mate. Well, all we need to do is ring up the gym, or we get somebody to stake the gym, like we have done in the past, and follow you home and see where you live, and then we can get all the investors to notify all their people. I mean, this isn't normal, mate. I mean, what are you trying to accomplish with all these photos of yourself? Smelling the roses. I mean, who's your mate there? We'll start contacting all your mates and your friends.
Yep.
I mean,
you're pretty sure your attorney doesn't own the gym.
Yeah. And this is the place that you're living in. It looks like you're living in quite a nice house, spending everyone's money. Who's this guy? Does this guy know who you are and what you do? What the heck? I mean, yeah, iPhone's changed shape there, by the way. Just saying. Hey, you watch that guy in the gym who carries around the mop? He's quite cool. Oh my
Yeah.
God. He's funny, eh? And he hands them up
Yeah.
to the people. I bet this guy would drop it. I mean,
Have you seen the videos where the guy dances like Andrew Tate?
Andrew Tate.
He's like a spitting image of Andrew Tate until they show his face, so they try to hide his face.
Oh, right.
That's what this guy is. He's a second-rate scammer. He's trying to be like the big-time crypto scammers through lifestyle marketing, but you've managed to pull people into your web over the past few years with this glamping idea.
Yeah.
People love the idea of glamping. People love the idea of Airbnb, but everybody knows that train has already come and left the station, dude. You need to come to grips with that. You're going to jail for what
Yeah.
you've done to the people that are victims on this call right now.
Yeah. Let's find out. This is how we find you, mate, in case you're wondering. It's not going to be that hard. Okay. Then now we know now we just need to contact. We should ring up the hair salon and see what they whether they want to talk. So here we are. So now we've got the hair salon. Is that the same one? Doesn't look like the same one. Oh, where is it? Outside. Oh no, this is Christchurch. Oh my God, that's no good. Hold on, let's have a look. So we've got Facebook, the Rad Hair Salon. Here we go. So now we know where you get your hair cut, mate. They're not going to be hard to find. Maybe they're closed right now. That's a shame. Maybe we need to message them and say, look, here you go. We'll put the link into their message box. Do you know Devlin? There we go. Now there's somebody else who will know about you. They'll watch the video. Oh, look, they've even posted about you, mate. Okay, check out this. The Century entered the next phase.
New donation from Dirty Devon as co-conspirators.
Co-conspirators, thank you very much for the donation.
Check this out: person doing a cartwheel, woman in lotus position, person swimming. The sanctuary is entering its next phase. Starting in July, we'll be opening branch with leaves massage therapy, hot tub sessions, person swimming, endless pool training and recovery. Our mission is simple: create an affordable place where people can heal, grow stronger,
Oh my God.
reconnect with nature, and build healthier lives. This is more than fitness. This is wellness. This is ecotourism with purpose. The journey is just getting started. Phase 3. Let's change lives. Flexed bicep, hands pressed together,
So
globe
who's-
showing America's
who's this
sea less.
organisation? Is this him? Is
That's
this
the thing, Danny. If that was him, if that was his organization, that's the thing right there. You make it sound so good, but what do you do if something catastrophic takes place? What if something happens where you go bankrupt? Do you have the right attorney?
Well, this is ridiculous. So this is his business as well, is it?
I don't think that he even has an attorney. I think he has like,
Oh, they're all full of shit, mate. I mean,
1-800 number
it will
to call.
cost you $150,000 to even strike up a case against me, and then you've got to prove something I've done wrong. So every time they mention attorneys, I just laugh and think, oh my God, they have no idea. I'm a New Zealander. You've got to prove I've done something wrong. All I'm doing is asking you questions that you don't want to answer. But is this?
No, I'm saying in regards to him answering, your questions, that's one thing to pin it back on an attorney. But what I'm referencing him, because I know he's still listening, is the fact that you want to say that we need to talk to your attorney. And I'm saying, no, I'm coming into this live stream, which is open source intelligence. I am an investigator as well. Danny's an investigator. If I come on board with Danny and I don't have all the knowledge first and I'm gaining that knowledge, I don't need to answer to your attorney. You need to answer to me. I'm calling you out for what you are. You need to come back on the phone and say what has been going on in reference to what the ladies were speaking about on the call earlier, because we know that you were listening to them. You weren't woken up at 9:30 on a Sunday, dude.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So I don't need an attorney to ask you questions. It's the same thing as me walking up to you on the street.
Crazy, isn't it?
You need to get an attorney because these people are going after you, dude. And we're here to help them. We'll go through the step-by-step live to show the whole world that this is what happens to scammers.
I'm going to text. Yeah, well, we're happy. We're up for it. We ain't got nothing else to do. It's like they might tell us soon to get a life. That's always funny when we get that one. How do you know? So, yeah, interesting. Okay. All right, I just sent a text to that lady who owns that place. So she's going to get a text in a minute, mate. So what is with these people outside here? Are they connected? I don't know. Anyway, here studio. Alrighty. So anyway, better finish this blog off first. Beyond the marketing. Yeah. By the point of this investigation, you probably understand that we've spent far too much time on this blog. I've spoken with investigators, reviewed the contracts, analysed the court records, and traced the history of Global Glamping's various businesses. The next step was to compare what prospective customers were being told with how the business presents itself across the websites over time. So, okay, so we've got a whole lot of stuff here where you could spend hours on.
What quickly became apparent was that Global Glamping wasn't promoted through a single website or a single brand. During my investigation, I examined Glamping Global, which also redirects from globalglamping.com, 406structures.com, wdmc4u.com, wellnessglamping.com, Elevate Shop, triplexresort.com and glodomes.com. Some remain online, others have disappeared entirely, while several survive only through archived snapshots preserved by the Internet Archive's Wayback Machine.
Yeah, so stating that we...
The donation from Devon. This video is going everywhere.
Is it really?
Right.
Oh, friggin' heck. Please, steady on. I don't have that much bandwidth. So what we've got is somebody who's got multiple domain names. The person on the phone at the moment, if you're wondering, that's Richard. He's the Red Raptor. He's part of our Avenger crew who helps fight scams, and each of us do it in our own different way. Queen Akama's in here as well. She has her own YouTube channel. But the other person that you may have heard us talking to was actually Devon, who is the person that has eaten too many cherries and now limiting how many cherries he eats each day, and he's nearly halved his weight, which is fantastic. However, he's presenting himself as somebody that can build you a business where you can he manages it for you, sets up a global glamping dome. He handles everything from toilets to irrigation to just sets it all up for you and runs it itself, and you get 40% return per month, per whatever. He shares the profit with you. Anyway, in the meantime, we've found out today that he's also providing fitness training. So starting to look like a bit of a side hustler rather than some CEO that's been in Forbes magazine, as he proclaims. Anyway, so we look at those businesses.
Viewed individually, there is nothing inherently suspicious about operating multiple websites. One promoted digital marketing services, another custom-built structures, another glamping accommodation, while others focused on apparel, wellness retreats or geodesic domes. Taken together, however, they illustrate how the business expanded from marketing services into construction, hospitality, consulting, financing, and eventually investment opportunities centered around luxury glamping developments.
Yeah, so the interesting thing is if you went there and you didn't have any money, he can offer you the complete package, even the finance to do so. So it's just the ultimate, really, isn't it? Going viral. There we go.
Rather than existing as unrelated ventures, many of these businesses appeared connected through shared branding, telephone numbers, email addresses, and marketing themes. A visitor might first discover the business through accommodation, later inquire about purchasing a dome, then be introduced to consulting services, dealership opportunities, or the STR revenue share program. From a commercial perspective, it created multiple entry points into the same broader business ecosystem and helped explain why many investors believed they were dealing with an established and diversified enterprise.
Yeah. Funny enough, I just put that image into the image of him into AI, and it's come back and told me the claims that he's made, service offerings, training packages, 60-day transformations, 30-day Kickstarter, include features, all these things he's going to do for you. And I don't even believe he's got any, I believe he's got no qualifications as a fitness trainer.
I don't think he even made that picture, that page. I bet he had AI make it.
Oh, yeah, of course. Well, I have to admit that I did ask AI to make this image as well. Paid 50,000 plus. Where's my dome? No booking found. Try again. Well, we've proved that, haven't we? We've proved that the Airbnb's websites he claims have been hacked, have been taken off. And then Global Glamping LLC agreement in review, which we're still reviewing. And Triple G's Resort has 4.8 reviews in Google. So maybe we need to write a review about the company in general. But these are real photos. Where are they? That's a real photo, I believe.
Look at that.
That's a real photo, but now we've found out that even photos that were on their own websites are not real. Did you know that, Rich?
I saw that earlier when I got on.
I still can't get over the fact. I mean, that means you could literally complain to the booking agent that the photos representing on the website are not the actual place you stay in, which I think is just...
He should be able to get ripped off of Airbnb right now.
Yeah, well, there's a reason why your Airbnb's down. It's not rocket science in this one. Anyway, where is it? I'm still... Yeah, and then we've got... we discovered not Trustpilot, TripAdvisor reviews. That was the most crack up. We haven't even gone through those. We discovered them today. We've even had some lady go there and take photos of what the place was like. We've got an active Facebook page post where people are commenting like there's no tomorrow. And now we've got looking beyond the marketing, and I just have to put that picture of you being a fitness trainer, which is just inspiring confidence. Now we're going to get into, so we'll just finish these paragraphs. I think I did finish these paragraphs, didn't I? One of the recurring things, this is quite good.
One of the recurring themes across the websites was the emphasis on credibility. Visitors encountered repeated references to Forbes, HipCamp, industry awards, financing partnerships, completed developments and claims of helping clients build profitable glamping businesses. The websites projected confidence, experience and a business model that appeared capable of guiding customers from purchasing land through to generating recurring income.
Yeah, so the owner of this wonderful, amazing enterprise that he set up is listening to us right now and comes into the chat room every now and again as he shoves another banana down his throat. But in interest, if you didn't know anything, and you looked at the claims, they look pretty spectacular until you realize they're ancient, like they're all old. Anyway, this is a failed business trying to make a go of it, I think.
Perhaps the most interesting discovery wasn't any single website. It was how the messaging evolved over time. Earlier businesses focused on marketing services, custom structures and hospitality. Later websites expanded into dealership programs, financing solutions and passive investment opportunities, presenting Global Glamping as a company capable of taking clients from concept to completion while simultaneously offering hands-free income through professionally managed accommodation.
I can't get distracted anymore. We've just found another. What's we got here? Old Town Iron Kettle. Is this where you work out, mate? Let's have a wee look. I did just search for that email address, Suze. Is that what I was, whereabouts is this? Oh, it isn't the same place. Is this where you do your pumping of your iron? Oh, Susie, you're a crack up. Here we go. So let's see.
He better not be an employee.
Well, we're going to find out in a minute because I'm going to text them. Who's going to ask them? I've already texted the hairdressing salon, so let's do this one as well.
What are their weekend hours?
Let's see. Let's see what we've got here. Is it the same number? Oh, I don't think so. Oh, 7. No, it's 707. It's the same. 707. 1 minute, please, caller. 8. 3, 1, 1. Let's go. Hello. No. Devon. Let's have a look. I love these live investigations. We haven't done one of these for a while, have we? Where we get carried away. So what we're going to do is we're going to we'll highlight. We will send them the link to the live, and then that will make it'll make it tricky for him.
He's got 1.1 thousand followers and only 33 following. How does that make any sense?
Yeah. So that's quite cool.
24-hour gym fitness center in Kelseyville, California. So let's check it out.
Yeah. Well, first of all, let's see if because the phone numbers are different to the people, you see. So that would insinuate to me that it is actually two different people's businesses. So he probably goes in there and he's probably the man about town. You know what I'm saying? And he's like, oh yeah. And they go, oh, you're doing really well for yourself. You got any more domes? He goes, yeah, I managed to get another sucker.
He could fly in there right now and do some reps to get it out of his system.
Yeah. I've done the phone number wrong. That's what I've done wrong. Hold up. Create a contact. We've got this all wrong now. We've got phone number problems. 1 minute, please call it. You'll just have to wait. And then we go save. And then we want to go, then we do how do we do a message? Create new contact. Save. I'll just go G, save. And now we need to go show in contacts. And then we go message. So we're just messaging the gym at the moment. Well, maybe it's got WhatsApp. No, doesn't have a WhatsApp. Everything's falling apart, Richard. I'm trying to get everything doing and I've done it wrong. Hold up, 1. I've got to put a 1 in front of it and it keeps taking it out. There it goes. There we go.
I saw you yawning earlier, man.
Oh, yeah, paste. I'll just paste. So we've pasted the URL, the live to the gym, and now we'll go back and we'll do the live to the hairdresser, and we'll see whether we get a response back or we get them in the chat room. That'd be nice. Anyway, so what have we got here? So let's have a look. We're going to look at the photos, and we'll see if there's anyone working out in the gym that we recommend. I can see a baby in there at the moment. Is this where you hang out, mate? Maybe it's his gym. Now, we just need to compare those with the other weights he's using. So see, it's got split level, gym. We're looking for bright yellow bars and grey ones and those things. All right, so let's do the investigation. So let's go back to Devon. Let's see if we can find him. Working out. There it is. Now we look for him at the gym. See if we found his gym. So if you want to get your money back, go to the gym. Okay, so we've got a white machine here. We've got grey bars, which is pretty standard. We've got that corrugated stuff around the back there, okay? Corrugated. We found his gym. Corrugated. Brilliant. So now we know where you work out, mate. It's only a matter of time where somebody's going to go.
He doesn't own the joint.
Oh, yeah. There he is. So that's your gym. Oh, yeah. Has that got the same bars on it? The same border on top of it? Let's have a look. Yeah. Oh, now I'm getting confused here. This is the gym. And it hasn't got the same capping on it, but it'd be a bit of a coincidence. Oh, forget the wee kid of it. Oh, yep. All the way around. Corrugated. Oh, what's he doing? Oh, it's theirs. This is them. No, that's not relevant. Let's get out of that. So yeah, I think it'd be safe to say we've found the gym, unless they've moved recently. That might be what we're doing. So this gym here is where you work out. Now, you must go there a lot because you look like you pump a lot. So we'll go here, and we've got the red tags on all the gyms. So let's go here, and let's look for the red tags. Red tags. Come on, pick up one of the red tags. Where's your dumbbell? You got any photos of you doing dumbbells at the gym? Here we go. More gym shots. What the heck? He might need a bit of a, hey, I should show him Christopher's idea. If you want to lose that fat around your tummy, you can do it. You can, I'll show you what you do. All right, you ready? Let's go into here. Let's go to here. Let's go to Ponzi schemes and scams. This is a $350 million scammer. No, sorry, $328 million scammer. Saying things wrong. Where's he gone? Christopher, oh, there it is. So let's go here. I can't bring this up on the screen because we'll incriminate people that aren't quite criminals. There we go. All right, so now we put him back. So Christopher here, he used to be a big man as well, and we've got photos of him. So let me show you what Christopher used to look like before he was been. There he is. He wasn't as big as you, mate, but there's Christopher before he stopped eating all the burritos. And then he went to the doctor and said, "Can you help me out?" They said, how rich are you? He said, "Well, I just need a mummy tuck." And so we've even got photos of his mummy tuck from a surgeon. That's how we do it, man. And that looks painful, man, but ouch. But that's what he got. He looks pretty good now. So now when you see him, here's the photo of him. There he is with the president. You might have heard the president of the United States. Well, there he is trying to pretend he's mates with him, getting a selfie. And there he is shaking hands with Kash Patel, and he thinks that he's not going to prison. Well, he's just got sentenced 50 years in prison. So he's like, he's shaking hands with Kash Patel. Didn't work out for him, And who exposed him? The Avengers. You might know that guy, Speaker of the House, Michael Johnson. Yeah, that's him. And there he is when he's eating all the burritos. And now look at him. He's sitting on a Rolls Royce. That thing there, he actually moved back about a foot when he took that photo. But anyway, and there's the family that he's trashed. He's thrown his family away, this particular guy. But there he is, county jail.
New donation from Devon Faithful.
So and then that's me visiting him in jail, because I always think it's always good to visit these guys at jail. And that's what I've been doing. All these donations are going towards me going to the sentencing on the 8th of October for Christopher. So that's what we do. Anyway, back to our blog. This is just a bit of entertainment for us today. Perhaps the most interesting discovery wasn't the single website. I think we've already said. None of that proves anything unlawful. Yes, we've got no proof whatsoever that you're doing anything unlawful other than taking people's money and not delivering a product. That's not unlawful. I don't know what is. None of that proves unlawful. But besides, let's just read that because I'll get myself all twisted.
Businesses evolve, diversify and launch new products all the time.
Yes.
What makes these websites important is that they provide the context in which investors made their decisions. Many of the people I interviewed told me they relied upon these representations when deciding to invest substantial sums of money. One of the central questions throughout this investigation is whether the business consistently delivered what those websites promised. Global.
All right. So we've actually managed to get ourselves... I don't even know who I signed up as, actually. I'm just wondering if it was Danny DeHeck. I can't remember. Sometimes I don't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Login. Does that work? Brilliant. Love it. Great security. So I'm now an affiliate, and I decided that I'd sign up for an affiliate account. And this is interesting. So every time I tell somebody they should buy one of your domes, I get 10% of it. So all of a sudden...
10%.
I know. Imagine if you spent $80,000 on a whole lot of domes. $8,000 of that money is going to go out the window to paying the affiliate that gave you a link to click on search. Isn't that stupid? It does. I must admit, I don't think it said on selected products, so I don't know if it's on domes. But it doesn't have any terms and conditions. But it did have pictures of domes, and it's telling me to put these dome pictures in front of people, and when they click on them and buy their own dome, I'll get 10%, because that's why else would you have, even if I promote Forbes, I'm going to get 10%. It's just going to be great. But theoretically, that's what happened there. So before we got stuck into that, we actually went through and what did we do? We had a look at the pyramid scheme that he offers. So it's 20 levels and there's 3 tiers. I know. I mean, look at the domes.
I'm sorry to the audience. Come on, let's go, YouTube. I'm so sorry to the audience. I'm not laughing at
I know.
potential, survivors of this scumbag. The victimhood mentality ends here, y'all.
Yeah, we're actually
go after this guy together.
Yeah,
Become an Avenger.
He's even dressed up, mate. Let's just say, I want to see we got the picture of him dressed up, because he's dressed up in all blue the other day, and I must admit that was pretty cool. So we've found your gym, mate. We know where you work out, but I was inspired by the blue costume when I found. There it is here. So look at this. So here he is. Look at this. I mean, what a twat. I mean, it's just so I'm Superman. So when you see this picture here, I managed to put him on top of the dome wearing the costume, which is pretty cool. So as part of the investigation, I registered for the Global Glamping's affiliate program to better understand how the company encourages others to promote its products and services. The affiliate portal commissions of up to 20% on qualifying products, whatever they are. I don't know. You can do your own research. The affiliate documentation will also describe the standard commission structure up to 10% on most products. After creating an account, I was provided with a personal referral link. Now, if you really believe this is still a good investment opportunity, please sign up under my referral link and support the channel. A customer discount coupon, marketing material, and access to the affiliate dashboard. Well, I just showed you how wonderful that is. You've got networking. You can see the different levels. No one's signed up yet. Don't know what's the matter with you guys. Payments, and he's taking money through, and you get paid with PayPal. I think, yeah, set up that, and it was PayPal. Yeah, so you're going to get paid by PayPal, which is really cool.
We're going to report you to PayPal.
Oh, yeah, well, we do that too, eh? All the Cash App account. Oh, and I noticed also, my friend, you've had all your Cash App and Zelle accounts shut. That's because people like us report you for doing things you shouldn't be doing with those apps. The dashboard displays commissions 10% on direct sales, together with 2% on second levels, referrals of 1% for third levels. However, a separate network page reveals something else. Rather than tracking only 3 commission levels, the platform detailed a referral generography, I can't say it, extended across 20 levels. Now, that's pretty deep. That's one hell of a construction site you're going to have there with 20 levels of domes, indicating that the system was designed around a much broader referral network than in a traditional one-tier affiliate program. Affiliate marketing is a legitimate business model used by countless companies, which I don't like, but that is true. And there's nothing inherently improper about paying commissions for successful referrals. However, the structure I observed deserves closer examination. Participants were not simply rewarded for introducing customers themselves. The dashboard shows they should also earn a commission from purchases made through subsequent referral levels, while the platform itself tracked the network extended far beyond those commission levels. Boy, this is a mouthful. I'm tired of reading.
Yeah. Does that mean
the size of the ad?
Sorry, go.
Does that mean that, like, if you become an affiliate, if you or the people that come in under you with your affiliate link, if they make any purchases beyond the program, like there's products available along the way, that you get a cut of that too? Is that what that meant?
Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, so if you sign up under me, if you wouldn't mind, Rich, then whatever you buy, I get a cut.
Right.
So it's all about the money.
I'll put a dome on my hood when I run it over.
Yes, that's it, Richard.
The size of the advertised commissions also raises legitimate questions. On purchases worth tens of thousands of dollars, referral commissions could potentially amount to several $1,000s from a single sale. That naturally leads to another important question: how much of an investor's payment was being allocated towards the underlying product or project, and how much was being used to fund commissions and recruitment incentives?
Yeah, so all the money is getting divvied out for sales and referrals, and how much money is actually used for the project. That's what we're getting at.
Like I said, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not laughing at the victims. I'm laughing because these people think they're on something. You have to be on drugs, dude.
I reckon.
Like, where do you come up with this if you're not a parasite with the other scammers in the world? Like, you copy and pasted this from something, dude.
What? Look at this photo, mate. Look at it. I mean, what is this? And it's like he's got a sock chucked down his trousers by the look of it. What the hell? I mean, what the hell? What have you done with your wee-wee, your pee-pee? It's like your pee-pee is like tucked up. Like, what have you done? Have you got it? Like, you've just vacuum packed your pee-pee. It's like, what the heck? I mean, is this... Oh, there it is. There it is. PP. I'm going to put that on the website. That has to go on the website. That's got to be great. I've got to put the PP photo on the, like, oh my goodness. I feel sorry for the dog. I mean, I think we love ourselves. At the moment, I think we're loving ourselves because all I see is photos. I got told this at the start that he just posts photos of himself over and over again. I mean,
he looks like he was born in a blue dome.
Does that look like him?
Like a
condom.
What do you call it?
A condom. He's a condom.
I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it live. Never mind.
So, test tube, baby. I don't know.
Yeah, I was going to say a condom on a test tube, baby.
New donation from Join at
look at
Global
this.
Glamping Victims IG page.
There he is. No costume on that one. Oh my goodness. Oh, here's the car collection. Now we know that he's had cars, so is he out for the day with his mates? He must be. Don't think they're all his, but they are parked outside. There we go. Oh, so please don't tell me he's got one of those, that's, isn't that, I know that make and model. That's a Trans Am, isn't it? I think it's a, yeah, well, at least he hasn't got what Christopher had. Oh, please don't give us scriptures and a oh my goodness. Anyway, what a laugh. Oh, like, what's this one? Is this real? Are these one of these real ones that you're talking about? That looks pretty cool. I mean, we have Zorb bulls here in New Zealand. Do you know what a Zorb is? You hop inside it and they roll you down the hill.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what that looks like. That looks a bit dangerous. Hello, what's this one? Oh my goodness. You're kidding me. Is that what we saw in the background of the other one? This is this is deconstructed. So maybe he did have that, but never going. Now, is this real? There's a line in it. What the heck's going on here?
That could be just an Airbnb somebody had, and he went to stay at.
Well, in the background of one of the pictures, I saw that blue color. So maybe he's. Oh my goodness!
From what I've seen so far, if he had any involvement in development of anything, there would be documentary evidence of something.
Yeah, I'm not saying this is the funny one. He has actually got some of it going, you see. And then I think, like, even the Meg said that she bought somebody else's domes business with him.
Yeah.
You know, so they had a. Oh, sorry. Oh yeah, I want one of those. Oh my goodness. Gold boat.
So I had this thought earlier, Danny.
Okay, here we go.
I don't know if YouTube's getting this or not, but the previous call, I was like, hey, you know, if you tell AI to make its own section when it's referring to itself, right?
Yeah.
I also had the thought that you remember the boomerang nonillions, right?
Yep.
You know how many commas it takes to make a nonillion YouTube? It's nine commas of zeros. This scammer thought he had an AI bot to make the investor nonillion dollars, right?
Yeah.
So I had the thought, like is that a camper turned blue?
Well, I think I've discovered his favorite color, but it's I think this might be where Desiree was living when it leaked. Oh no, somebody had that leaked.
So I had this thought that like the Nigerian scammers, if they would just put down the scammer tool for a day and actually had a product or a service, everything that they do to go about scamming the whole world.
Oh my God. Yeah.
They put it into a real business. What if, when it comes to crypto, right? What if you had 0.0000, like as many zeros that it takes, you know, and I have my own coin, but we implement in the service, you know, y'all are going to get from the nonillion, point nonillion of a crypto, but we're going to implement all of these tactics that these scammers are using until we actually finally get it right. And then on the day that it's going to finally get it right, whether we use AI to help us or not, that one nonillionth of a penny will become a nonillion dollars.
What are you talking about, Rich? What are you talking? I don't know. I didn't quite follow you there.
Yeah, I'm trying to say that there are so many tactics that these people use. If we actually implement them all into a real, legitimate business with goods and services, it would change the financial system of the world overnight.
Yeah. Well, that would be good. But I can't help myself here. I have to include this photo of him in here because he'll probably like it actually, because I'm pretty sure he likes himself. So I've got Alan. Oh, here we go. Just that blue photo. I mean, I just have to put that in there. Description, caption. All right, so we're gonna. I'll just have to put it in here. 1 minute, please, caller. Won't be a second. I just think this photo is crazy. That I can't leave it alone. So insert the post. It should be massive. It is. And now we're going to recycle it down to custom size. Make it 400. I do my own website development too. There we go. So now we've got quite a few photos. I don't normally put photos in my blogs if you guys haven't noticed. I just can't help myself here. Yeah, don't quite follow that, but basically I think what you're saying is basically, why don't these scammers put their energy into legitimate stuff rather than defrauding people? Or at what point does a scammer decide he's actually not going to succeed and stop?
Right. Like, when are the scammers going to wake up and say, the Danny DeHeck show has been exposing all of these intricate components that make up the scam? But if you took like the Transformers, the cartoon where all the Transformers combined to make the big Megatron one, the big robot.
Yep.
If you put all the things that they're scamming people with into one actual legitimate business, but before you did it, you said, hey, this token, this coin is 0.000 of a penny, right?
You just get
and
confusing.
then when the scam when the actual thing takes off, the very next day, it will become the equivalent of $9 million, because that's the level of scam that we are all living through. Like, why can't we just wake the freaking heck up? We're exposing this night and day, every single day. How are we the only ones that are cluing in to see? Like, the guy used the pyramid scheme. The guy used the multi-level marketing scheme. The guy used the what do you call it with the Airbnb and the glamping. That whole tactic has been used by real estate people for as long as I've been alive.
Yeah.
I think get people to invest, and then you don't have a return on your investment. What the freaking heck is that, dude?
Yeah, I better carry on with this thing. But what I actually see, well, the problem what I'm finding is, Susie's gone boom. What I'm finding tricky to process a lot of the time is these people go after, victims. They go after a certain type of person.
Yeah.
And those type of persons, I don't know if we get in front of them because they go to church on Sunday, whatever it is, and they hang out with somebody at the bar or the cafe or the pool room. And then you've got this predator who targets individuals who have gone through certain, like the lady who's lost $80,000. She is on the invalid pension, and she injured herself, got a payout.
Yeah.
He went after that. And that's why I don't know how to stop those victims who are in a small circle.
That's what we're coming into that. Like you said, this is what I'm noticing. We're coming into that now more and more, and there's not been enough. I'm not going to put you in your own category, but what Danny has encountered over the past 5 years with these scams, there's not been enough people over the course of time that have stood up to this conglomeration of people doing this type of wicked acts on humanity. There have not been enough people to expose it on the level that Danny has. So what we're witnessing is people coming out of the cracks, of the pews of the churches, and they have nowhere to go. And they're like, no, I need to do this to my own people. I need to do this to my own friends and family members. And then we see them repeat offend. So it's like, that didn't just start because of crypto.
Yeah.
That started because people are outright jacked. Jacked the freaking heck up, dude. And the internet allows for us to see it. Not only see it, but put it in front of our eyes. They have statistics for it, data. Like, people have to have their attention consumed. They have to have it taken by the internet on a level that's never been seen before.
Yeah.
Like people have to have their attention taken
3 to 4 hours a day by something on the internet.
No, it's cool. I'm getting to get sleepy. This blog's not even finished yet. It's massive, mate. All right, let's get into it. I just got to carry on with it. We've got to go. The revenue share model deserves closer examination. Now, if you're thinking about investing in this, the deeper I dove into the evidence, I keep going back to part of the global clamping's business that appears repeatedly throughout the investigation reviews: the contracts, marketing material, and the short-term review share model. Unlike customers purchasing the dome for their own property, revenue share investors are being offered something quite different. They've been expected to source land, obtain permits, manage bookings, and clean accommodation between guests. And instead of doing that, instead of doing all those things, the proportion was marked as a passive investment where Global Glamping would do the heavy lifting while investors shared in the revenue generated by individual structures. So what we're getting at here, guys, so instead of starting up your own business, basically they're going to do it all for you and manage the whole lot, and you just get the profit. Investors were invited to purchase luxury glamping units located in one of the global glamping developments. The company would handle the bookings, maintenance, guest management, day-to-day operations, while investors would receive 42.5% income generated by their unit each month. That's incredible. So if you did $10,000 worth of booking in a month, he's going to pay you out $4,250, and all the other money was there to run the complex and change the sheets and everything. That doesn't even add up. Anyway, at the end of this investigation period, investors were told they would have several options, including selling their structures to existing what the company, or exercising what the company described as their buyback option. So they'd even buy back the disaster if it didn't work. On paper, it was an attractive position. For someone invested in a rapidly, I'm going to have to read it. I'm getting a bit funny, but it is actually really important because what they're actually claiming is actually just everything everyone wants in a business.
For someone interested in the rapidly growing glamping industry, it appeared to remove many of the headaches normally associated with owning short-term accommodation. There was no need to purchase land, employ staff, or advertise the property. According to the marketing, investors simply purchased a structure while Global Glamping managed everything else. As I reviewed contracts and correspondence from multiple investors, however, I noticed that the revenue share model also created one significant point of reliance. Everything depended on trust.
There was no case studies done. There was no reason why anyone he had nothing. It was all on trust. And all these Ponzi schemes and scams that we go after rely on trust. You trust the individual, a friend of a family member introduces you into it, or you've gone there and had a nice camping experience. I don't know, but it's all trust.
Investors generally had no direct control over the property, no day-to-day oversight of operations, and no independent way of verifying occupancy, revenue, or operating costs. They were relying almost entirely on information provided by Global Glamping regarding the status of their investment and the income it was supposedly generating.
So you're going to have somebody who's a gaslighter telling you that your investment's doing very well. Now, remember going way back to the start of this blog 400 hours ago, they had the guy telling us that he was receiving dividends from his dome. And then he found out once the dividends stopped paying, he did a bit of investigation and found out that the domes didn't even exist. So where was the income coming from? The reliance becomes particularly important when viewed alongside the allegations now being made by several investors. And we have about 10 people that have come forward at the moment and have got complaints about Devon. Only one that's not complaining about Devon is who, Richard?
Who has complained? I was looking at something.
I'm saying the only person that hasn't complained about Devon is who?
So where was the income coming from? The investors?
No.
I wasn't hearing that.
The only one, you listen to me live, the only person that wasn't complaining about Devon was Devon.
Oh, right.
Because he's
yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah, so as we said earlier on,
One investor alleges he was told his dome had already been constructed and was producing rental income when,
Unreal.
according to him, it had never been built. Another says she invested after being shown what she believed were existing revenue-producing domes in Washington. Others describe expectations that specific structures would be developed, managed and placed into service before those plans allegedly changed or stalled.
yeah, it's just normal
I'm not
bullshit, really.
suggesting those allegations have been proven. They remain allegations, and I have specifically invited Devon Allan Towle to respond to each of them as part of his right of reply. However, they do highlight why the revenue share model sits at the center of this investigation. If investors are purchasing a passive income stream rather than taking possession of a physical asset themselves, confidence in the operator becomes absolutely fundamental. Once that confidence begins to erode, so too does the entire investment proposition.
Yeah. Oh, so anyway, I've got one last paragraph.
As
Might
I
do it.
continued comparing contracts with promotional material, another question began emerging, one that wasn't about the revenue share model itself, but about how different opportunities appeared to evolve during the sales process. That became particularly apparent when I reconstructed the timeline of one investor's journey from her very first consultation through to wiring more than $82,000.
Oh, I get sick of this money. You know, like, and as I looked at each investor's investment opportunity, they were told that basically it was catered to what they wanted. It wasn't like a McDonald's franchise where you walk into
Like
any
set up already.
Well, you go
Yeah.
into Egypt and you say, "Can I have a hamburger and fries?" And you can leave it on the bench for 3 months and still eat it. It will still taste the same as one in America. You know, they're all.
Right.
But these weren't. Every one of these packages was catered, unique. You know, probably catered to the person who had the money, who was going to hand it over. Just tell them whatever they want until they hand over the money and then ghost them or argue with them or just come up with delays. And in the meantime, he's a personal trainer. I mean, this guy's a personal trainer in a gym, claiming that he's running a company that's in Forbes magazine. I mean, really? It's just bullshit. Reconstructing one of the investors' journeys. So this is, we added to this blog and keep adding to the blog. And I think this is the biggest blog I've ever had. But
One
wow.
of the advantages of receiving such a large volume of documentation from Carrie Kopp was that I wasn't forced to rely on hindsight. Instead of trying to piece together fragmented memories months after the events occurred, I was able to reconstruct the relationship almost exactly as it unfolded through emails, Calendly bookings, contracts, presentations, and written correspondence.
I'm just going to go back to something funny here. I mean, you've got the CEO of this company at the supermarket with a supermarket bag of fruit. Next minute, you've got the CEO dressing up in his blue Superman costume. Look at that, eh? And look what he's doing. What the heck are you wearing, you numpy? I mean, look, what the friggin' is that? It looks like you've put it inside out. I'm not that, but I mean, it looks like he's put his Superman costume inside out. I mean, so this is somebody that you're going to invest with, who's spending all his time losing weight. He's losing his mind. I think when his brain shrunk, I think when he lost all the weight, his brain shrunk. And now he's got
What it is it's the lifestyle marketing, man. Once he started pulling this stuff off, he lost sight of everything that he was ever doing.
I'd even love to know what he's doing with this imagery he's got. I wonder if it's found somewhere else. It's probably a new futuristic. Do you remember Hyperverse? When that first started out? So what are these? Let's find this as a hero costume. Okay, so we've got these closed back. It's a costume you wear, is it? It must be for making you feel slim. Let's have a look.
This is the closed back hero suit, and it's not here to be basic. It's here to make you stand out, with contouring seams that highlight your muscles in all the right places and a zip up front that lets you show off. This bodysuit does what it says on the label: sculpt, shape, and move effortlessly.
Oh my God, look, there's even another guy. Look at this guy. This guy, it's not going to be there. Has he got there? Even there's another, hey, you got a brother from another lover here. I just found him. Look, he's on Instagram. I mean, it just goes crazy. Anyway, I enjoyed looking at the costume. I still can't get over the costume. We better get back to the blog here. We'll be here all night. Timeline begins January 2026. Introduction consultant between these two, the dream packages. So
The
listen.
timeline begins in January 2026 with an introductory consultation between Carrie and Devon Allan Towle. Shortly afterwards, she received what prospective clients would likely have considered a professional onboarding package. There were polished follow-up emails, a detailed dream packages brochure, automated marketing sequences, and invitations to schedule further consultations. The overall impression was that of an established business with a structured sales process rather than an improvised sales pitch.
Oh, good. You guys have been working hard in the background. I've been ignoring you. I've just noticed there's some stuff that's been going on in our chat, and I've been too busy running the old. Well, you sorry. You're always here.
Because I was reading for you.
Oh, no, that's good. Look here. So we've got this new thing here. We've got attention, global glamping investors and customers. Did you invest with or purchase from Global Glamping, Washington Camping, Diamond Camping, or any affiliate LLC? If you have lost money, experienced broken promises, repeated delays, or endless excuses, you are not alone. If this sounds familiar, please help by reporting your experience. So oh, look, they've got my email address in here. Good on you guys. Oh, it's just sad. A lot of people have seen me crying on here before, but I've got to sort of keep your wits about you. I just hate people losing their money to the scammers. I hate seeing them spend it on stupid things like cars and lifestyle marketing. But look, here's some things that you can do. Montana State Auditor Security Division. You can email them directly. Montana Development of Justice Consumer Protection's got an email there. You can go write another novel on the Better Business Bureau. But if you have been, honestly, like guys and girls, if you have been scammed by this individual, do something about it. Reach out to us. We'll keep you anonymous if you don't want your name out there. But don't let this individual get away with what he's doing, because he's just a bottom feeder on the planet, and we're here to stop him. Anyway, so we're talking about our dear friend here, Carol Cobb, who gave me 82 emails to go through, which was a headache at the time, but now I'm glad I did. She introduced two concepts: speed to market, credibility that converts, and plug and play ecosystem that promised to help clients bypass many of the traditional hurdles involved in launching a glamping business. References to, get this, FORB, HipCamp, investor support, and comprehensive development services were woven through the material, reinforcing the impression that Global Glamping had already refined a successful business model. And that's what you guys bought. You were looking at the advertising that I looked at when I first started this investigation. I thought, oh, here we go. Do I want to tackle someone that's running a camping ground when it looks like it's running one of those glamping things that you see all over Instagram? I am so glad that I didn't shy away from it. What impressed me most, however, wasn't the sales material. It was, I should know her name, Carrie?
Carrie.
I'm getting better. Long before transferring the money, she asked us sensible, detailed questions that many investors never think to ask. She wanted to understand the zoning requirements, insurance, maintenance costs, expected occupancy, operating expenses, franchise fees, booking systems, and whether Devon had previously been involved in litigation. Wasn't she brilliant? Reading through the correspondence, I was left with the impression that she wasn't acting impulsively. She appeared to be carrying out the sort of due diligence a financial advisor regularly encouraged before making any substantial investment. I wish everyone was a Carrie because it's just so awful when people don't ask those questions. But I'm now thinking, maybe you are thinking as well, why did she invest? Because we did a bit of research here too. The response she received was equally detailed. Occupancy rates were discussed, revenue projections were provided, dealer opportunities were explained, financial models were shared. At no point did the correspondence suggest she was being rushed into marketing or immediate decisions. Instead, the progress unfolded over several weeks, allowing confidence and familiarity to develop before any funds changed hands. And that's how a lot of these scams work, ladies and gentlemen. It's like a dripping tap. It's like the oil that gets the the squeaky door that gets the oil. And a lot of these scams that we go after are running Zoom meetings, and they sit there and they just basically keep brainwashing you. And you, once you've got that in your head that you think it's real and you have peace of mind, they build trust. And once they've built that trust with you, you are very vulnerable. And that's what happens. And so she asked the questions, she got the answers, and over several weeks, she wasn't pressured, everything ticked the boxes, and then she was vulnerable. And that's where these people take advantage of people. From everything I reviewed, Carrie initially appeared to have been exploring the possibility of developing her own glamping project. So she was thinking, I like the concept of this. I'm going to do this myself, which is absolutely amazing. Sorry, there's just a picture come up on the screen. I've got to take it. All right, we're going to, oh my God, this is funny. Oh my goodness. You guys are bad. Don't get me started. Let's see what I can do. I'm trying to figure out how to save the damn thing. Hold it. We've just got to put this one on the screen. Let's go. We're going to report. We're going to save it somehow. How do we save the picture? Did it save? Oh, hopefully it might not let me save. I'll just see if it did save. I was just going to bring this picture up on the screen. You guys are shockers. You guys, I'm just saying that out loud, but you guys are shockers. We're going to get ourselves arrested here. so, look at this. Inmate 824778. No longer does he have the name Devon. He's out picking the rubbish up on the streets. And look, he's even got his workmates. That's funny. That's really cool. You've done that with Grok, I can tell. I'm guessing, but that is funny. That is funny. You girls are funny.
I looked at YouTube and it's skipping back.
There's more.
Lagging back to you showing them in the blue suit for whatever reason.
Oh, no. I hope we still go good. I think we're looking pretty good. We're going for 6 hours. We've got another one yet. There's one more. When you think you've got them all, there's always one more that you want to bring up on the screen. You guys have got carried away. You guys must have been bored. I'm waffling too much. There we go.
Yeah.
He's got the same prison number on. Another day. I bet the number's relevant to the case, the client number. Just another day earning my keep. Oh, he's not in orange today. There you go. Oh, you like those photos. Put those in your spank folder, Devon. That'll be brilliant. Cancel that one. What else have we got? Have we got any more? No, we've just got the receipts. I'll just make sure we've got all the funny ones so I don't have to stop again. Hello, what's this one here? Oh, look at that. You even got cars. All right, well done, guys. I'll just get back to where I meant to be. Make sure I've read all the funny stuff. There's lots of funny stuff in here, guys. I can't stop and read it all. I'll stop laughing. All right, we're back. We're at the bottom. Make his life hell. Well, I think we've done that. All right, keep everything from what have we got? Projects. Okay, Carrie appeared to be exploring the possibility of developing her own camping project. Yet, somewhere during the sales process, the proposal evolved into something completely different. Instead of establishing accommodation on her own property, the opportunity became an investment involving 6 domes represented as an existing or planned revenue generating asset in Washington state. Now, so what I've figured from this one, because I keep forgetting what I've learned, is she already had her own property and he was just going to provide the domes. And so once again, he's just morphed into whatever somebody wants to hear with money. Exactly when that transition occurred, and perhaps more importantly, why, is one of the questions I have specifically put to Devon Allan Towle, whatever his name is, Toady, in my right of reply. So we've obviously given this guy more time to reply. He's just come up with excuses and then obviously said that I only gave him 3 days, and that's a lie. We've given him actually about 10 days in total to respond. Right. So let's just read this because Danny's tired.
That question matters because it goes to the heart of informed decision-making. Investors are entitled to change their minds, and businesses frequently adapt proposals to suit a client's circumstances. But where an investment changes significantly during negotiations, understanding how and why that occurred is essential. The documentary trail suggests the opportunity Carrie ultimately invested in was materially different from the one she first discussed. Whether that evolution was properly explained is something that deserves a clear answer, supported by the documents rather than hindsight alone.
Yeah, so what we're getting at there, guys, is really simple. The marketing versus the delivering the product is completely different and not even similar. And if your marketing's not correct, in New Zealand we have this thing called the you're just not allowed to market yourself like that. Fair trading, I think it's called, or something where you're not allowed to market yourself doing one thing and deliver another thing, which is like the Airbnb photos showing an amazing complex, and then getting there and you're staying in a teepee with no heater, no water, and it's got bears and rats and mice running around. It doesn't add up. Fair trading. I forgot what it's called actually. Dick Watt, Devon. Amazing, isn't it? Anyway, let's go. So what have we got? By the questions that need to be asked, and now, we asked them a whole lot of questions. By the time I spoke to several investigators, reviewed the court records, constructed Carrie's timeline, I reached a point where I would have been irresponsible to continue the investigation without giving Devon Allan Towle an opportunity to respond. And that's exactly what we did. What have we got here?
Too many online commentators publish allegations without ever contacting the person at the center of the story. I take a different approach. If someone is facing serious allegations, particularly those involving substantial financial losses, they deserve the opportunity to explain their side of the story before conclusions are drawn.
They do. And with that in mind, so I sent him a detailed whole lot questionnaire. Amongst those issues, I asked him to explain. This is what we got. So this is the questions we gave him to explain.
The multiple lawsuits filed against him and Global Glamping.
Boom.
The allegations that some investors paid for domes they say were never built. Why certain investor funds appear to have been paid to WDMC LLC rather than Global Glamping LLC. How the STR revenue share model operated in practice. The relationship between the various companies connected to his business activities, whether all investor projects were completed as represented, and the growing number of complaints now appearing across public forums and the Better Business Bureau.
Right, so like those bells, I thought it had a bit of flair. Gonna wake you up, Rich. I also asked him to clarify several factual matters that had emerged repeatedly during my investigation. For example, websites stated the company launched 48 or more glamping structures across multiple states. Now, remember, he's in the video that we had, he's in 15 places or 15 locations around America, right? And he's 48 or more glamping structures. Now, let's just work that out. 15 divided by 48. How many? So let's just make it easy for Danny. That's easy. That means there's going to be 3 complexes in each state. And some of the ones that we've seen in the pictures have more than 3. So we're guessing that there's going to be 15 locations, going by his own admission, 15 locations, and most of them will have 2. Can't be going by the maths. Anyway, asked him whether that figure referred to structures the company owned, supplied, managed, consulted on, or merely assigned in some capacity. That distinction matters because different readers could reasonably interpret that statement in many different ways. Likewise, I asked him to explain the revenue share model. What else did we get? If investors were purchasing interest in specific accommodation units, if investors were purchasing interest in specific accommodation units, how were those units identified? How were occupancy and revenue verified? Like, could he, I'm just going to be devil's advocate here, but could he actually have one IRC but been shared by multiple people, giving them ideas, and
including the people living in the woods?
Well, he could just have one IRC that turns over, let's say $100,000 a year. So he could tell everyone that your IRC earned $33,000 a year, and he could resell the same IRC multiple times, because nothing's impossible after investigating this guy. However, so how do they identify the IRC? How were occupancy, revenue, or whatever the reporting? What reporting did investors receive? Like, how did he manage his books? These were straightforward questions that any responsible investigator would like desperately want answers before committing tens of thousands of dollars. At the time of writing, I'm still waiting for him to give us substantive response rather than telling us we didn't give him enough time. If he provides additional documentation, explains or explanations or evidence that materially changes the picture presented in this investigation, I will update the article accordingly. Fairness requires nothing less. My objective was never been to tell only one side of the story. It is to present the evidence as completely and accurately as possible, allowing readers to understand both the allegations and any explanation offered in response. So we like to keep it fair, but so far I haven't had any fan club of his turn up on the stage telling me I've got it all wrong, which normally about now, after being streaming for 6 hours and 3 minutes, we normally get somebody jumping on the stage and goes, "You guys don't know what you're talking about." Well, this guy's got no fanboy club. He's got nothing.
Yep.
No one's coming here to protect him. It's just him by himself.
Well, I got a question with that, Danny.
Okay.
You mentioned before you went through the questions, you mentioned after examining the court claims or the court cases, have people try to do a claim against him and failed?
No. One person got he got ordered to pay $205,000. And then they thought and then he never paid it. So they negotiated.
Okay.
They had a court case, they negotiated. He agreed to pay, never paid, went back to courts, and then they won the case. And he has to pay it back, plus expenses.
So, does anybody know how there could be a deposition? Like, is there a way to depose the guy with, getting evidence on the docket?
I think as time goes on, I mean, we've obviously had people that have been here for the long haul. I can't remember exactly, but somebody's over invested $300,000 in this.
Dang.
Yeah, and then they've got small investors that, and no investors too small, but $25,000. I mean, what we're going to find is after we've done this marathon of a blog, we're going to get other people that have signed up that we never knew about, because this guy's going to have, there's going to, like, we've done this for years, mate. There's always somebody else that didn't know, didn't see, shoulda, coulda, woulda, whatever. They're going to stumble across this and go, "Oh my God, I thought I was the only one."
Yeah,
this guy will have a history of it.
Yeah, but if somebody's already went through the process of, awarded a claim, it should be a no-brainer that he should be, brought into a deposition in some state, like really easily. So then that way he has to expose, if he has any actual valid paperwork, documentation that holds any of this up.
Yeah. I don't think that would be, no, I think that would be quite, I mean, I won a case in the district court, and then the guy took me off to the high court, and then I won that case as well. And now with the guy,
but I don't know how that works there. So,
well, I mean, let's say the next court case that is going to happen. What am I going to do? Well, here's my win in the district court, and here's my win in the New Zealand High Court, and that's what you're saying, isn't it? So this guy's already lost federal court cases.
Yeah.
So when the next person, if they do some sort of something like a class action lawsuit against him, and then they prove these other cases.
Oh, right. That's what I mean.
Yeah, and that's going to be
go like as far as they can, or do they just need to show what their involvement was and how he took advantage? I wonder how it works, where you're at as opposed to over here. If it's already, like you say, if it's already an open shut, it's already over with. They just got to file the right.
I think you're on the right page. I mean, because I've been representing myself in the courtroom lately, I'm actually now convinced that you don't need lawyers, and I think lawyers are going to get replaced with AI. Unfortunately, no offense to any lawyers watching. So I reckon that if Susie's brilliant, and she's in the chat room with you guys, she will know if you could file a case yourselves, and we can point you in the right direction. We expose them. We don't fight lawsuits, but we're getting clever enough now. We're getting clever enough now to tell you where to go and what you need to do. I mean, even the story, you copy this whole blog into AI, and you tell it that you want to do a lawsuit against him, and
Yeah.
and then you ask ChatGPT, what's my best option? So I've literally got a case at the moment where somebody's doing something against me, which isn't called for. So I've got a whole line of shit about this individual, and then I asked AI, what is the best thing I should do? Now, for a start, I want to go after an individual, and I want him to pay for all the time he's wasted with me. And ChatGPT comes back and says, that's not going to happen, Danny. Courts don't care about your time. I'm like, oh, thanks. But what you could do is you can hire a big shot lawyer, and then he can generate you a frigging bill. And then when you win this case, because it's a slam dunk, he will have to pay the lawyer's bill. And I go, well, that's a good idea. So I just need to go to a lawyer and say, do you mind, can I have a running tab until we win? Whatever it is. But that's where you get some good advice from ChatGPT. So don't think you've lost your money and you can walk away. But hey, look, let's say we put it to ChatGPT and we have everyone's case summarized in maybe, say, something like 500 words, without all the documents and the screenshots and everything that backs it up and plugs up the system. And we load all that into ChatGPT and ask for advice on how do we take this guy to the cleaners. Because at the end of the day, everyone goes, he can't be a criminal because he hasn't been locked up or charged by the FBI. Like, he's been questioned and investigated. But, that's sort of how it works these days. Yeah, no, good stuff. All right, so that commitment to fairness, particularly, so basically, if he comes back with some information, we're happy to publish it on this blog. We won't be able to edit the video, though. Looking at the bigger picture, I spent years investigating cryptocurrency Ponzi scheme, fake AI program, email investment opportunities, blah, blah, blah. At first glance, global camping didn't fit neatly into any of those categories. There was no trading bots promising 3% per day. There was no blockchain buzzwords, no fictional exchanges. There was no anonymous founders hiding behind, cartoon characters. When we've had it all. I'm laughing because we literally have that normally to fight these battles with. Instead, this investigation centers on something much more tangible. There is a real business. There is real accommodation. There is real properties. There is real contracts. And according to people who interviewed, there are real financial losses. That distinction is important because not every failed business is fraudulent. Not every disappointed investor has been scammed. Markets change, projects run over budget, construction is delayed, business fail every day without acting dishonestly. At the same time, history has shown us that extent of, or was that right? Existence. Oh, the existence of legitimate business does not automatically validate every investment opportunity built around it. So just because a business exists doesn't mean that it can't, it doesn't mean it's a valid investment. One of the recurring themes throughout this investigation has been the difference between global glamping accommodation businesses and global glamping's investment businesses. Now, I don't know about the Triple G resort, so I'm going to use that as an example. Currently enjoys a 4.8 global Google rating with well over 100 guests. These reviews suggest that visitors genuinely enjoyed their stay. That is evidence that cannot be simply ignored, because if it doesn't fit the what's that word? What's that word, Danny?
Convenient.
Narrative. If people have positive experiences at the resort, then those experiences deserve to be acknowledged. So basically, amazed me, but yes, a 4.8 Google rated, but the whole lot seems to be hanging onto that. Equally, I cannot ignore the evidence pointing in the opposite direction. Multiple investors has now provided contracts, payment records, correspondence alleging that paid substantial sums for dealership opportunities, revenue share investments, or glamping structures that they may say were never delivered as represented. I'm sorry, I'm a bit tired, guys, but I'm getting there.
Represented.
So multiple lawsuits have been filed. Federal judgments have already been entered in one case. The Better Business Bureau contains numerous complaints describing remarkably similar experiences. Independent witnesses who have never previously met have shared documents that appear to follow comparable timelines. None of those facts prove, I never get those words right.
Allegation.
I don't like that word, allegations, but neither can they be simply dismissed as coincidences. Coincidence. Phew. As an investigator, I'm not interested in defending or condemning anyone. My role is to examine the evidence, identify patterns, and ask the questions that any reasonable prospect investor would want answers to before committing tens of thousands of dollars. That's exactly what this investigation seeks to do. More evidence I uncovered, the less this became a story about a single unhappy investor. It became a story about patterns in the marketing, patterns in the contracts, patterns in the promises, patterns in complaints, and perhaps most importantly, patterns that now deserve careful scrutiny by anyone considering to do business with Global Glamping and any one of the associated companies connected to Devon Allan Towle. So the question is, it's a marathon. I'm going to, this is the biggest blog ever, man. It was just so much overwhelming evidence. But where does it go from here? I'm going to tell you where it goes from here. We're just going to keep, where it goes from here, guys, we want to hear from you. We want you guys, we're going to give you the links. We'll give you access to the WhatsApp group. Let's stop this guy. Let's make him our mission to stop this guy. And let's stop somebody else from losing their money. Yeah. You know, that's what it's all about. We don't want you to lose your money, and we're sick of it. And we've had enough. As I say to my subscribers and my viewers all the time, we're sick and tired of being at the bottom of the cliff putting band-aids off people that have lost money to financial scams. We're at the top of 2 reviews. I see that. We're at the top of the cliffs, and we're in the trenches at the same time. We're in the trenches fighting these scammers head to head. They threaten us with lawsuits. I've had my share of lawsuits. I've never lost a lawsuit for exposing a scammer to date. There's a challenge for you, Devon. Yeah. So, and they always talk big, and they've got small peckers. That's basically it. And look, you've seen the picture of it. There's nothing there. He's just going to hump my leg. You can hump my leg. I haven't told you I'm 8 foot tall yet, have I? So I'm coming to America. You're more than welcome to meet me in America, and we can sit down and you can tell me how you were just a misunderstood investment, offering investments to people, and people who invested in you were just misunderstood. They misunderstood what you were offering to them. That's what it really comes down to, isn't it, Devon? That you've come up with these contracts that look really good. You've come up with a concept that has delivered an accommodation to somebody who wants a holiday, even if it's a wee bit moldy. And then you've used that concept and you've decided to create an investment opportunity. You received your first investment. For whatever reason, it didn't work. And then all of a sudden, you're sitting here thinking, I'll keep taking the money and I'll worry about the solution later on. In the meantime, I'm going to go to the gym and work out. There you go. Brilliant. We worked out. Now you've lost a lot of weight and you've lost a lot of your brain cells, mate. You're delusional. If you think you can live life in America like this, I live in New Zealand. We're not allowed to have firearms. But I tell you what, in America they are. I would not be pissing people off in America. I can tell you that now. Just, I don't know if I should have said the word firearm. Anyway, so that's basically, we did actually have where this investigation goes, and I'm going to read the bullet points because I think I kind of keep thinking if I'm a victim, victims hang on to every word. So I'm going to give you every word of this blog.
Among them are: how many people invested in Global Glamping's various programs?
Yeah.
How much money was invested across the different business models?
Yeah.
How many projects were successfully completed compared with those that were not? What became of the structures that investors believed they had purchased? How were investor funds allocated between the various companies connected to the business? What explanations, if any, will Devon Allan Towle provide in response to the evidence presented in this investigation?
You didn't give me enough time, and I want my lawyers to be talking to you on a Zoom meeting. Okay, that sounds good to me. Well, I'm not going to do it. I want it written beforehand. Yeah, so they're not rhetorical questions. I mean, okay, the one that stood out to me the most there. How many projects were successfully completed compared to those that were not? So, you know, oh yeah, I gotta go. I've been going for too long. This is a big blog. Go to Signal. Okay, I'm going to Signal. Oh, the scripture. Oh, a hamburger. What are we doing? Burger sandwich. No, scam.
The deep fried Delgado burger.
What, have you seen it? How did you see it? Oh, it's in our thing.
Yeah.
Sent it to Richard.
Did you? Do you hungry, Richard? So,
Yeah, man.
oh, the deep fried Delgado burger.
You want to show the world, or you want to wait?
No, it's good. It's good. So what is it? Deep fried Delgado burger. No scam. Oh, that's a crack up. In and out, because our last scammer actually worked at In and Out Burger. So that was freaking. It looks good in a t-shirt. Oh, that is funny. Oh, we've got to get that on there. Is that going on there? If you don't know, we actually have a merch store, and I do have I have some slave labor who works hard in another room, help me fight my scammers. But every now and again, we do have merch available, ladies and gentlemen. It's not on there yet. The Pixelator's on there. Even the Pixelator's now on there. Pixelator. Oh, it's because the Wesley watch. We've got a competition here. Here we go. These are all there's Richard, the Red Raptor, and that's our scam.
You got to build a whole new section.
Well, we're just going to keep adding to it, but we've gone crazy. Anyway, alrighty. So where did we get to? We got to, if you have got a happy customer, please let us know who it is, because we don't believe you've got any happy customers. Finally, I want to reiterate something that has guided every investigation I've undertaken over the years, and this is a big one. Maybe because it was, I don't know. This article is not finding a finding of liability. I think ChatGPT was trying to give me a disclaimer. So it's in the blog. You can read it. Basically, it says, caution, caution, caution. Be careful, be careful. Rich is going to drive his truck through your friggin' domes if you don't give the investors' monies back. And here's your personal note where I've added your picture. If you're reading this, I want you to know I haven't spent weeks investigating your business because I have a personal grudge against you. Before this investigation began, I had never spoken to you, and I never want to speak to you ever again. Go away. I don't know your name. I don't know how to pronounce your name. That's nothing abnormal in my investigations, by the way. Your business or your background. Like many people who are now contacting me, I discovered Global Glamping because someone believed they had been seriously wronged and asked me to take a closer look. I've built my reputation over many years by investigating organized fraud. Sometimes those investigations uncover genuine Ponzi schemes. Sometimes they reveal misleading business practices. Occasionally, they uncover nothing more than failed business ventures and broken promises. I don't start with a conclusion. And I look for evidence to support it. I start with evidence that led me and let me where it led. Oh, sorry. I start the evidence and let it lead where it goes. Something like that. That's exactly what I've done here. Since the beginning of this investigation, I reviewed thousands of pages of material, and I really did. That's why I'm tired now. I've spoken to multiple investors, more than I ever have face-to-face. This is brilliant. I've examined contracts, wire transfers, court filings, archive web pages, promotional videos, marketing presentations, and business records. I've deliberately sought out information that both supports and contradicts the allegations being made against you, because that's how responsible investigative journalists should be conducted. I've noticed through the article and acknowledged evidence which reflects positively on your Triple G resort. So it seems like something good is going on there. If I was going to give you some advice, mate, I would say stick to your knitting and do away with all these investments. Go get a big, massive, fat loan and pay back all the people that you, I believe, have defrauded. Because you look like you had a good business there, my friend. So go back to your knitting. It appears that you have many satisfied guests and have said so. I recognise the operating model, LLC, is not in itself evidence of wrongdoing. I've repeatedly distinguished between allegations, established facts, and unresolved questions. That wasn't accidental, it was intentional. Before publishing this investigation, I also gave you the opportunity to respond, even if you think it's 3 days. I normally give people 48 hours, to be honest. I gave you a whole bloody week. My right of reply wasn't a token gesture. It was a genuine invitation to explain issues raised by investors, the lawsuits, the judgments, the complaints, the documentary evidence I reviewed. If there are explanations that place these matters into different contexts, I want to hear them. If there are factual inaccuracies in this investigation, I will correct them. And I did one just yesterday with another investigation and a client jumping up and down, and we actually went and corrected it, and we actually wrote an amendment in the blog, a big one, but we do everything big here, big size investigations. So if you do have one, we will put it in this blog. If there is factual inaccuracies in this investigation, I will correct them. As I said, if there are documents that materially change the picture, I will review them with an open mind. I don't hate you. I actually quite like you. I think you look awesome in that blue suit. Anyway, my audience expects me to be fair. My victims deserve to have their stories being heard, and that's what we've done today. Yay, go the Avengers. Anyone that helps us with an investigation is called an Avenger. Richard, the Red Raptor here, was a victim of a scam, and he was taunting me on the phone one day. 20 messages later, we won him over, and he realized that he was participating in a scam. We saved him. And now look at him. 4 years later? Jesus.
Come on, y'all. I got my money back. We own the narrative, bitches.
Yeah, so there you go. So everything can look deceptive at the time. Equally, the person at the center of this investigation deserves the opportunity to respond. If your explanation is supported by evidence, I will publish it. If it's hearsay, go to hell. If your response raises additional questions, I will investigate that too. Maybe I should investigate myself, because it sounds like you think I'm the problem. This is how journalism is supposed to work. At the end of the day, this investigation isn't about me, and it isn't even about you. It's about the people who trusted substantial sums of money to your businesses and are still searching for answers. They deserve clarity. They deserve transparency. Most importantly, they deserve an explanation that addresses the evidence rather than avoiding it. The door remains open. And if you would like to sit down for an interview and provide documentation to respond, I'm not going to do it because you're a horrible person and you're really hard to talk to. It has to be in writing now, bro. Just saying out loud. I'll consider it fairly and publish your response in full where appropriate, if it's factual. That's a standing invitation, and it remains open regardless of when you decide to accept it. Now, that's it. Now, I might have some of this information wrong because I rushed this out just before we published the blog. But basically, we did hear from Desiree Evans today. She was a former business partner or partner. They actually got together and actually put together some contracts together. She's a rock, man. She's a lady. She was a strong lady that rung up, was part of the show probably about 5 hours ago. But she also wrote about her experience, and she told us some real truths about how you began, how she shared her dream, how you embraced it, and basically how you got this whole concept running. And then obviously she doesn't like you anymore, and you stay out of her camper, you big bastard. It's just saying, keep your mitts away from it. If anyone gets threatened by this individual, we want to know about it. Anyone gets gaslighted by this individual, we want to know about it. We will continue to monitor this guy. Before you know it, we'll have 100 blogs, 100 videos exposing this guy until he's stopped, locked up, and put incarcerated, or put out to work in the road, which we did have a picture of. There he is.
We're printing prison uniforms for Delgado.
Oh,
he's gonna look like he's been working at
are you talking
In-N-Out Burger his whole life.
Are you talking to my other half? Oh, good. Hey, we might even make some merch for your domes, mate. You know. All right. So where are we at? I think that's pretty cool. And So basically the investigation continues. It's an open book. I'm not going to read this all here. I'm out of words at the moment. But, if you've got signed contract, wire confirmation, invoices, email, text messages, WhatsApp conversations, photographs, promotional material, anything like that, give it to us and we'll add it to our investigation. Now, I don't want my inbox full of stuff, so please put it in a nice, put it in a Google Drive box. Give me the link and let me have my field day, and I'll feed it to the Avengers, and then that's already how it works. That's basically me. Some lovely people have come forward today, and I've got some new online friends, which is awesome. I don't want a blue suit like that for my Christmas present, just saying, don't think it would do me, and I think I might fill it out a little bit better than that, just saying. But anyway, that's irrelevant, Danny. But I think in fairness, I think what else can we actually offer you guys in some closure here? If you are a victim of any scam, when you're on my website, you'll see we have some orange buttons over to the left here. You can support the work that we do by buying us a cup of coffee. If you click on the bottom one, you'll go to my ebook section. And in the ebook section, we have 5 books that help people from getting scammed. If you are about to invest in anything online and you want a second opinion, go and grab one of my books for $5. It helps support me in what I do. We don't get paid for this. The YouTube dollars that suck, but we do get donations along the way. And today I've had a lot of donations from people, which I really do appreciate, and thank you very much. But buy one of my investment books for $5. The Investment Scam Survival Guide, the Recovery Scam Survival Guide, the Recruitment Trap, where somebody's trying to recruit you into a scam, things to look out for, how to find your real friends. Already Invested, your Exit and Damage Control Guide, and the Red Flag Playbook. These are 5 booklets that we've put together. They're guidebooks, and they will help you. And you can read about them by clicking on them, and you can see what we're doing. So it's quite exciting where we're going as the Avengers. But this is just another day in the office for us. Tomorrow, I will be back here again. I will not be streaming for 6.5 hours. How did that happen? And what you guys don't know, I did a 24-hour stream once. And if you get past 12 hours, YouTube doesn't save it. So I lost it all. But
Danny fell asleep when it was 12 hours and like 2 minutes.
I know. And people are ringing me up going, don't go to sleep. And I'm in front of the computer like this. It was so funny. Tomorrow we will be doing a e-real estate investigation, and this is about these individuals. But this one's really exciting because these guys have already received a cease and desist from the Alberta Security Commission. So they are not allowed to do what they do, and they've got other documents. But yes, I'm looking forward to doing that one. But that's the second time I've investigated this scam, and now it's gone to a new level where the government's got involved and they're not allowed to do it, and they're still doing it. So it's absolutely batshit crazy. But I think we're done. Did I forget anything? He didn't want to answer me. We'll stop looking at his social media. So I don't want to actually see that guy anymore. I just want to see him do the right thing. I think if I was going to give him some advice is, your body fitness is one thing, but the way your ethical business is another thing, and how you conduct yourself, the type of individual that you want to be proud of, like what I'm trying to say is,
I'll say it for you, Danny.
Thank you, Richard.
Somebody's going to bust you upside the head, and you're going to realize that you got to drop all that mess, but the real hammer is going to fall, and we're going to write a song about you just like Delgado.
We've got a song. Did you not know I had a song? I'll actually tell you what it is, mate. You were 300 pounds, and then you went and got into fitness. You lost weight, and now it looks like you're a reasonably healthy fella. Well, why don't you do the same with this? You have promised people you were going to do this, that, this, and the other thing, and you've failed. Why not use this as an opportunity to clean up your act? Instead of cleaning up your weight and looking after your health, why don't you look after the health of the people who entrusted you with their money, and go to be an extremist, be a scammer that we're not used to.
Heck yeah, man.
Yeah, go after
That'll be your journey. We'll support you.
Yep. Yeah, we will. We're not against you. This isn't a battle. This isn't a pissing competition. I'm not going to wear the blue suit, but I mean, we'll help you. If
we
you
used
think
to take the piss out,
yeah, that's right. Anyway, that's me, but I do want to play the song because it's quite nice, and I will play some of it, and it will be on the.
You serious?
No, you listen to this one. Here we go. You can sing along, Rich.
Let's go!
They show me pictures of the mountains, morning mist and open skies.
Sitting under the campfire.
Luxury beneath the pine trees, a different way to change my life. They spoke about a growing market, families chasing memories. He said we're building something special, and I believed what I could see. Not just camping, not just weekends, not another place to stay. They painted something so much bigger, a business built the modern way. Every brochure looked convincing, every Zoom call built belief. Every answer sounded simple, every promise brought relief. The dawn was never really the dream, it was everything behind it. The plans, the future, the life they said I'd find in it. I wasn't buying steel and canvas or mountain air beneath the stars. I was buying into something that promised I could go so far. The dome was just the building, the promise was the plan, and every investor hopes those promises become more than words in hand. Contracts signed and money wired, timelines written nice and neat. Every question had an answer, every handshake felt complete. Construction's moving, guests are booking, everything is going great. Then the calendar kept turning while everybody learned to wait. One more email, one more reason, one more unexpected turn. Hope can carry people forward till hope becomes concern. Maybe weather changes projects, maybe permits take their time. Business isn't always perfect, no one's saying that's a crime. But every investor's asking the same question in the air. The dome was never really the dream, it was everything behind it. The plans, the future, the life they said I'd find in it. I wasn't buying steel and canvas or mountain air.
There you go, guys. Well, that's sort of get the idea of the song. If you want to go listen to our music, you can find it on thehick.com. We always try to put a song that matches every thing. Now, I'm just thinking, I like camping. I love hiking, and you've ruined it. You've ruined it. You've ruined it. I'm never going to book myself in a dome. And every time we go away, we like to stay in some quirky place that Airbnb gives us, and you ruin it. So give it back to people. Do the right thing, Devon. Show that you're the man that you really say you are, because at the moment, nothing is in your favor. No one came to your aid today. As you said in your own video, no one is backing you up. Have you ever stopped to think why? It's time to reflect. It's time to do the right thing. You're a young fella. Do the right thing. Make these people whole. Otherwise, I'm just going to expose you for the rest of your pathetic life. And Richard's got to hunt you down in a truck. And we literally have done that. We have literally been in Richard's truck. And we've chased down a scammer that decided to pull a firearm on a policeman. And then we found the policeman 30 k's down the road because I was hungry. And I told him, I saw this. And he said, that was me. That guy pulled his rifle on me. It was his pistol, whatever it was. And I said, I gave him the video. We controlled the narrative. That was so funny, wasn't it? We couldn't believe I only been in America for about an hour and a bit. And here we are helping police track down criminals. That was friggin' Avengers 101. We have some fun times.
Every time I go through Texas now, I'll never look at it the same.
Oh, my goodness. All right. Well, that's me and that's Richard.
When did Chuck Norris retire?
Now that Chuck Norris, what's he says? Chuck Norris approved?
You know the Chuck Norris jokes? When did Chuck Norris retire?
I don't know. Tell me.
When Danny DeHeck came to America
Woohoo!
to bust Chris Delgado.
Danny DeHeck approved. Yeah, and I'm coming back. I'm coming back twice, hopefully in the next 4 months. Thanks for everyone that's supported me with that, because hopefully I'll have enough money to do it. That's cool. All right, Rich, I'm out of here, mate. I'm getting. I've got to have my life. It's awesome. It's been a great show. We will actually put this video online. It won't be much shorter than it is, unfortunately, but there will be 2 versions. This is the live recording, and then there will be the re-release version, which will take about 10 hours to render at this rate. All right, see you guys. Thanks for watching. I'm Danny DeHeck, and we are the
Avengers!
See you guys.